selling these products to naive consumers,
right.
and they're making a lot of money. So my job is to educate and inform so people like you guys and the people that are competing in this can make informed decisions.
And yeah, that is a fact because, again, I feel like we've been duped once again, you know. And this industry, unfortunately, is just filled with these kind of stories.
Right.
But what I find most interesting about nitric oxide, because in large part, it's been the fitness and bodybuilding community that's gravitated towards those products for years now.
Right.
But what I found in discussing it with you, it's a much broader audience that this is actually going to benefit, in large part, more so than anybody could imagine outside of this community.
Well, you know, it's this community that really pushes the needle. You know, these are the guys who are on the front line, really pushing the envelope in terms of product technology. And how do you get that competitive advantage?
Yeah.
Because, you know, this is highly competitive. So to be able to get a product technology that really makes a difference and has a physiological response really is the difference between first and last.
Yeah, and that's a fact, right? We've kind of come to discover that throughout the years in bodybuilding, for sure.
So what do you think would be the primary benefits, or what are the primary benefits for nitric oxide? And if you don't have the ability to produce it in your body, what can be the negative effects of the body?
Well, we now know that loss of nitric oxide production is the earliest event in the onset and progression of most, if not all, chronic diseases. So I spent 25 years in academic medicine trying to find, number one, how does the body produce nitric oxide, what goes wrong in people that can't make it, what are the clinical consequences, and then how do you fix this and put it all back together. So if you can't make nitric oxide, you cannot perform. I mean, you lose the ability to deliver oxygen, the mitochondria don't work, so your ability to generate cellular energy is compromised, your blood vessels get stiff and plaque-ridden, you develop sexual dysfunction, so it really runs the gamut or spectrum of all clinical symptoms.
Yeah, nitric oxide to me sounds like the fountain of youth.
No doubt.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Well, it's certainly considered the holy grail in cardiovascular medicine, because now we know if we can restore and replete nitric oxide, then the human body heals itself. We're regenerative beings, right? We just got to give the body what it needs, and the body heals. And nitric oxide is foundational for everything we do.
Because of the oxygen that comes through it, right? Because of the ability to produce more oxygen for the whole body. I mean,
that's right. And in terms of muscle building and performance, you know, you've got to get the individual nutrients and oxygen to working muscle, and then you've got to be able to take out the metabolic waste product. That's what nitric oxide does. It gets the good stuff in, takes the bad stuff out. So not only do you perform better, your recovery's enhanced, because you're basically generating more cellular energy more efficiently with less metabolic waste products.
You're just a more efficient machine, the body in general.
Absolutely.
After talking to you a little bit yesterday, what I found most interesting about it as well was just how the general public is yet to really realize what this product's going to do for them. I mean, we take it for granted because we're in this industry, but you know, grandmas and grandpas and kids and mothers and fathers that maybe don't work out at this level or maybe don't work out at all, it's still a huge benefit to them.
Yeah, no, we've seen this over the past 10 or 15 years. I mean, the most gratifying thing I've done in my professional career is, you know, get these hundreds of emails and texts and phone calls of people that we've changed their lives. We've truly changed their lives. We've saved lives. And, you know, it said if you change the life of one person, you've changed the world. And very few people in their profession get a chance to change lives. And so that's, to me, that makes everything we do worthwhile.
So I've been listening to Nathan's YouTube channel and learning more because I've talked to him so many times over the years, but I like to hear things again because the repetition kind of gets into the mind and the brain a little bit more, right? I mean, one of the things you said in the past was it takes about, correct me if I'm wrong, about 20 years for something to really come to fruition. Now, Dr. Nathan Bryan, was involved with the doctors that discovered nitric oxide and won the Nobel Prize, right?
That's right.
And he was actually, he's saying 25 years and just kind of rolls off his tongue, but he was involved with the actual guys that won the Nobel Prize.
Crazy.
And then came in with his own piece to the puzzle is what he has now. So it's really, way so much more in depth of what he's done and the work that he's done, and the credibility, world renowned, right? And he's humble, and I've just put together this Like, it makes
Yeah,
it sound so
I know.
easy. I just discovered and
yeah.
a way to the body to produce it, and
Well, I
test
like to
for
say
it,
that
and
those guys were the pioneers that discovered the importance of nitric oxide in the
you got
body.
to come in and
then
work
I
with
was
them.
the guy who really brought it to market.
Yeah.
Right? How do you deliver a bioactive gas in a solid dose
I mean,
form?
that's
And
Yeah,
simple.
right.
That's simple,
It sounds
Joe.
really easy. To
I mean,
me,
I
too.
think you and I could do that easy.
How long did it take you to figure that out, Nathan? About 2 days.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
it's a
Right?
great bit.
I know it.
So, big question for you, and then I have a little present for Joe.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
We're in on this together.
Yeah, oh.
So, what are the things? There's 3 things that stop nitric oxide production in your body. Can you talk about those
Yes.
for the public to learn?
It's very important.
And for
So
Joe
we-
to be reminded.
Yes, yes. He needs a lot of reminders.
So once we understood how the human body makes nitric oxide, now that we can start saying, okay, what are we doing to disrupt nitric oxide production? So number one, which is a major problem, is mouthwash. You know, there are oral bacteria that live in the crypts of the tongue that are responsible for generating nitric
Yes.
oxide. And these bacteria...
we kind of got him in a. We're like, hey Joe.
You're just picking on me now.
last night,
You're just
you know,
picking on me.
Joe, do you use mouthwash? He's like, well, and he had no idea where we were going with it. He's like, well, I just kind of when I don't run out,
my
I do,
goodness.
and we're like, oh, you need to stop.
Yeah.
I walked away from dinner last night sad and depressed. I'm dying.
No, you're not. In
Well, the
fact,
good news is we can
the
save
gift
you.
We have
Yeah,
for
thank you,
today
thank you, yes.
will save your life.
Yes.
Yeah.
So let's get mouthwash. Yes, sorry, we sidetracked.
So when we don't use an antibiotic every day for the rest of our life because of the known consequences on destroying the microbiome.
Yeah.
So when you use mouthwash daily, you're killing the good bacteria, you're killing the bad bacteria. You develop oral dysbiosis, and we and others have shown that causes your blood pressure to go up. You lose the protective benefits of exercise, and you can develop sexual dysfunction, and you basically compromise your performance. So if you're using mouthwash, you have to stop. There are 200 million
Using
Americans
mouthwash.
that wake up every morning and use mouthwash. There are 200 million Americans that have an unsafe elevation in blood pressure.
It's unbelievable.
That's not a coincidence. Then second are antacids. You know, there are 200 million prescriptions written for antacids every year. That's not even counting the number of
Yeah.
over-the-counter purchases. So you need stomach acid for your body to heal. You need stomach acid to make nitric oxide. So get rid of mouthwash. Get rid of fluoride in your toothpaste. Fluoride's an antiseptic, kills your thyroid function, and it's a neurotoxin.
Yeah, and let's be clear, this fluoride isn't about the old conspiracies of the government and manipulation. I mean,
It's
whatever,
strong
I'm not
science.
going down that,
Yeah.
but that's somebody hears that, and that's what they think,
Hey,
right?
no fluoride. I just
Yeah.
went to the dentist last week, and I said no to fluoride, and I've been saying that for my entire life. Like my mom back in the day, no fluoride, and I'm 52, never done a fluoride rinse.
Yeah.
I've been very conscious of not using fluoride, and long before I knew Nathan. But it's interesting when you start doing the research just on the fluoride in the water and why it's in there and all da. You're like,
Well, it's
Why
in there
is-
because it's an antiseptic. So it's an
Ugh.
antiseptic in your body, too.
Yeah, yeah.
so
Wow.
Joe, I have a little present for you.
Oh, great.
It's Merry Christmas.
It's a fluoride-free toothpaste.
Thank you, thank you. I
The
was
first
waiting.
step in saving
Joe-
your life.
I was waiting to brush my teeth this morning
Show
too.
them what
Yeah.
it is.
It's fluoride-free toothpaste, everybody. I've started on my
and it
journey.
hasn't been opened yet.
Oh,
so.
that's good. It's in my mouth. I've started on my journey. And listen, after that conversation, there's a few things I'm
Now
changing
you-
right now. Yeah.
Now you're in the know. You're
Yes,
part of the
thank you.
non-fluoride
Yes,
crew.
I'm in that circle now of trust.
right.
I would say that nitric oxide, according to what I understand about it now and watching your videos and talking to you, might be one of the biggest discoveries in, I would say health, but just in general in the last 20 years.
Well, that's where I was going earlier. You had mentioned in your videos that your educational, that it takes about 20 years, right, for a discovery to kind of get out there and be marketed correctly and people learn about it. And we're just sitting right now with that kind of
No, that's
20 year, 25 year mark. So Nathan's on the cusp of maybe, really, not
Yeah.
maybe, but getting this out, and that's what we all need to start doing now is sharing this information.
My objective is to get safe and effective nitric oxide products into every major market segment around the world.
Yeah.
We've done this in nutrition and dietary supplements. We have our own nitric oxide skincare line, a completely new category in skincare. We've got drugs undergoing FDA clinical trials, so we'll have prescription drugs for nitric oxide for really every major indication out there.
Yeah.
So, we know how to make nitric oxide, and it's my obligation and responsibility to make sure that people get the right education, right information. Because as you guys said it, there are a lot of companies out there that are doing fraudulent, deceptive marketing, and it's unfortunate.
Yeah, it is.
Nitric oxide's a gas. You cannot deliver gas in a liquid. You cannot deliver nitric oxide gas in a gummy or a chew. So follow the science, trust the science, and find a product that actually generates nitric oxide gas.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Well,
Okay, so you're testing in your booth right now here at the Olympia Expo. What booth are you in again? What?
In 1497, we have a
1497.
nitric oxide analyzer, and we've had a number of people come by, bring their nitric oxide products, their favorite nitric oxide product, and we can tell them if it works or not. And there's not a product that we've tested that generates nitric oxide.
oh my goodness!
Pretty crazy.
And this is here at the Olympia Expo.
Yeah.
The
surprise,
people on the
surprise.
forefront
Yeah.
of competitive.
Yes.
And if you're not here at the Olympia Expo, your YouTube channel is Dr. Nathan Bryan.
That's right, Dr. Nathan S. Bryan.
No.
That's my Instagram handle. drnathансbryan.com is an educational website. I do a monthly blog. There's a couple of videos on there.
Yes.
But yeah, I just encourage people to,
because
to
people
get
can go.
educated.
They can go to your YouTube or your Instagram, but you've got so many interviews that you've done, and you've got the machine there that you're testing and you're showing it. So if you can't get here, you're not here at the Olympia, and you're curious, be sure and go check him out on YouTube and Instagram. And
Yeah, and
all
it
the
really,
good
you watch
places.
one video, you're going to go down that rabbit hole,
Yeah.
because I did. Yeah, and it does. There's a lot of information that I think a lot of people don't understand is out there, and this is a perfect example of
It's-
discovery.
You know,
It
and
really
it's
is.
very, at the heart of it, it's very simple, right? I mean, and especially how you explain it. And every interview I've listened to you, I've really appreciated that you don't use these big crazy words and go over everyone's head. It's like, just, you know, I say a 6-year-old, but a 10-year-old could potentially just listen and go, oh, okay, you know, and kind of, you know, so I appreciate that in you, because I know you probably have a lot bigger words and more detailed scientific processes.
The science around nitric oxide is very complicated, very complex. But the applications around it are very simple. So I tell people, you only got to do 2 things. Stop doing what disrupts it, get rid of mouthwash, get rid of fluoride, get off antacids, and then start doing the things that are clinically proven to promote nitric oxide. That's moderate physical exercise, a healthy diet, a balanced diet in moderation, sunlight, 20 minutes of direct sunlight or infrared light, and then when all else fails, we have product technology that does it for you.
I have one more question too,
I
and
do
then
too.
Joe,
Yep.
and then we'll probably have to let him get back to his booth so he can show more testing.
Yes.
Can you just explain why is the beet so beneficial with nitric oxide?
Why is the meat?
The beet.
Oh, the beet.
Because a lot of people, they're like, oh, I eat beets all day, or I eat a lot of beets. So why is that product such a good product for nitric oxide?
Well, the truth is it's not. I've tested most beet products on the market.
Okay.
There's
explain.
There we go.
So we published a paper in
Debunked.
2015 showing there's regional differences in the amount of nitrate in all vegetables, including beets. So whether you're eating beets or buying beet products off the shelf, 98%, most of those do not contain any nitrate, no nitric oxide activity whatsoever. So all they do is turn your pee and your poop pink and cause a lot of anxiety. So what we do is we create beet products where we ferment it, we optimize the nitric oxide activity, and in our latest product technology, we've taken the oxalates out, taken the beet pulp, the beet color, the beet taste. Beets are the 3rd most disliked vegetable in the world.
The only 3rd?
What are their first? What's the 1 and 2?
I'm not sure. I can't remember.
Third.
So the importance of that is beets were a very important kind of a beachhead or an impetus for their awareness around nitric oxide. But buyer beware, most of these beet products don't do anything. So again, follow the science, look for bona fide nitric oxide science behind that. And everything we do, our products generate nitric oxide. You can quantify it, we can verify it, it's objective. There's no guessing.
Awesome. I like it.
Sounds great. No, I think that's a great way to close this, because I want to get over to the booth too, and I want to see this machine in action.
Right?
Yeah.
Come see us.
Absolutely. I appreciate your
Awesome.
time.
All right.
Yeah. Thank you.
Joe, thank you.
Thanks, Doc.
Monica,
Appreciate it.
as always,
Appreciate it.
good seeing you.
All right, guys. We'll be right back with some more awesome interviews here at the Monica Brant Show at the Olympia Expo.
That's right.
Thank you.
Very good. Very good. Very good. Okay. Marla, we got a picture, right? We got a picture. Yes. that way I can't hear very well.
Check, 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 check. Mic check.
1, 2, check, check.
Hi, Dawn. It's me. You want to start off this one, or do you want me to? Because then you'll do Magnus.
Yeah, well, yeah, because you're, yep.
Right. Last name is
Darva.
Darva. I was like, I can see it spelled, but I haven't said it for a while. I'm like, Darva. All right, guys, we are back here at the Monica Brant Show live. Hi, Joe.
Hey, Monica. How's it going?
Awesome. I'm Monica, your host. I've got co-host here, Mighty Joe from Gym Life Media.
Yes, thank you.
And we have another very special guest, someone who I've gotten to know since the Arnold
Yes,
in Ohio. Farrar Darva, nice to have you here.
Pleasure to be here. Thank you very much, guys.
Yeah, very cool.
Yeah,
Thank
so Farrar is the proud owner and CEO of Hemp,
Yep.
these wonderful products that I've been getting to experience over the last few months.
You have indeed.
Lex Wheeler introduced us.
Yeah.
And,
Legend.
And I've just learned a lot from this gentleman here and been able to have great conversation. We got to have a conversation on the Monica Brant Show a few months ago.
We did indeed.
And he's got great products, and I can't wait for you to learn more about them.
Yeah, and I actually can't wait to hear this because there's a lot of misconceptions out there about this product right now. Not your product, but the general
Just in
industry.
Oh my
So,
God.
Joe,
yeah.
you got that right. I mean,
Yeah.
it's actually ridiculous the amount of total misunderstanding there is here. I mean, the idea that people don't fully understand about CBD is what we're really on a bit of a mission to try and prove, because it's a fantastic ingredient. You know, it's a natural anti-inflammatory that grows naturally in a plant called the hemp plant.
Yep.
But there's a bit of a misunderstanding.
Grows naturally.
Yeah.
I want to emphasize that. Sometimes our guests come on and they say these big, profound things, and you're like, you want to remember what that piece
Well,
is. because
let me
it's
tell you this. I
information
mean,
that's important.
you know, the hemp plant grows naturally, and it has done for thousands of years, and it's a natural anti-inflammatory.
Yeah.
But there is an element of that plant that has a psychoactive side effect, which can be misused or used for recreational
Right,
reasons.
sure.
Well, that's not the part we're interested in. I mean, you could say the same about, you know, any kind of opioid-based painkiller. I mean, that comes from the poppy plant, and that makes heroin, right?
Right.
So it doesn't mean you're a heroin addict.
Right, true.
So it's the same thing, right?
Yeah.
And you take that science,
Yeah.
you extract just the CBD,
Yeah.
and you know, all of our research is based on that, because we've got a large amount of research. Most people don't realize that CBD was first discovered in Czechoslovakia in 1955.
Yeah.
By by Professor Jan Kobilik.
Okay.
Now, we have been working with Czech formulators, and our partners are a Czech formulation scientist group who have got 60 years of R&D in using that know-how in formulating these. So that's why they work so well, and more importantly, that's why they're a legally registered topical.
Yeah, I'm sold.
Right?
Yeah.
But you know, don't take my word
No,
for it.
by no means.
This is all we do is go, there's the science.
Yes.
This is what we've got.
Love it.
Now go and try it.
Yes.
And the way that we've got these amazing brand ambassadors is because of the fact that all I've done is gone here.
Yeah,
Oh,
right.
you
Put it
have
to
some
use.
Awesome stories.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, can you, before we go a little bit deeper, share with Joe and the audience here just a little bit about your background and where you're from?
So I am from the UK. I was raised in Dublin because my dad was a pilot, so we moved over there. But she wants me to say this, and I don't want to say it because I'm like, this is like 20 odd years ago. Like, we forget about this. And I was like, no.
it's still
But
good,
yes,
but
yes.
it's still good.
I was in a boy band.
Oh
when I
my
left
goodness.
school,
Interview's
right?
over.
Show them the picture.
Right, yeah, where's the picture?
But then, you know, I look, listen. When that finished,
Oh, boy.
I decided I wasn't going to do that anymore.
He's trying to picture
No,
you with-
here
I
it is,
am right now.
here it
You've
is.
screwed this
But
interview up.
both attitude
Yeah.
But
and the dance move.
I
Come on now.
never could sing. I was the one that just looked good in the background.
Oh,
Just
is that
being like,
okay?
yeah,
Good.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the
that's-
good
But you
moves
know
in the
what?
back.
I then joined the British Army.
Yeah.
Okay.
He
Commission.
had to redeem himself.
And then I went and did the commando course, got my green beret, 2
Oh.
tours of Afghan, and I
mean,
did 17 years.
Nice.
So
He
Total
redeemed
respect. He
himself.
redeemed himself.
redemption from
Yes.
the band.
Yes.
Is that okay, Joe?
Yeah, it's perfect. Now I just want to know how all your mates there in the Green Berets were teasing the hell out of you for
Oh, they
17
loved
years.
it.
Oh, I bet.
Yeah, they loved it. They loved it. I mean, you know, when I made the mistake, when I first joined the army, I thought, oh, I'll remove everything that I can. You know, I don't want it out there.
Yeah.
Worst mistake I did, because when they found out, they were like, oh my God, that's amazing.
Right.
We'll have more of that.
Oh, right.
They
That's
wanted
awesome.
to have all the girl, like, you know, croonies, all the little girl fans.
Sure, I'm sure they
probably
still
like,
follow him now.
That would have been so cool if all those ladies screaming for you.
Their kids have kids now.
Right.
Let's put a bit of
Hey,
perspective on this.
is there a reunion tour coming anytime soon? No.
No. And the funny thing is,
every 20 years things come back.
Yeah, it's true.
You only say like certain moments in your life define you. This was like 18 months when I was 18,
okay.
and I can't outrun it.
No, you can't. It's permanently tattooed on you.
I mean, it's more exciting than talking about his career.
It really is. What are we talking about again?
Amazing,
yeah, no
right?
kidding.
Like
well, how did you get into this? Like, what's the backstory here?
The backstory is actually really interesting because I got injured in Afghan in Kandahar city on an op in 2007. I got chucked out of a vehicle and I caught my hip on the commander's bar, which is something you hold on to, you know.
Yeah.
But my sergeant driving grabbed me like this to stop me going, but it twisted me. And when you're wearing all the kit, you know.
Yeah.
So I basically elongated my hip and my leg, and it didn't stop me having a good career.
Yeah.
But it just it made it a little bit quicker with the arthritis and all the, because that set in from what we do a lot of carrying a lot of stuff, and you know,
the
so
trauma,
I just used it, and that was it done. Yeah, through the trauma. Now my best friend at the time, he was involved with the research and development of this in the Czech Republic, and his wife. Her mum got cancer, and she did not want to go down the route of having chemotherapy. So they looked into alternatives that were available, and people who are suffering with MS and people who are suffering with debilitating issues were using cannabis.
Yeah.
So she said, look, I don't want to smoke, I'm not into that. And he said, well, if there's a way that we could put it as a topical, there's a lot of research done. And he then found out, my God, I'm living in the country where this actually was discovered.
Yeah. Right.
And he then kind of introduced me to it. And you know, we're business partners now. We've known each other since we were 13,
nice.
you know? And that's kind of when I realized that actually, you know what? This is non-addictive, it's natural, because I was like taking a lot of ibuprofen, a lot of opioids, just, you know. Yeah, and I wasn't the only one. I found out that like some of my guys were like popping pills before doing anything.
Right.
And then I found out that there was like, you know, professional athletes, before lifting, before running, before going out on a game, they are popping these pills.
Yes.
Not even afterwards, just before.
Yeah.
And I was thinking, that's not a way to live, right? You can't do that.
Yeah.
Right.
So we came up with this, and now we've got these products where you like rub it on, and within 2 minutes, you know, it alleviates those symptoms, you know? And it's just basically that, like, you know, I'm not going to get into bore you with the science, but the bottom line is what you'll note when you use it.
I want you to feel.
Yeah, when you rub it in, you'll note two things.
Yet.
Number one, it absorbs into the skin until it goes dry, because we've got a very unique delivery system which penetrates the skin barrier and it interacts with the CB receptors of the central
Your
of the
hand's gonna feel
endocannabinoid
really good
system.
right here.
Smells great.
Yeah, and as you see when you rub it, it basically blends in. What that does is it allows you to get on with your day. It's not a magic wand.
Yeah, right.
But it means you won't pop a pill.
Right. Yeah, absolutely right. Yeah.
Now you have some really amazing ambassadors, and I don't know how much time. You know, you speak fast, so that's awesome. But I think Joe will appreciate how you got your ambassadors.
Well, Flex Wheeler is an absolute legend, and everyone knows who Flex Wheeler is. You know, I stalked Flex for 2 days at the Arnold in the UK.
I stalked him.
And eventually he was doing that thing where he's like, oh, that's what catch my eye.
Right.
But I gave him some of the stuff, and ultimately he didn't use it, but he pulled a muscle. He had nothing. He saw this in the bottom of his bag, and he went, oh, whatever.
Right.
And when he put it on, he was like,
yeah,
okay, wait a minute. And he called me up, and I had just been talking to my friend about the fact that the one bloke I wanted to call me didn't.
Home run. Yeah.
He rings, and I hung up on him because I thought it was my mate playing a joke.
Oh my!
I was like, yeah, right.
Oh my
so
goodness!
He rings back up, and I'm like, hello. He's like, this is Flex. I was like, oh, it's actually you.
Oh wow!
And then from then on, that was it. And then I then met Magnus Magnusson,
legend. Yes.
4-time world's strongest man.
Yes.
You know.
Yep.
He then, opened up the whole strongman, because we were involved with the disabled strongman. We like to do that, you know.
Yeah.
And then, our latest family edition is, 3-time UFC champ and legend Dan the B7.
Oh my gosh.
And all three are here.
Yeah.
Supporting him.
Yeah.
As we get the word out what we're doing.
Now, I won't tell these guys this, but they all have a common denominator now, don't they? They're beat up and a little bit old.
Well, this is it. Because at the end of the day,
because it helps, right?
Well, people have said to me, why don't you go and get why have you gone for people to be ambassadors at the end of? And
yes.
So really simply, because when you've got a legacy and that's what you've got left, you will not put your name to anything unless you know it's legit.
Well, and I think we just talked about it as well, that it really, after your injury and even the way I feel, we've beat ourselves up a bit.
Of course,
and to be able to get some longevity out of some things and feeling good and young.
And if you've got these legends and you've got youngsters looking up going, well, if they're saying, I wish I had this, then,
I think it's a brilliant choice. I think all three of those guys are amazing.
I am so happy and humbled to be here. I truly am. I can't explain to both of you what it means for I'm just an ex-soldier who had an idea.
I love it.
And it's gone absolutely crazy. And to see how people react and how, tears in people's eyes that they aren't in that uncomfortable way anymore, it's actually just phenomenal. So
I love it.
And I appreciate the opportunity, in getting the word out there.
You didn't even have to use your Green Beret ninja skills to get in here.
Not this time. When I got to Magnus, I had to.
He's got great stories.
I managed to get Arnold. I gave some to Arnold.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Oh.
So, yeah. I watched his security team. I didn't realize, but someone told me that once you've been in politics at his level as a governor,
you always have
still have that.
Yes.
Yeah. So what I noticed was his security team were doing what we call, they weren't doing what's called caterpillar, where one goes to the other and the other one moves. They were rotating at the same time.
Yeah.
And when they did that, there was a gap entry.
Stuck right in, did you? Oh my God.
And meanwhile, he had.
Hey, and to have Arnold endorse your product, that'd be pretty good.
Well,
I
know
probably a little too much money though.
I gave it to his assistant.
Yeah.
But I know he hasn't used it. You know why?
Why?
Because he hasn't called.
Because
everyone that has used it has called.
It makes complete sense. This is another one of those guests with so much good information about the stuff that we see, we're inundated with daily out there right now.
Right.
And there's a lot of misconceptions.
Massive.
There's a lot of and I could talk for hours about that. Because my next question would be, what are some of the things that people should look out for? Some of them common misconceptions.
Yeah. So let me tell you.
While you're on that, make sure you talk about the size. And because someone can say that's awfully small,
this is it.
We talked about that.
Okay.
And it's also can go in your carry-on bag too.
America, big is better, right? I mean, everyone likes 1,000 milligrams.
Right.
There's 50 in this. You know why?
Yeah.
Your body can only absorb through topical application so much. The rest of it is then.
So we see a lot of that now where people are trying to sell this higher dosing.
And to certain requirements, yes, that is, but for topical application with your receptors, there's only so much you can put in and then it sits on top, which is why actually people say, okay, not only is this better than everything else, but it's cheaper than everything else. Well, because we do it. My dream would be to have this in Walmart, where people can buy it with food stamps who really need it.
Yes, absolutely.
Agreed. That for me would be like the dream.
Yep.
Right.
Right. And the misconception with athletes is, well, CBD is legal. It's an WADA, the World Anti-Doping Association, have removed CBD from the restricted items list.
Yeah.
But the issue is in other CBD products, when they extract it from the plant, they might bring some of the other cannabinoids with it.
Yeah.
That's what you'll test
for.
Oh,
gotcha. Okay.
We use an isolate that's solely CBD.
Yeah.
We know there's no THC in it.
Okay, perfect.
That's it.
Yeah.
I could go on for ages, Joe. I mean, it's one
No,
of
I
those
love
things
it. It's all great information, really. And where can people find out more about you?
So basically, if you've Instagram, our handle is at hemphelps, HEMPE, Hempy Helps, or www.hemphelps.com. And not only is that like our shop, but our research is linked in there as well. So we put in where people can read and understand about what it is that we're doing.
But none of this boy band stuff is there.
No.
Well, that's a shame.
I only said that for you, by the way, okay?
That's a shame. It really is.
Don't forget the green beret thing.
I'll get back to that. No, I'm going to hang on the boy band thing for at least a year or two. I have one more question. Do you have a YouTube that you do any type of talking about the product in more depth and detail?
So we have a YouTube channel, which is the Hemp Channel.
Yeah.
And the thing is that this has happened so quickly for us.
Yeah.
That that we're trying to catch up. So there are now. I'm doing these like little kind of like 1 minute, 2 minute little heads ups on information, but it's all on our Insta as well.
No, and I love it. Only because having this conversation with you, I want to hear more.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is for me, it's about getting out there and explain to people. Like, I'm not a scientist.
Yeah.
I'm just, as I said, I'm just a soldier
who's
boy band, Green Beret.
But
guy that likes hemp.
I've done my homework.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to back. And I don't think any of the ambassadors would get involved if it was.
No, I agree 100%. Yeah.
Speaking of ambassadors, we've got We've got Magnus right here.
He's coming
my
on
goodness.
next.
Yeah.
He is.
4-time world's strongest man.
Oh boy.
4-time.
I needed to go to the bathroom before he was coming on. You know I'm a strong man. Yeah, I won't tell him that though.
Joe's all excited to talk to
Yeah,
Magnus.
very cool. Yeah. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep. Nice to have you here.
Thanks for being here. Appreciate
again.
it.
Thank you.
Yep. And we'll be using our products proudly.
Yeah, that's right. She always talks about it, by the way. Yeah, this was not by chance. Yeah, she knew
Well,
exactly where
I
she
really
was going.
appreciate it.
Yeah.
I love the support. Thank you so much.
Yep, thanks,
All right.
guys.
You have a
Cheers.
great rest
Thank
of your
you.
day.
Bye-bye.
Okay, bye. Hear you. Or
yeah, testing, check.
Testing. You can hear me? All right.
Hi, Dawn. Nice to see you again.
All right.
Is this your girlfriend over here?
Yeah.
We have the same name.
Hey, Joe Janica here at the Venetian Resort in Las Vegas, Nevada, at the Olympia Expo and I'm kind of stuttering my words here for a minute, and I'll get into a little commentary real quick. This is a dream come true. I'm sitting, with two legends in the industry, and this is what it's all about for me. This has made this weekend so special, having the opportunity to be with Monica Brant all weekend long, and now one of the legends of strongman, 4-time world's strongest man, Magnus Magnuson. Truly an honor. Truly an honor.
Well, thank you. Thank you. Awesome to be here. I've actually never been to the Olympia before.
First timer. I love it. A lot of first timers.
Yeah, and I'm enjoying it.
Yeah, hard to believe, really. As long as you've been around doing what you've been doing. Yeah. The first time at the Olympia.
First time here.
Yeah. I guess they didn't have a lot of strongman back at the Olympia in the day, though, did they?
No, they didn't. But I've been doing the Arnolds for so many years
True.
now.
Yeah.
But no, seriously, that's the first time ever here. I've been to Vegas before. We've done shows in Vegas before, but no, never at this show.
Yeah. And how do you like it so far?
It's awesome.
Yeah.
And one of the great things is, you come together, you meet a lot of people that you know, and you all get together, and it's getting close to Christmas, and everybody is in great spirit.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Well, and you're in fine company with Flex Wheeler.
Yep.
Right? They're in the booth, and you've got Farrar with the hemp helps.
Yes.
Hemp, anyways.
Yes.
I mean, you've got great product that you're representing, and here with you guys have a really nice open spot over there too. Like everyone can be right there.
Oh, absolutely. Farhad approached me at the Arnolds. He kind of seeked me out.
Yeah. I know, he's very proud of his seeking you out.
Exactly.
Yeah. Very proud of that. He loves it.
And handed me this and said, try this out. So in the end of the day, I'm sitting by the restaurant, and he's like 2 tables away from me, actually. And I put this on my knees. And in about 5-10 minutes, I'm like, wait a minute, what happened to my pain?
Isn't that crazy?
It is. And, I'm constantly in pain, especially with my knees. I've torn my quadricep tendons. I've got both knee replaced now. And there's still pain because of the other things. I got a neck pain after car accident. And then a month later, I was hit on the back. I was riding my motorcycle.
Oh, boy.
So my neck isn't good either. But this keeps me going.
Well, you could have just stopped with your strongman career with all the pain and injuries. That by itself was enough to knock anybody down. I thought what was interesting when we were chatting about the guys that are involved over there in hemp, all 3 have been beating yourselves up pretty good for a while. So you're great representatives for hemp. But that's awesome to see, because it's really about longevity right now, and everything that you're doing is kind of proving that.
Well, the thing is, I wouldn't put my name to anything unless I've tried it and I know it works. So I recommend that for anybody has any pain.
Well, we need to get them to start sponsoring more strongman events. Hemp needs to be involved in our sport a little more. Save some of these injuries, get people back to normal quicker.
So, do you just take 1 bottle a day and use the whole thing on all of the pain spots?
Take a bath in it.
Does Farrar have a vat for you to just go sit in and then step out and dry?
No, not quite. But you just don't need that much of it.
It's so small amount, right?
And just rub it in until it really gets dry, and you just wait a couple of minutes for the results. It's amazing.
Yeah, it really is kind of the way things have come over the years, and the products that are available now to help carry us through maybe these rougher moments that we've incurred over the course of our careers.
Well, I'll tell you a funny thing, though. I sell this out of my gym, right?
Oh, yeah.
So I have guys that are sponsored by CBD companies coming to buy this stuff.
They come for the real stuff under the table.
Yeah, we were just talking about that.
Can you hand me that when I go outside?
Yeah, for sure.
So that tells you something.
Yeah, that does, for sure.
So how did you, and forgive me for not knowing, but how did you get into strongman, and how long ago did you start?
Well, I started as a powerlifter, became European champion.
In what year?
Well, I can't really remember that far back.
Are we talking like 80s or 90s?
I'll be turning 60 next year, actually.
Unbelievable.
So Yeah, but in 91 was my first World's Strongest Man. I got invited as a reserve because John Paul Sigmarsson got injured, tore his bicep, and I came in as a reserve and I won the show. So
wow, that's awesome.
Well, nobody's going to repeat that. That's never going to happen again.
No, never.
Right.
Never. But then I got second 2 years in a row. So I had to prove a point that it wasn't just lucky.
Right.
So I won 3 in a row just to prove a point.
Well, you know, in Magnus for Magnuson, the name is synonymous with the sport of strongman. I know you know this. You've heard it enough. People coin your name in everything they talk about with strongman. It's got to just be a great, a proud thing. I mean, how does that make you feel?
Well, it makes me feel great, and I'm proud and humble to still be involved with the sport, still putting my mark on it.
Yeah.
And it's great if you can earn a living or whatever out of your passion.
You're still relevant.
Exactly.
Right.
Very relevant, right? That's the word. It's relevant.
Not just probably the coolest name ever, Magnus for Magnuson.
That is a cool name.
But it's
well, at some point it was actually chosen. It got 3rd place as the manliest name in the world at some point.
Oh, is that what it was? Oh, I bet it did. I bet it did. You know, what I love about what you're doing now is not only are you a big part of all these big shows, and I see you everywhere on Instagram and supporting the big shows, World's Strongest Man, and then some. But now you've got your Magnus for Magnuson Classic, which you and I talked about briefly.
Yeah.
It's got the whole strongman world in a buzz. Everybody loves it.
Where is that? Where is that held?
In Iceland last month, November.
Okay.
Cold, in the snow.
I've been to Iceland. I was there for an appearance in 2010, and they took me to a glacier.
Yeah.
And they bought me, or they didn't buy me, they donated a wonderful Icelandic
Wool sweater.
A big, nice coat. I still have it today, but I'm in Texas, so I don't use it that often. But when I do, I'm like, oh, it's so warm. And we got to go up on a glacier. I was there for a big expo in 2010.
Yeah.
And it was awesome. It was really enjoyable out there.
It's synonymous with strength sports, that we know. That contest, of course, is just amazing. And I know a lot more people are probably already on the phone with you to try to get there for next year.
Oh, I got people waiting in line trying to get in there.
Yeah.
So what are we doing now, especially for next year? We had like 2 qualifiers already this year.
Oh, good. Yeah.
We are creating more opportunities for people to qualify for it. But the main show will still be in Iceland in November with the elements, in the cold, in the snow, no matter what the weather conditions.
Oh, I love it. Love it.
Show must go on. And funny enough, it's hard, it's hardcore, but everyone wants the chance to come back for it.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
How has the sport evolved over these years? Like, how much up level has it gone with everyone getting stronger or more capable of the events? And how have you had to change? It seems like every time you have a sport, people get better, and you have to keep up leveling the obstacles.
Well, this sport has really grown since I started it, and out of the strongman has come CrossFit and a lot of other things. But the sport has evolved so well. Everybody's got atlas stones to train on. Everybody's got equipment to train on.
Right.
I didn't have equipment to train on. I just lifted heavy stuff.
That's right.
Whatever it was. I would just sometimes just show up and see it at the day. I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
All right, so this was lifting. All right,
now
there we go.
It's so technical, I guess, because everyone's able to train.
It is true.
Oh no, the athletes now are better trained and prepared as strongmen. A lot of the things, a lot of the weights have kind of gotten heavier because you're specially trained as a strongman. Now, it's like I come from a powerlifting background, so we were all kind of powerlifters or level shot putters or weightlifters or whatever. That would just come together and compete in strongman.
Right.
But no, this is turned to a special sport by its own, which I like to actually call strength athletics.
Yes.
I like that.
It is
I like
true.
That.
Yeah, it really is true. I have 2 questions for you. One, the biggest defining moment for you in the sport, like the best moment that I know you had 4, but was there a special one? Was it the first one?
Well, the first one was always special, but my second win was actually the hardest one on my body.
Yeah.
It was in Sun City, high up off sea level, in like an amphitheater. It was roasting.
Yes.
And it took me a couple of weeks to recover after that one. But that was my second victory. That was because of winning one and then coming second 2 years in a row, and then getting my second title. That like I said, I wanted to prove that I wasn't just lucky because somebody wasn't there at the first one. And then I kept coming back, and unfortunately, I messed up in '92 in Iceland when it was held there. I should have won that year, so I should have had 5 titles if everything would have worked out perfectly. But I'll take 4.
Last question for me. Your hardest competitor, the guy that you looked at as your nemesis.
The toughest competitors I've been up against, one of them was Gerrit Batenhorst from South Africa. Unbelievable deadlifter. We had deadlift competitions in many of these strongs. He usually got the better of me, but not always. So it was between me and him all the time when it came to the deadlift. And he was the best deadlifter in the world in powerlifting at that time.
Yeah. A legend himself,
So I actually left powerlifting before I got to my full potential there.
Yeah.
So, that was, I could have done way more, but...
We appreciate that, by the way. Thanks for leaving powerlifting.
But I started concentrating on strongman, and like I said, I won the European Championships in powerlifting by far, and I was going to the World Championships, which I was won by a lesser total than the Europeans.
Yeah, gotcha.
And but I got invited to World's Strongest Man, and I did that, and I've never looked back.
Yeah, that's awesome.
So we had a coach in here, Nathan Payton, yesterday, and he's got 7 clients.
7 titles, right?
7 titles that he's coached people for.
Shaw.
So my question for you is, he was telling us how important people have made nutrition now within the sport versus how it maybe used to be, where now more of the athletes are utilizing nutrition for their training and optimizing their training through better nutrition, as opposed to just eating anything and trying to get heavy, So what would you recommend to new athletes that are coming up? What would you recommend is some of the most important pieces to being a good athlete in the sport of strongman?
Well, if you're talking about that, I pretty much ate anything I could get my hands on. I had problems putting on weight, serious problems putting on weight. I burned anything. I was eating 8,000 calories, 10,000 calories a day, and I still couldn't put on weight.
Oh my gosh, that is so much food. Wow. What were you weighing at that moment?
285.
That's it?
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, I think 8,000 calories, it makes me think like just 400 pounds or something. That's a lot of food.
I could not.
You had to eat all day long.
Well,
right, Joe?
I actually had to have like
energy
drinks, like the like high carbs drinks to try to get.
So you're drinking some of it too, right?
Yeah. Because I could not eat that much.
Chewing all that food.
Yeah.
8,000 calories. You were vegan at the time too.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, right.
But so
8,000 calories and vegetables.
I would recommend now people to get a nutritionist, somebody that could really help them with, their protein intake, their carbs, how much of this, how much, because it makes a difference. It really does. And the training, the specifics, the knowledge with nutrition, which wasn't that great at that time, has changed, and that's one of the reasons we're getting bigger and better athletes.
Yeah, true.
It's good information. And there's just so many awesome athletes out there now, and everyone is trying to look for that, like how to just get better. But
well, there's only one Magnus Fervengsen.
I know, right?
That's it. This is great. I appreciate you being
right.
here. Awesome.
Thank you, man. Thank you.
Thank you.
Joe reminds me of a little kid. Like,
Listen.
it's so fun. I
grew up
love
with
it.
this
I
guy.
love it.
I watched everything he's done, and I'm in the sport in large part because of him and others like him.
Joe, stick with me. I'll introduce you to
Thank
all
you,
the
Monica.
people.
Thanks. Two legends, right? How lucky am I? Thanks.
Thank you.
So fun. Thank you, Magnus.
Thank you.
For joining us here. And any last remarks on this awesome product that we didn't talk about yet? One last thing.
If you have aches and pains and you want something that really works with that, hemp helps.
Hemp helps.
I love it. I love it. All right, guys. We'll be right back with more awesome interviews. We're here at the Olympia season.
throughout Florida, and just staying busy. And so awesome to be working the Olympia. I think we met.
We didn't have any audio when you started.
Oh.
Oh.
So reintroduce real quick.
We just took it for granted.
We
No,
do
we're
that.
on, we're on.
We just go.
Wait,
Now we
wait.
go.
We have a quick interview here with one of my dear friends who's been in this industry for a very long time, taking a lot of care for a lot of the athletes here. Tim Wilson's good to see you.
Great to see you.
I know we're sneaking in Tim here. We weren't expecting to have an interview with you, but when your friends show up, you want to talk to them.
I see that face. I got to talk to you. I have to. So I think we first met in '99.
99?
98 or 99 at the
Sounds
Jantana
right.
Classic.
Sounds right.
And then the next year when you started your reign of terror winning the Olympias. How many was that?
Only one.
Only one? It felt like all of them.
I competed in 12 Olympias, but I won one. Came in some seconds, thirds, so forth.
But you have an Olympia medal. So take that, world.
Right here.
There it is right there.
There's the Olympic medal.
So you look amazing. So you
thank you.
left competing in that. And I was telling my wife, then you went into track and field, which is insanely cool. Because normally what we do, except for fitness, is I compete, is for show and not go. We don't
I like the go.
You like the go.
I'm all about the go. It's
So-
fun. Track is awesome, though.
This weekend has been incredible. More athletes than ever before across more divisions from more countries.
And you're emceeing the amateur, or you did MC the
I
amateur.
did that, and then
right?
I did the pay-per-view last night and tonight.
Okay,
which-
tonight you're going to be on pay-per-view.
Yeah. With Phil,
And the
Phil
guys,
Heath,
the big guys.
the big guys. Last night was incredible. Did you get to watch any of the action?
No, we went to the Golden Steer with team members. You know, you got to entertain the team too. So
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. Well, last night was incredible. A few surprises. Tonight we'll find out what those surprises are as far as placings.
okay.
The internet it's a buzz this morning.
Do
so
you have a favorite?
I hate to say.
I mean,
a
outside of
favorite.
all the guys that you like and you're friends with, do you have like a physique favorite?
Well, physique favorite, that's a little different. I thought Andrew Jack really had a great debut. Derek Lunsford is one of my personal favorites as a person. What a sweetheart.
Right. He's a good guy.
I think he shocked everybody. Moving up from the
Derek
212, he held his own and then some last night. He's
good for
he's
you,
in the
Derek.
top 5.
Good for you, Derek. That's awesome.
I don't know who it's going to be. I honestly don't. Whether
Good.
Nick Walker was mind-blowing. I thought with the pictures he was posting on on Instagram leading up to this, I thought he was going to join physique. His waist got so small.
Nice.
There's guys that tease him for being thick. I thought, well, quarter turn to the right, Mr. Man. Look at you.
Wow. Look at you. You just know all the terms, you know all the deal, and now you're competing. When is your next show?
I'm going to take a year off.
Okay.
Because I turn 55 next November. Thank you, girl. And
You look great, by the way.
Thank you. I'm getting that pro card one way or another.
I love it.
And the dream I would love more than anything, I'm putting it out in the universe right now because you and I are goal setters and goal getters.
Yes.
I'm going to end my career at the Masters Olympia.
Wow.
Jake's bringing it back. I want to go to Prague or Romania, wherever Jake Wood puts it.
Okay.
And I want to get on that stage. Honestly, I get chills just thinking about it. I'm getting on that stage for the last time in an Olympia.
What if they have you emceeing the Masters Olympia and competing at the same time?
Just rip it off
You could
mid-show.
do it though,
yeah,
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. You can do both.
I just, like you, I just want to continue to inspire people, especially as we get into our 50s and 60s, to get off your butts.
Right. Get off your butt. Yeah. I love it. Well, let's get off our butt because you probably have a lot to do still.
A couple hands to shake, and then I'm actually at a booth right now. We have a show called Primetime Muscle.
Yes.
That has been a blast with Chris Cormier and Tarek Elgindi.
Oh, yeah. I was talking to Chris about trying to get him over here, too. I know y'all are all busy.
I'll send him.
I would love to see him.
Chris is in that booth and the Legends booth, but if people want to come say hi, if they're here or wherever they are.
What booth is that?
It's the Wings of Strength booth where all the shows that Jake Wood has on air
Okay,
will
and
be.
it's
in the very
that way?
front, yeah, on the Olympic air. It's so good to see you.
Nice to see you, Tim. Thank you so much for stopping by and bringing your lovely wife.
Thank you.
And you got to meet Randy earlier.
Randy he kissed your headshots. Randy loves you.
We had to have Christmas in the booth, right?
Absolutely, a little bit of Christmas.
That's right. All right, Tim.
Thank you, honey.
Mic check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Good.
Sarajaka, dormez-vous. Am I coming loud and clear?
Hi, check, checkity, check. Hey, Dan. Hey, Don. How you doing, Don? ADL Live in the house.
Welcome back to the Olympia Expo, everybody, in the Venetian Hotel in beautiful Las Vegas, Nevada. I am with the beautiful Monica Brant on the Monica Brant Show, of course.
Yeah.
And somebody pinched me, the guy to my left, Dan the Beast Severin. I'm dreaming, right? How many great people are we meeting this weekend?
I don't know, but non-stop, one after another.
Seriously, Dan.
Well, you're talking about the beautiful Monica, so it's kind of like a replay of a Walt Disney classic. Is this Beauty and the Beast here right now?
It is Beauty and the Beast. Wait a minute, you're exactly right.
Put it in.
Yeah, that's true. I skipped right over you, by the way.
But
I mean,
that's
you're not
okay.
looking that bad. You're looking pretty good.
It's, you know.
Yeah, I was actually surprised to hear you were here.
Well, again, and I can actually speak full sentences.
Yes,
on top
I
of
was
all
concerned about that. There's a lot of fights over the years, for sure.
Well, he uses the hemp now, so he's.
That's
you
true.
know,
That's true.
He's now cured from everything.
I like to think as my career is
Cured from everything.
I end up inducing more people into pain, so it's kind of like I care about my opponent, so I give them a little gift basket afterwards so that they can be rubbing on their shoulders, their
This
hands,
isn't for
their
Dan,
backs.
it's for everybody
Yes,
you beat up
all
over
my
the years.
friends.
Yes, that's right.
I love it.
It's
I
still
love
your
it.
friends, I'm sure. Hey, you leave it in the cage, right?
Exactly.
Yeah,
No hard
absolutely.
feelings.
Listen, you've had a long history career. I'm not the first guy, and I won't be the last guy to ever say that about you. You're in the every Hall of Fame when it comes to what you did. You were a part of Pride. You were a part of King of the Cage, part of UFC in the very first days of UFC.
The NHB no holds barred
yes,
era.
everything,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
I think you did some bare knuckles for a while too, didn't
Well,
you?
again, UFC was bare knuckle.
Oh, that's right. It was bare knuckles.
Bare
back
knuckle.
then.
Like I said, the UFC, for the viewers watching it, the NHB stood for no holds barred. The only two rules you had to abide by back then was no biting, no eye gouging. Into the rules. Anything else you could come up, good to go.
Wow.
And even then, biting and eye gouging was not grounds for disqualification. You might get your hand slapped and go, don't poke him in the eye again and give him his eyeball back.
So what you're telling me off the record is maybe you went down that road once or twice.
Oh, well, I mean, well, again, like punching a guy in the gonads, kicking him in the gonads. I mean, that was all good to go.
It really was back then. It was crazy.
The Wild West.
It really was the Wild West. And I think if people appreciate the history of the sport, and many of us wish it was kind of still around, because that was a much more fun fight to watch.
But what was unique about it was a tournament format. Like now when they watch the UFC, they see an individual match. But back in that NHB era of time, you had a tournament, 8-man tournament. You had to face and defeat 3 men in the same 2-hour pay-per-view.
Oh,
that it still exists to this day. And you're looking at the only Triple Crown UFC champion tournament format.
Nice.
Yeah, baby.
Hey, they're getting kind of soft today.
And Monica, do you see any marks on me?
No, you look great.
Do you see a broken nose? Do you see any missing teeth? They might be crooked, but they're still all originals.
You protected your looks. He kept
Don't
his
hit
face.
me. Don't hit me.
He kept his face clear. So because you still look great. You look great.
Well, he did that with his style. You know, he'll take you to the ground before you got a chance to hit him in the face.
Being that grappler, I knew I was never going to win the altercation with fisticuffs. I suck at the stand-up games, but you get one chance to strike me or kick me or knee me or elbow me, and the moment that I will clinch you or take you down or jam you up against that cage wall, I've neutralized 90+% of your arsenal, and my arsenal is just commencing.
Yeah,
Wow.
so true.
Hey, I wanted to mention too, your ears look really good still.
Well, again, as a man ages, what hair was once in the northern hemisphere migrates to ears, nose, back, and
well, you clean up
those
but your ears, what do they call it, cauliflower ear or something? Your ears look good still.
Well,
I mean, this one does. Does that one look good
It looks
still?
good to me, yeah.
I mean, that means you weren't on the ground too much.
Yeah.
He wasn't in a lot of headlocks, that's for sure.
Right? He wasn't being wrestled down on the ground. He probably was holding everyone else down, drooling on him or something.
Listen, he slimmed up at his old age. A giant back in the day. A giant.
I basically would range between 245, 265 is my weight I compete at. Now I'm basically around 225, 230.
How tall are you, Dan?
Lean it down. Just Well, I used to be 6'2", but now I'm down probably a solid 6'1" now. Shrinking as I get older.
You know, I want to get into kind of longevity because we talked a bit about that. You know, you're older, you're wiser for sure, but you're also healthy, and the way you kind of take on life, right, head on, like you took on your entire career. Well, it's through kind of health and living instead of dying. You're saying
you get only one life to live, and most people, they're doing it wrong. You need to work your body and you need to work your mind on a daily basis. If you're not working those tools, you're going to fall apart, but you fall apart at a much more rapid rate if you just sit around and wait for death. I mean, I look at it this way.
That sounds terrible.
Well, again, it doesn't, but it's a reality.
What happens, right?
Most people, when you look at when most people die, count how many different prescriptions they have in their medicine cabinet. Count how many additional prescriptions they have on their nightstand. Did they die of natural causes, or did they die because a little bit of dementia, a little bit of Alzheimer kicked in? They might have took 1, 2, 3, or 4 additional dosages or something like that. So I'm a big believer that live life to the fullest and enjoy the ride. And the mind plays a big role, not just medication. That body and mind go hand in hand.
Have you always led that, Dan, even like before this sort of like revolution we're in with all these products and things now that are available to us? Did you always kind of have that way of living life?
A lot of it kind of stems from when I grew up. I grew up on a farm. So
that's a country boy. Country boy can survive.
Yes. Again, but a lot of people talk about free-range eggs, free-range dairy cows, meat, cattle, stuff like that. That's what I grew up on. Yeah. I mean, one of my jobs was growing up on a farm was milking Peggy the milk cow for 7 years. So drinking real milk, eating real butter.
Not pasteurized.
We had chickens, so we would pick up the chickens' eggs, stuff like that, and just
you were really ahead of the game by default because that's the way you were living life.
What state were you? What state? Where did you grow up?
I grew up in Michigan.
Oh no!
4-1, Monica. 4-1.
What's that?
Detroit guy here.
We've got a thing going here, a rivalry between Texas and Michigan. And he's got all these Michigan people, and I'm like, what?
Well, that's right.
I think Joe's just stacking the deck here right
now. Oh, baby, I don't know. Don't tell her. No, don't tell her. Yeah, and there's one more coming on later, but we'll have her guess.
Oh my gosh, that's so funny.
You know, but how did hemp find you?
Well, again, it's as one gets older, you still have aches and pains. What crazy things you did in your youth sometimes come back to haunt you a little bit later in life to realize you remember when you were on that bicycle and you did this, or on that skateboard and you did that. Yeah. And it's like going, oh, my back, my shoulder, and stuff like, just the hip isolate here, it gives you a reprieve. And if you can take people out of pain, it changes their attitude a great deal, and that's
100%, right?
A lot of people. If they're in pain, it's like the lion that had a thorn in his palm. That childhood fable. You just got to take the thorn out, and now the lion's not so mean.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Is that you, Dan?
Well, again, but again, my competitive career was simply knowing how to turn it on, and then when you're back up, turn it off.
Because you had a thorn in your paw for a lot of years.
Oh,
yeah, a lot of years.
Decades. But again, that was as an athlete, both on an amateur level, on a professional level, I wanted to exceed to become the best.
Yeah.
And so, like in my amateur wrestling career, when I walked out onto that mat, that's like, you are trespassing. Yeah. You're on my piece of real estate. I will do everything in my power to run you off of my piece of real estate.
I love it.
Yes.
I love it.
Well, okay.
What a great attitude.
But in amateur wrestling, what is the ultimate thing to do for victory?
Yeah.
Same thing in professions, it's the pinfall.
Yeah.
So again, I go, my old time, like, I was a very strong pinner, because I know that if I just beat you by a couple points, in your mind you're going to think, oh, you only beat me by a couple points, I could come back and I could beat you. But when somebody grabs you, manhandles you, puts you down on your back against your will, that pins you, you stole their soul.
Oh,
and the next time you walk out on the mat, in their back of their mind, like going, oh my God, is he going to pin me again? Yeah. They're not thinking about being a winner. They're negative. They take an impulse. So.
They don't want to run into you ever again. Yeah. Who were some of the guys that you listen? I know you were at battles with Shamrock and Gracie.
Mark Coleman, Shamrock, Gracie, Tank Abbott.
Because back then there was no weight class either.
No.
Right?
One. Just one.
the weight class.
Yeah, the weight class. No matter what you weigh.
One size.
One size.
Like
that's
they try
it.
to do with the clothes nowadays. One size fits all.
Yeah.
But now they say one size fits most.
Yeah, and that's maybe the case about that fighting back then. One size only fit most because a lot of guys couldn't handle it in the cage with a lot of those guys.
That's
Who was the biggest nemesis for you?
Well, it would be another amateur wrestler because that was the skill set that I brought to the table. So it would be someone else that had a strong, like a Mark Coleman or a Ken Shamrock, because they had more of a grappling pedigree.
Gotcha.
So that's my problem. But but the real ironic part is to have done all those things I did. I only did 2 training camps in a 20-year career.
Yeah.
Once for 32 days, once for 35. So to go through 100+ matches and have 100+ victories, that's a rarity. And then to see no damage goods and can actually speak a full sentence and actually make a point without going, can I have a napkin to wipe the drool from my chin? No.
Oh my gosh, I think this has been so much fun.
Yes.
I could listen to his stories for a while. I'm sure you could too.
I'm going to track him down in Michigan. Now, you still living in Michigan?
So fun.
For part of the year, I live the lifestyle of a snowbird.
Oh,
I'm in Michigan, spring, summer, fall, and then I get out of Dodge and in Arizona for the winter.
Good. I'll track you down in the summer then and get you on the podcast, and we'll have a good hour to talk about this.
Yeah,
I'd love to do that.
On Gym Life
yes,
Media.
that would be a lot of fun.
Well,
Thanks,
then,
Dan.
Rudolph and I shall be gallivanting off.
Thank you, Dan. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Dan.
Thank you very much.
All right, guys. We'll see y'all in the next one. Don't go anywhere.
The Egg Whites International.
Check. Don, ADL Live. Video mic check real quick.
Check. Yeah, good. Huh?
We're checking. Do you hear me? Am I on? Are we good? We're awesome. Hey guys, what's up? We're here at the Olympia Day 2. We've been talking to some amazing guys, me and Joe.
Oh my
Mighty
goodness.
Joe over here at Gym Life Media.
Yes.
And we finally get a beauty in our booth instead of just all the beasts.
I know, right? We brought a lot of beasts in.
Right,
yes.
we got a lot of beasts in. It's been great. No, nothing wrong with having all the manly man. But man, it's good to have a beauty and IFE Figure Pro, near and dear to my heart. So Corey, nice to see you and meet you officially.
Likewise, it is amazing to meet you, a fitness icon in our industry.
Thank you. No, don't stop. No, don't stop. Oh, awesome. So you're here checking out the Olympia. Are you working in any booths this event?
Yes, so I have been working with the Muscle Egg booth here at the show. My husband and I are sponsors of the Olympia. This is our 3rd year sponsoring, and we are just happy to be here and do all the things and support the Super Bowl of our sport.
Right,
Truly,
Super Bowl, right before Christmas too. What did you guys feel about the Olympia coming? I mean, obviously everyone loves Vegas, but right before Christmas, how did y'all feel about that?
I feel like the Christmas time is a little bit tough, but you know what? We will be here no matter when it is, and just glad that it is back and better than ever in the last few years. Like, it's great to just see people and be around everyone.
That's a fact. It's my first time at the Olympia myself, and I'm not disappointed. I mean, it's big and it's great. And beating Las
Just
Vegas,
like
I think.
Joe,
Well,
being
thank
great.
you, Monica. Thank you. Yeah, we're having a lot of fun doing at the show,
Yes,
as you know.
yes, of
As you know.
course.
Now, you're a Masters figure competitor.
I am, yes.
Yeah. And your last couple shows were?
I did the Hurricane Pro and won first place in my 48 plus Masters class.
Nice.
That was awesome. And then went on to the Rising Phoenix and did the same thing
okay.
there.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
was super happy, and I am so excited about Masters Olympia happening
Yes.
next year, and I will
Okay.
be putting in my application.
So I need to know about the Masters Olympia because in the past it's always been for the men.
Right.
And so what's going on with Masters Olympia for women, like across the board for women and age groups and all that? Because I know nothing.
Right. So the great thing about the Masters Olympia now that they're bringing it back is they are bringing all the classes.
I love it.
And yes, I love it too. I think that is where it's at. And you know, I mean, we as masters, we're the ones with a disposable income that can
That's
travel, that can do all the things. So let's do it. 40 plus for some of the categories. I think all the female categories,
Yes.
it's 40
So
plus.
40 plus.
40
Yes.
plus.
Okay. Because I ran in the Masters track and it was like 40 to 44, 45 to 49, 50.
Right.
So they're just 40 plus at this point, anyways.
Right. I think they're not age bracketing it. I think they're leaving it
I
open.
think it'll get there, though.
Start. I think
I do.
it will get there.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah, because I think what's great about this all sports, not just bodybuilding, but all lifting or these type of sports that we're a part of in our bubble, it's becoming more generational now.
Yes.
You know, we're seeing a longevity in the sport.
Yes.
And obviously, strongman and powerlifting and bodybuilding, and it really is kind of opening the door now. I think for really showcasing the better physiques and the
Right.
better athletes.
Well, yeah.
Because those who make
Yeah.
it this far obviously are some of the best.
Yeah,
Right.
Yeah.
absolutely. And then you still have, what's amazing to me is you still have people like Jessica Reyes-Padilla, we're the same age, and she's killing it on the open stage.
Yeah.
So props to her.
Oh, that is true. That's
Yeah.
right. Yeah.
Awesome. Did you just start in figure or did you do something before figure?
I really only at the amateur level did a couple of the bikini shows,
Okay.
and then I was like, I want to take it up a notch. So that's when I stepped it up to figure and earned my pro card in figure in 2019.
What was your background, though, leading up to bodybuilding in general? Did you have an athletic background?
Just typical sort of, high school sports. And then my husband was a power lifter in
Okay.
high school. So when we were in college, we weight trained together, and that
Oh.
was the beginning of
Okay.
the weight training. And it was only after we did, had a couple kids, they got a little older, and I was like, okay, I can do this now, and make the commitment to
'Cause
So
really.
you guys have been together a while now.
We have.
How many
so,
years?
In May, we'll celebrate our 20-year wedding anniversary.
Wow.
Congratulations.
Yeah, congrats,
yeah.
That's so unique in this sport, and it's such a wonderful thing to see because so many times this sport eats up couples.
That's
And then
true.
strips them out,
And
and they-
honestly, I feel like
So awesome.
bodybuilding has strengthened our relationship just because we've grown into that together, and now it's a huge part of our life. And we're so grateful for the sport, for all the things that it's taught us about ourselves, and just the community that it is.
Absolutely.
Now your
Absolutely.
husband is IFBB Pro as well?
He is classic physique, which is why he's like, I gotta watch this pre-judging.
right.
And then he's a plastic surgeon.
He is a plastic
I mean,
surgeon
so
as well, right?
he's a
So.
surgeon.
So
I
he's
mean-
got a very busy career and full-time
Right.
job, but which is why he hasn't competed as much as I have at the pro level. But still, he's amazing in all the things that he does.
He understands everything. A lot.
Yes.
He survives your prep, is what I'm saying.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I mean, prepping together, we've figured out how to make that work. But it's also nice when he's not actively competing because he's still eating really well,
Right.
most of the time, and understands when I'm hangry and all those
Is
things.
this him right here?
Yes, this is him.
I thought I recognized
arrived.
him on
Yes, yeah.
on from your pictures.
Yes.
I don't think we've met in person, but how exciting! How fun for you! My husband's here for the first time. He's involved with horses, so He's never been to one of these events ever.
Wow.
And it's his first one here. It's been awesome to have him here
It's
and
awesome.
helping. And yeah, it's been really good. We've been married 10 years. And
That's awesome.
so he's like, I need you here. He thought he was going to come and gamble.
He did. I know it.
I'm
He
like,
hasn't done that yet.
I need you in the booth with me. I need you to be around. I want you to be, involved. And so he's like, oh, okay.
I think right before Christmas, that might be a bad thing for a lot of people coming to Vegas, right?
Right?
I know.
Yeah.
Are you ready for Christmas? Speaking of, are you do you go home and kind of get to rest next week, or do you have to
The
shuffle?
presents have been purchased, but they have not been wrapped.
That's me too.
Yeah. Yeah. And how old are your kids?
They're older now, so there's not the whole Santa.
The pageantry has kind of died down.
Aspect, but yeah, there's still plenty. They're 17 and 14.
Oh, well, easy gifts to buy. Gift card kind of thing. Yeah.
And what are your kids involved in?
They were gymnasts for a very long time.
Oh, wow.
And
okay.
they both do dance now that they're no longer actively competing as gymnasts. And my hope is that one day they'll come around to this.
Ah, okay.
Are they interested in fitness, like the competitions, or not yet?
Not really,
Not yet.
but I haven't given up hope yet.
Yeah. A lot of competitors wouldn't say that. They'd say they stay away from bodybuilding.
Yeah.
Enjoy fitness, enjoy athletics, but that's interesting that you would say that.
Yeah.
I get it though. There's a commitment to it.
Right.
And there's a certain level of discipline. Obviously, they're going to get it through you and your husband. So,
Right,
yeah.
right, exactly.
I have a question for you that's a little heartfelt. Being that you and your husband are so tight and in this business that I've seen now, I've been in this almost 30 years, and I've just seen so many couples that can't survive. So what advice do you have for other couples that maybe are new to this or both kind of interested in it, and what advice do you have that can help them kind of think about being able to remain together and enjoy this at the same time, enjoy it together?
A couple of things just right, off the top of my head, which communication is always key in any relationship, not just, with a significant other, but definitely when you're in that prep focus period and everything is so intense, you got to communicate. And also, don't assume the worst in interactions. Like a lot of times we're like, you take someone's words and you have whatever in mind that you think goes with that, but that may not be how they intended that at all. You know what I mean?
I do know what you mean.
And so give your spouse, your kids, your whoever the benefit of the doubt in your interactions, and just be open and honest.
That is so true. That's very profound. I don't think a lot of people appreciate that. I like that you said that.
I do it with my kids too, because they, they're teenage girls, so of course they're going to have, little spats with each other. But I'm like, you guys are assuming the worst from the other one.
Yeah, there is that assumption. Yeah, it's so crazy that you say that. I think we can all relate to that. See, this is another show already. Honestly.
Right.
Yeah.
Having some patience too, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
And I think sometimes, for my husband and I, he has his own business. He's involved in his own thing, and I'm involved in his thing, but he's not really involved in mine. So a lot of times he doesn't know all of my details because I don't want to overwhelm him with all the female details.
Right.
And so then all of a sudden he's just getting a taste of something and not really understanding, because I'm like, well, I don't want to tell you all the details until you really need to know. So sometimes it's hard to, find out how much to share until it's necessary for them to know. Leading up to this, I did not tell him all of the stuff because I'm like, there was no reason for him to know everything until it was right before the show.
And then I burden them.
Yeah, because he's gonna be like, who's that? And I don't remember. I'm like, wait till you meet everyone. He didn't join the WhatsApp group until we got here. Remember?
Probably a good thing. Probably a good thing.
The day of, I added him into the WhatsApp group, and I'm like, you'll meet everybody now.
Yeah, right.
But yeah, I think it's having patience too, right?
Absolutely.
Just kind of waiting sometimes on things, because sometimes, like you said, you don't maybe know the full picture, the full story until the right timing.
Right.
Yeah. Yep. That's awesome. So, so you've got shows coming up. Masters Olympia is when?
Applications have to be submitted by April. The show will be in August in Romania. So I've never been to Romania. I'm down.
Yeah, sure.
And then, based on, the outcome of the application, I'll make other show plans for that, but
now,
probably a little later
Is
in
the
the year.
application going in, is that kind of like the Arnold where you get an invite?
Yes.
Okay.
So we'll see how it goes, yeah.
I think you'll be just fine.
Thank you.
The resume precedes you.
Fingers crossed.
Absolutely.
Well, your pictures are lovely, and you're beautiful in person.
Thank
it's
you.
so good to have you
As
here.
are you, my dear.
Thank you. Sweet.
Yeah,
anything else you want to share with the audience, or how can people get hold of you?
I'm just super grateful for the opportunity, so thank you very much. And, I would just say I'm on Instagram at Corey Morales _IFBB Pro. Okay. My husband, you can find him from my profile as well, Dr. Morales _FitDoc. And
you guys are located where?
We are in Houston, Texas.
Oh, jeez.
Come on through. Come on through. Come visit us.
Good thing you asked that, because that wouldn't have counted. So you say down there.
We have this thing. He's had more Michigan people on than Texas, and I'm like, I'm from Texas, and I'm like, come on, Texas.
Yeah, Texas in the house.
I agree, though. I'm kind of a Texas guy at heart.
Yeah, I mean, we got the nice warm weather.
Good politics too.
Love it. Yes.
Yeah.
Love it.
Look you up.
Yeah.
Awesome.
All
Okay,
right.
get a workout in with you.
Yes,
Yeah,
I would love that. Oh my God.
All right, so thank you so much, Corey.
Thank you.
Have a wonderful rest of your time here.
Great
Thank
to
you.
meet you.
Meet your husband here in a second. All right, guys, we're coming right back. Don't go anywhere. Monica Grant Show. Monica Joe.
Check.
Check, mic, check, 1, 2.
Hey, hi, Don.
We're looking at
I'll
that
introduce.
camera.
We're right here.
Okay.
Yeah, so just kind of look at Joe, look at me, look at the camera.
Yeah, we'll get a groove.
All right.
It's live. However you're comfortable.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Being comfortable. Hey guys, what is up? We are back here at the Olympia Expo, the Venetian. Beautiful place here. I'm here with Mighty Joe from Gym Life Media. I'm Monica Brant Show, and I'm so excited to get to speak to a very good friend of mine, a very accomplished doctor, surgeon, and author. His new book, Cutthroat. We have a lot to talk about, Doc.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, whatever you want to talk about, I'm here.
I love
for
it.
you.
There's so many. This man is so accomplished.
Yes.
He's got a military background. He has saved people for years and years and years with back surgeries, and I can't even speak on him to the extent of what he's done for other people. And just like everyone we've talked to that has such a passion for other people,
yes,
this man does. And I've known him for quite a few years now. I got to have the honor of training his daughter when she was about 16.
Oh, nice.
I taught her all about squeezing her glutes,
That's true.
activating her glutes. And I've known the family, amazing family, like no better than Dr. Sear and his family. I can't speak enough highly about them.
I'm excited. Excited to get to know you.
So Doc,
Yeah,
will you share with Mighty Joe here some of your background and how we got to be where you are now today?
Sure. Well, initially I was an Air Force doctor. Like Monica said, I was in the Air Force for 14 years, active duty. During that time, I spent 2 tours of duty in Iraq during the Operation Enduring Freedom. So I was deployed during the heat of the battle, and unfortunately that comes along with multiple traumas and a lot of our injured troops. My primary job was patching them up. My foundation as a surgeon was orthopedic surgery, and then I did a fellowship at the Mayo Clinic in spine surgery. So my capacity in the military when I was active duty as a staff surgeon was the chief of spine surgery for the Air Force. So I was chief of spine surgery at Wilford Hall and for the entire Air Force. I was the consultant to the Pentagon and the Surgeon General of the Air Force. And I was an academic professor as well. So we taught our orthopedic residents at Wilford Hall, the only orthopedic residency program in the nation. And then we did level 1 trauma. And then we deployed a lot to Iraq. So we were heavy in those deployments, taking care of our wounded troops and the nationals as well when they were injured.
Wow, yeah, that's quite a resume, actually.
Right, I mean, and he says it so fast. Like, every one of our guests has been so distinguished and accomplished. And they say these things so fast, and you're like, wait, there's so much meat to the story, right?
I know,
there's
and it's
so
like,
much
where do we
meat.
want to start? Because, you joined the military, but it was always your goal then to be a surgeon.
Oh yeah, so I was a college athlete. I played football,
and
I was always going to be a doctor, not necessarily a surgeon. My goal to be a surgeon really started at a really young age. So I wanted to be a doctor from the time I was 4, but I wasn't sure what specialty.
Sure.
But I was a college running back, and I tore my ACL, and I had my ACL reconstructed in my freshman year of college, and I was so amazed at my ability to return. And I was a pretty big running back. I was about 220, and I ran a 4.5 after surgery.
Wow.
And so after surgery, I was able to get my speed almost back to what it was. And I was so amazed and impressed by the ability of the orthopedic surgeons to return my function that I immediately knew at that point that orthopedics had to be my specialty.
Love it.
And so I went into orthopedics thinking that I was going to be a sports doctor.
Yeah.
And I got into the field, and in my 3rd year of residency, I realized that it wasn't exactly what I wanted for my life or my lifestyle, and I actually was more drawn to spine surgery just because of the complexity and the intricacy of the surgery. And I felt like spine surgery had a lot of growth potential still. There's a lot of things in spine surgery that are still evolving. We're getting better at it. I think orthopedic surgery, obviously technology will always improve and our techniques will as well, but I think there was much more growth potential in spine surgery. So I literally was drawn to it because of the complexity and because no one else wanted to do it. I felt like, and I knew that very few people do it well. Yeah. And so I wanted to be one of those doctors that changed that stereotype about spine surgery resulting in a 50% failure rate. So I really devoted myself at that point, and that's why when I decided to do a fellowship in spine surgery and to subspecialize, I went to the Mayo Clinic, which is the #1 program in the world, and I was blessed enough to be accepted as the only fellow at that time in 2003. So I did my fellowship. I trained from 2003 to 2004, and I was automatically given the title of chief of spine surgery, which is a pretty big position to fill. as a brand new staff surgeon. But you know, I was ready for the challenge, and I had amazing training. I was trained by the best surgeons in the world, both from a personal perspective, but also from a technical perspective. So I came in very, very well prepared to do it, and I just kept challenging myself to get better.
I'm watching Monica smile over here because there's a proud friend sitting to your left right now.
Oh, yeah.
Just like, loves
Oh, yeah,
to
we
hear
love
this
Monica,
resume.
yeah.
And you've probably heard it more than once, and it's fascinating. But really, what I love the most about that is, spine surgery is very unique, because a lot of us that are in athletics and have been in athletics all of our lives are very aware of the hurdles and the obstacles of spine surgery and the recovery rates, and having these issues where you're right, it's an evolving science still, and it sounds like you're leading the game.
Well, I'm trying. I'm here to serve God. That's one of the things that's a big passion for me, is to make sure that my life is a life of purpose, and that I'm serving others, serving God by serving His children. And I know that if there's people out there devoted to doing great work in God's name, that we can really accomplish amazing things. So my fellowship and my training and my time in the military, I never steered away from the challenges, and I've always done the big complex surgeries. And then I began a practice outside of the military. My wife is a brilliant woman, so she helped me start a practice. We began practicing, and then I left the military after 14 years on active duty in 2010. So since then, our practice in the civilian world has grown. And then I kind of branched out and did a lot of other things, because I think there's a lot of things to accomplish.
Sure,
we have a short time.
Don't pigeonhole yourself, right?
I have a lot of energy, so I want to use it.
So one of the things that's so neat, like we were kind of talking to the other lady here, Corey, her and her husband, they've been together a long time. They work together, and they have a beautiful relationship. And that's one thing with him and with Dr. Sear and Leanne, their relationship is so honest and beautiful, and when you're with them, you feel the love and the respect and the honor of them together with their children. And it's just, I have yet to be around other families like that just make you want to, look at me, make you want to be in that kind of family and relationship. So I'm so I just love this family. All of them, they're all so special. They're your sons, Colton, I get to spend some time with them just recently, a couple months ago, because Doc's got another business that he's now doing as well. This man, he does not stop. So
by the sounds of it, no.
Right, spine surgeon, accomplished all this, military and everything, and now he's in cosmetic surgery as well. And he has a very specialty orthosculpt, the whole business, what he's doing now, coupled with. So he's in surgery almost every day, right now? It's like 4 days a week you're in surgery?
4 days a week, at least.
And you're like, what?
Sometimes 5.
Where do you find the time? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, he's just nonstop, and always this humble. He has time for everybody. No matter what your question, he's just there, ready to talk, ready to share, answer your question. Like, he's amazing person, and I love to see how his family has, how they all are so tight together. And I know it starts with a father and a mother that serve the Lord, serve one another, and have the right chain down to their children. So I'm sorry,
that's awesome.
I'm so honored to know this family.
But
will you speak on the next part of what you're doing
right,
now
because I'm thinking to myself, okay, where did you even think about coming up with that?
How did you have time to go study for that while you're operating on backs and
what was the driver behind that?
Well, there's a lot of things, really. One of the first things that made me think about it was way back in my residency, when I was considering not doing sports orthopedics. I thought briefly about cosmetic surgery, because I've always been really focused on the athletic build. I've been an avid reader of magazines. I've known about Monica since we were both kids. We're about the same age. She's about I think she's a year older than me, but I've known about her through mutual friends, and I know the community of bodybuilding. I've read every muscle magazine you can imagine.
Right.
That's what I did when I was from the time I was 13 till I was, I don't know, recent. But I knew about the world of bodybuilding, and I love the aesthetics that you could attain through building your body. So I've always been focused on fitness, and that was also perfect for my attention on fitness as an athlete.
Sure, yep.
And so when I started to think about it, I thought, well, cosmetic surgery. But then I thought, well, no, let me do spine first. And then spine was perfect for my personality. But as the years have gone on, believe it or not, I do a lot of anterior surgeries approaching to the spine from the front.
Sure.
And a lot of my surgeries are anterior, posterior, because the disc of the spine is in the front.
Right.
So when discs are torn and unstable, in order to replace them the best way, it's from the front. And a lot of people don't realize that. A lot of what you'll see in the community of spine surgery is most of the surgeries are done from the back, because it's a quicker surgery. You make one incision, everything's done from the back. but the disc is in the front. So when you look at the results in the literature about who has the best results, it's patients who have had a fusion from the front and then stabilization from the back.
Yeah.
And in the process of doing these anterior surgeries, over the years, I've been a spine surgeon for almost 20 years. I've had, I don't know, countless patients, guys and girls alike, ask me, hey, while you're in there, doc,
while you're in there,
why don't you take,
Right.
take a little bit off,
Right.
tighten me up a little bit. Because they ask me so frequently, I started to think about, could I do something in addition to what I already do to help my patients? And a lot of it was functional, because when your back is under the stress of a heavy abdomen, or if you've had had kids, or you've lost dramatic weight and you have a heavy, we call it a pannus of tissue hanging over your belly. That puts a severe amount of stress on your back. And so you could be fit and have loose tissue or heavy abdominal tissue, loose skin from carrying babies, and no matter what you do, you can't get that to improve.
No matter how much collagen you take, right?
Exactly. You can work out, you can take whatever supplements, and it's never going away. And so I started to really give it real thought. And over the course of the years of being asked that question repetitively, I thought one day, you know what, I'm going to do it. And that was one of the impetus. The other was because medicine is, as you might know as a patient, all of us have family members or we've been patients ourselves. Medicine is a very frustrating business. And when you're in the world of medicine and you're trying to deliver the best care for your patients, and you're constantly under the thumb of regulatory committees like the government, unfortunately,
the biggest one of
insurance, or insurance companies whose focus is not outcomes but incomes, they're trying to generate more profit. And as a physician who's focused on doing what's right, and your focus is outcome, not income, you're at odds with the people controlling the money. And even though we don't work for the insurance companies, they dictate what we get paid. So I started to get more frustrated with the limitations as a surgeon. Peer reviews from doctors who weren't spine surgeons, doctors who weren't practicing medicine, doctors who weren't in Texas where I practice. And I started to feel like we're in a position where as medicine starts to decline and our ability to take proper care of our patients gets more and more challenged, I need to have a plan to do something to be able to still help people with their bodies, their fitness, and their function outside of an insurance-based medicine. So I did it at one. I literally called around the country. I got everybody's opinion in the world of cosmetic surgery, who would be the best person to learn from. And I was given the name.
In his free time.
Wherever that's at.
One name repetitively, a guy who was the president of the American Board of Cosmetic Surgery. His name is Dr. Wilbur Ha. And I called him one day, and I was able to convince him to take me under his wing. And I did a 2-year fellowship with him. I did a formal fellowship because I didn't want to be a guy who learned on the side. I didn't go to the Mayo Clinic as a spine surgeon and then I want to do a course on the weekend. I wanted to actually learn the science and the art of cosmetic surgery. So I devoted 2 years to learning with Dr. Ha. And after that 2 years, I became the world's first orthopedic surgeon who's also fellowship trained in cosmetic surgery.
It's like I'm thinking, are you 80? Because I'm thinking of all this time. But
I'm 51.
It seems like a natural evolution then to really kind of what you're involved in, where you came from as a kid and a football player and a guy that flipped through magazines.
And the other thing is, when I was in my fellowship, even Dr. Ha recognized the knowledge of an orthopedic surgeon when it comes to the anatomy of the body is superior to any other specialty. Our focus is on the muscle, the skeleton, and all the overlying tissue. So anything from the skin to the bone, we know that anatomy better than anyone. I don't care if you're a plastic surgeon or you're a cosmetic surgeon from a different background. Orthopedic surgeons training as engineers of the body and of the musculoskeletal system, we know the shape of the muscle, we know where the muscle begins, we know where the muscle ends, we know what innervates the muscle, we know the blood supply to the muscle. When we fix a bone, we have to know all of that to get to the bone. So when I started training and learning the techniques of cosmetic surgery, I realized there was a little bit of a gap in the knowledge of how the muscle should look when people are doing high definition liposuction. And we're seeing a lot of unnatural looking results. People that don't have any definition anywhere except their abdomen, or bricks of fat on the abdomen that look like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle abdomen. So I realized that there was a gap there because there was a lack of understanding of the body, how the body should look. And so I started using my knowledge as an orthopedic surgeon and as an avid reader of bodybuilding magazines. And actually I have a comic book as well where I had to draw all my characters, and of course they have to look like superheroes. So, and my comic book was focused on STEM as well.
Wait a minute. You actually publish a comic book as well?
I have 7. I have 7 issues.
This family.
That's amazing.
Non-stop, their children, what their kids are doing. We could go on with accomplishment. And one of the things I love about Dr. Sear is that he he advises and lovingly trains his children to be excellent and in a way that is honoring to other people still.
Yeah, right.
And so, and he's not just saying that, but he's demonstrating it in his own life.
Yeah.
And I think it's really remarkable that he has continued to not just tell his kids, go do what I'm telling you to do, but what I'm going to show you how to continue doing, being excellent, advancing where you are, having goals, and continuing, what you were dreaming of doing, and not just stopping because you've accomplished this, but having a new goal. And I mean, the whole family, they've got, you've got the shoe thing, all the different nonprofits.
It sounds like we have like a reality TV show we need to do with you and your family. That might be on the list with this guy, honestly, at this point.
The problem is, I'll tell you this, knowing reality shows, is that there's drama, but there's not enough, like...
Oh, right. Oh, gotcha.
You guys have had stuff, but the way you handle it is not the typical people on reality shows that are like...
Well, I guess what I'm saying is we could probably all benefit from watching, Doctor and his family.
People are like, okay, they had something go wrong, but wow, they handle it really well, and that's not what the drama reality shows want. They want you to be like falling apart and, oh my gosh, my life is over. And these guys, they're like, they pray about it. They come together and they're like, how can we make this better? And how can we're going to walk through it as a family and be better for it.
I got a couple questions just kind of through all of what you've been talking about. Was it always the plan to kind of exit gracefully from the military? Was there ever a point that what I'm asking is, you've got what you kind of wanted out of it, and you felt like moving forward. I'm a former vet myself, so that decision's never an easy one, is what I'm getting at.
No, I was also a son, a product of the military. I was a military brat. I grew up overseas.
Yeah.
Actually met my wife in middle school when my parents and her parents were stationed at Clark Air Base in the Philippines.
Isn't that cute?
Yeah. So
did you catch that? Say that one more time.
So my wife and I met when I was 13 and she was 12.
How
overseas
cute is that?
in the Philippines.
Right.
My father was stationed in the Philippines.
They didn't get married back then. But.
No.
Yeah, we had a 14-year gap.
Yeah.
But the point is that we were military brats.
Yeah.
And so I've been in the military world my whole life. And when I spent my 14 years, I'm really focused on my family.
Yeah.
And it's really hard when you're getting deployed repetitively.
True. Yeah.
My kids, when I went to Iraq both times, my kids were tiny, 4, 6, and it was really hard on my family. And we also were running businesses as well. So my wife was straddled with all of that. The responsibility of being a single mom is enough.
Sure.
And then you add to that the burden of your husband being overseas, and then the burden of the business. And I didn't want to put them through that anymore.
Yeah.
And after 14 years on active duty, I felt like there wasn't one patient that I would send downtown. There wasn't one patient I would turf to another hospital. I literally, every beneficiary who needed surgery, I took everybody. I did everyone I could, and then I even did my junior partners' patients as well, because I felt like, and this is kind of in keeping with everything in my life, my wife and I are very faith-focused. Our life is focused on faith, and we know that our purpose here, everyone, I truly believe that every single person is born with a distinct purpose.
Yes.
And also with innate greatness. And so it's important for me to get my kids to realize that we're not here just to make it through. We're not here to just, try and it to be good. We're actually here, we're made to be great. We're here to be excellent. And you can't accomplish that without pushing yourself to the limits.
Yeah.
And whether you're a fitness athlete like Monica, clearly she's one of the elite. She's made a name for herself, but that didn't come easy. Nothing in this world worth accomplishing comes with an easy pathway. It all takes struggle and effort, and there are going to be roadblocks and failures, and you have to be able to pick yourself up, and you have to be able to drive through it and know that when things are falling apart, that God's behind you.
Yeah.
If God is your focus, you're never going to fail in the end. You may have temporary setbacks, but ultimately those setbacks and those failures will strengthen you and make you even better. So I try to impart that to my children. My wife does too. And our kids have met. I'm so proud of my kids. I'm going to cry talking about my kids. But
tell them about your kids, because you also have the beautiful adopted daughter. And their kids are just amazing.
Oh, wow.
They're brilliant, respectful. They're fun to talk to.
I've known him now for 10 minutes. I have no doubt. Yeah, I have no doubt.
Little boy Colton, he's just.
They're all pretty amazing. We've been really blessed. But
well, it just sounds like then really that it really was a tough decision. I doubt it was an easy decision to to leave all the brotherhood of the military and the sisterhood of the military.
Trust me, my heart. I have so much respect for the military, and all the people that I took care of when we were in Iraq. The injuries in Iraq were
horrific.
Unbelievable. They were horrific, worse than any level 1 trauma center you'd ever imagine in America. The things that our troops went through to defend another country, not even our own. It's a lot of my friends I've talked to even recently didn't realize that when you're in the military, you don't really have a choice.
That's right.
You go when they say, you do what they say, you are what they say. The needs of the military, whatever branch you're in, come first.
That's right.
And that self-sacrifice,
it's
really hard for the average person to understand.
Truly.
And a lot of times it comes at the expense of your family, your relationship, times your life.
Yeah.
And so that my love will always be with our fellow military veterans and active duty members. I can't even say enough about how much I respect that community.
Are you still pretty active in that community as well?
We do a lot to support. We did a lot with Wounded Warriors, and one of the things that we always do, in addition to having our businesses, is we have all of our kids, and we are always focused on nonprofits. So my daughter, who's 20, she's at UCLA. She's a straight A student at UCLA. She's unbelievable with Miss Houston Teen. She's the sweetest, smartest, most dedicated.
100%.
Yeah, and that's how we met, because I was having her train with Monica, so that she could work out in the Miss America pageant.
I'm sorry, I got to come to their house and they lived about 10 minutes from me, so it was so simple. And I got to come and train with Alexa while she was getting ready for her pageants, which I'll let you share about. But she was so cute because she would try to just keep talking to me and see if I would let her kind of skate through the workout. I'm like, I know what you're doing. And I would just keep pushing her, making her, and she'd be like, oh, you're not so pushover. Like, you're going to train, girl.
That's awesome.
I'm here to train you, but you keep talking, but we'll keep training.
How do you divide your time between both practices now? I understand it's got to just be a logistical nightmare at times to try to be.
You would never know it with this man, though.
I mean, at this point, that's probably the wrong thing to say, because I have no doubt you're managing it well. But
life is about balance, So whether it's your family life or your business or businesses, I think that as long as you sleep less than everybody else, you're going to be all right.
Is that
So what I do right now with the balance of my practice is 4 days a week I do spine, 1 day a week I do cosmetic surgery. One of those days may be a clinic day where I do a combination of spine and cosmetic clinic. But I have a lot of support. I have mid-level providers, PAs, nurse practitioners who help see patients. And I have, of course, my wife and our entire staff in 2 cities, because we have a practice in San Antonio, but also in Houston. We live physically in Houston now, but our foundation began in San Antonio because I was at Wilford Hall, and we lived there until 2018 full-time. So I go back and forth between both cities.
Yeah, gotcha.
And I have amazing support staff that allow me to do that. And then every single minute of my free time I devote to my family, because every other minute is devoted to my work, so I never want to neglect my family. I don't want to be that guy. So I always make sure that all my free time is spent with my kids. And like I said earlier, I have a 20-year-old daughter who's amazing, brilliant, beautiful, inside and out. And then I have a son who's giant. He's like 6'3". He's 17. He's getting bigger and bigger.
What's he play? What's his sport?
Well, he was a basketball player now, but now he's a brilliant guy. He just got accepted to Vanderbilt, the number 13 university in the country. We're super proud of him. He's a business guy. From the time he was 9 years old, he started his own business. Like Monica said, he had an exclusive sneaker company, and then he went into memorabilia, sports card sales.
Nice.
And then now he's in the stocks. I mean, he's just a brilliant business guy.
Wow.
Even at a young age.
Child.
That's amazing.
Brilliant, every one of them.
And then my 12-year-old, like Monica alluded to earlier, he's a sport karate guy. And he's won championship after championship. He's
the wild child, I'm guessing, a little bit.
He's a little bit crazy, creative. He's the guy who's more focused on his mind and his muscle.
Love it.
I think he's going to be, competing one day.
It sounds like each one of them have a little bit of their father and mother in them, huh?
Oh yeah, they're very much a little bit of each of us for sure.
Well, and Colton has a little bit of I want to go against the grain. So he just did an essay, which I was so excited to hear about. He had chosen to do an essay about that God is not dead.
Yeah. Wow.
For his school.
Yeah.
And it was a very well written essay. I saw it and I was just like, I got choked up reading it. Leanne emailed it to me.
Oh, that's wonderful.
It was so good. He wanted to prove to his professor
from a young mind to be able to think that deeply as well.
What he says is instilled in his children. It's like it's just all part of his lifestyle, just like his fitness. Like This guy looks like he should be on stage right now.
I was looking.
He looks at this year round.
Yeah.
Like,
You don't buy these kind of shirts if you don't have a little muscle underneath them. That's for sure.
Round, so this guy looks like he could step on stage, a stage somewhere.
Yeah,
maybe
I'm sure.
Not Olympia stage at this point. But
health has got to be a part of everything he does.
He keeps himself and whatever he shares with his family, he does.
Yeah.
It's just so. I have a question for, and we're gonna have to wrap up in a minute. I want to talk about your book, and then I want you to give Joe some insight on. He's got a 4-year-old son. Maybe you've now been raising these 2 boys and your daughter, and you've got another little girl that's coming up. So maybe just like a fatherly advice, like the best
I will take it from this guy
advice,
for
right?
sure. Yeah, about your book though.
Yeah, let's talk about Cutthroat.
Being an author, was that always something you wanted to do? And tell us about Cutthroat.
Spare time again.
Yeah, I guess.
He's
right.
doing operating and he's dictating over here.
Yeah.
So make sure.
Well, before everybody wakes up, I work on stuff like this and comic books. Like I said, I had an educational comic book to teach kids about STEM. But this book was was an idea that came to me because I just felt like the public needed to know what's happening in medicine. When doctors with good intentions are struggling to take good care of patients, and patients are unhappy with the care in America. If you look at America, we have a 79% dissatisfaction rate amongst patients.
Sure.
And if you look at medicine, doctors are making 50% now of what they made in the 90s. The insurance companies, on the other hand, are making 1,750% more than when Obamacare was initiated. The average family is paying 300% more than they did before Obamacare. And I just felt like people needed to know what was the truth. Because there's this deception and this myth that doctors are the reason medicine costs so much, and doctors are the reason that patients are having multiple treatments and failures. And a lot of it comes from the push for doctors to do less.
Yes.
Because that means more money in the troves.
Yes.
The treasure troves of the insurance carriers. And so denying your care is the way they make money.
Yeah.
And that's a problem, because for me, I'm focused on health and fitness. And that's the reason I stay in shape, because I want to at least look the part. I can't tell somebody to take care of their back when I don't take care of mine.
Yeah.
I can't tell somebody to eat healthy when I don't eat healthy. I want to be an example for my patients as well. But the book came about because I want the world to know and the public to know that doctors are in a fight, a fight for their life, a fight literally for their health.
Right.
And we are losing because we've lost control of medicine. And I was hoping that with this book and making this expose come to light, that people in the world, and patients, all of us are patients, all of us have family members who are patients, and so this impacts every single person in America. All of us were aware of what's happening so that we could raise our voices and maybe put a stop to what's happening.
I love it. How long has it been published now?
It came out in May.
Did it? How's it doing?
It's doing well. I mean, it's doing what we intended it to do. Could it get to more people? Yeah, it needs to get to everybody in America.
Sure.
It
takes
really
some
does.
time. It takes some time. Well, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Right? I mean, it goes on and on with this man.
Yeah, I know.
And then just real quickly about your son, what I would say, I have 4. The only person I haven't mentioned is my daughter, my beautiful little 7-year-old girl.
Yeah.
We adopted her, and she was.
Again, it goes on. I'm sorry.
Well, my wife had a heart for adoption, and we're older. We're an older couple. Back then, we were older. We were probably 41-ish at the time. I'm 51 now. My wife is 50. But at the time, we had our name in an adoption agency, and nothing ever came about after a year and a half of waiting. And as God would have it, that wasn't the plan. The plan was one day I was turning our garage into a haunted house for my daughter's 7th grade class, my 21-year-old almost.
Yeah.
And I needed someone to help me. And the person who came to help me was our nanny's cousin and her husband. And they were planning not to keep their baby. They had just found out that they were pregnant, and they had 2 young kids they couldn't afford, and they definitely couldn't afford a third. So they were planning an abortion the following Monday. This was on a Wednesday. And when I found out and my nanny found out, we appealed to her to consider letting us adopt the baby. And as God would have it, she did. We followed her through the pregnancy. She delivered the baby. We've had her ever since. She's been amazing.
She's
awesome. A blessing. She's got the cutest, deepest dimples in the world, and she's been a light to our lives. She's the sweetest little girl in the world. And so what I would say about parenthood is, I think parenthood is about being a role model. You have to live by example.
Yeah.
You have to preach by example and live by example. They have to see it in action, love their mom, treat their mom like she's the most important person in the world, because she is.
Yeah.
And she should be your most important person in the world. It says in the Bible to treat your wife like Jesus treated the church. and the church is everything. So for me, my life is devoted to my wife, which means I'm going to take care of her, and then secondarily, I'm going to make sure my kids have a role model, outside of God that they can see physically doing things that they're supposed to be doing. And I'm constantly sending them Bible verses and talking to them about what God's plan is for their lives. And we don't really know. I mean, each of them are different, and we're watching. We're letting them show us who they are. What we've done for every kid, because they're all very different, is we've seen what they've been drawn to. What's their passion? My son, my 12-year-old, who's the karate expert, was kicking all over the house without any training. And my other son wanted to start an exclusive sneaker business. And my other daughter has just been a diligent student from day one. And my 7-year-old is she's in elite, cheer. So I mean, they all are different. And she's the bubbly one. My 12-year-old is the creative one. My 17-year-old is the academic business one. And my daughter is everything. She's like well-rounded, 50-50, right, left brain. But we're seeing what God has made them to be, and we're trying to mold them into
by design for sure.
That,
Proud father, I can tell.
Thank you, buddy.
Thanks, man. It's awesome.
Beautiful daughter right here, Alexa.
Enjoying Vegas with the family. Yeah, that's awesome.
Awesome. I know, man. We could just keep talking. It's so fun to hear Dr. Sear and all the things. So.
A lot of great
Thank you so
people.
much. I really pray that this Olympia is an awesome trip for you and your family.
Very cool,
It's their first time to come to the Olympia.
Yeah, it's great.
We get to have them here, so it's what a wonderful opportunity right before Christmas to spend time together and do
for
something
sure.
we all love. They're all excited about coming.
Sure.
It makes us want to work out more, for sure.
Oh, we all do. I know. That's true. Yeah. All right.
Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you. Yep, absolutely.
We'll see you back in Texas.
Yep.
Texas.
3 to 4. Okay, you're catching up. Okay, fair enough.
All right, guys.
Thanks, see you.
We'll see you guys right back. Don't go anywhere.
Thank you.
good right here. Check, check, check. 1, 2, 2. Mic check, mic check.
Mic check. 1, 2, 3.
Hey, Don, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Roxy Francisco. Roxy Francisco.
But I'm also known as Roxy Thunder.
Thunder. Oh, well, you're alive. Oh, for sure. We got Roxy Thunder in the house.
Okay.
Hey guys, welcome back to the Monica Brant Show. I'm Monica, of course, and we got Mighty Joe at Gym Life Media here.
Everybody, Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, right? It's going to be Christmas.
1 week away.
Oh my gosh.
I know, it's so close.
We have another very special, beautiful guest because we keep getting all these guys in. But we got a beautiful guest here, Roxy Thunder.
Thank you so much.
NPC champion, wellness champion. So good. And she's from Michigan.
Yeah, she is.
Oh my
Sorry,
gosh.
Monica.
I
Another
know.
Michigan
We've been
gal.
going back and forth, Michigan, Texas, Michigan, Texas.
We got a lot of great athletes from Michigan, and she's no different. Obviously, joining the full because we do. You know, we do. We have so many IFBB pros.
That's
yeah,
awesome.
absolutely.
That's awesome.
The next
we're
one
well
right here,
represented.
right? Yeah.
Soon.
Yes, absolutely.
Wow. Okay, so tell us a little bit about you and your background.
Okay, so I actually didn't have any background in fitness. I used to be an obese child.
You were an obese child.
I didn't really like fitness at all, even though I grew up, like my mom was like total like aerobics champion in the Philippines.
Okay,
where
your
I'm
mom
from.
was?
Yes.
From the Philippines?
Yes,
Okay.
so I grew up and grew old in the Philippines and then moved to this country. And then I started my fitness journey.
That's crazy. I love these stories. It's so fun to hear what people, where they come from and where they are. Like, how do you go from, I'm sorry, being obese to being who you are now? Like, where did, I mean, I understand there's training and nutrition, but the mindset too, like changing that mindset about yourself, right?
So it actually started like when I was, an obese like teenager. I didn't really change my lifestyle just because I wanted to look good. I mean, obviously a lot of people want to lose weight, to look good, to feel good about themselves, but I actually did that because my dad, who passed away from cancer, he was obese and everything else, like high blood pressure, diabetes, everything, and it ran in my family. Everyone in my family on my dad's side was very sick. And so when he passed away, and I was 17 then, when he passed away, I decided to change my life.
Yeah, that's a big goal.
Like an aha moment kind of thing.
And I thought like you could be rich, you could have everything in life, but if you don't have your health, it doesn't mean anything. And so that's what really catapulted me into getting healthier.
Big reason for that, right?
Yes, and then I always tell people, especially like my clients as a personal trainer, I always tell them, find your why, find the deeper meaning and why you're changing your life.
It can't be just about winning.
Yes, and it's not about just like looking good in a dress, looking good in a bikini or anything like that. Find your deeper why, because yes, you could look good for a bikini or for a vacation. Then after that, what's going to happen? You're going to
what's going to
off.
keep you there?
Yes. So
did you set these goals where you're at now? Was there a point when you were losing weight and you were sort of changing who you were physically? Did you have these goals kind of in the back of your mind and find out where you're at right now?
Not exactly as a competitor.
Yeah.
But I always wanted to be a superhero.
Okay, great.
You always wanted what?
A superhero.
Yeah.
So
I love that. Sure.
So I always envisioned like a superwoman.
Yeah.
And I wanted to be strong.
Yeah.
Yes.
And it's like everything else, that's your superpower.
I love that,
And
actually.
so if you could change the world with your physique, you could inspire, especially women, you could inspire them to just change their mindset. I think that's really powerful, and that will change your life. And so for me, that's why I keep going. It's not just because, of course, everyone wants to look good, but it's deeper than that. It's like you just want to feel good and be like there for your family.
So how is your lifestyle and what you do now and how you live your life, how has that affected your family? Your mom or any of your other family members?
My mom's actually really proud of me doing this, and she's very supportive.
Has she joined you in the journey a little bit?
She's actually, like when I was a kid, she was always on the journey.
Oh, right, because she was an aerobic champion.
Yes.
That's right.
Goodness.
That's right.
All right.
That's right.
Now the picture's being painted here.
And I just feel good, like making her proud about it, because I was always a fat kid.
Yeah.
And my mom, I mean, I'm Filipino, so I grew up in an Asian household in the Philippines, and they're very direct. And they will tell you, you're fat. Stop eating. You're fat.
Oh my goodness. Yeah.
They
the
will
culture.
tell you.
Right.
Yes, it's a cultural thing.
Yeah.
It's nothing offensive. It's just cultural. And so my mom would always tell me, "You're getting too fat. Watch what you eat."
Isn't that interesting?
Well, she's telling you you're too fat. Watch what you eat. But we know Filipino food is delicious.
It is delicious.
Yeah, and it's full of fat. That's not fair. Your mom shouldn't say that to you. She's feeding you at the same time.
Well, my mom actually stopped.
Oh, okay.
She's like, "Eat healthier. Eat this. Eat this." I was like,
okay.
And I never really like listened to her.
Yeah.
Until I got really big. So
yeah,
it's really good to have like that support system, and she's really proud of me because she always wanted me to join pageants, and I was a nerd growing up. I was a goth kid nerd.
Oh, wow.
So nothing to do with fitness at all. And when I decided to do fitness, she's like, "I don't really like you getting muscular, but I like it now." And she sees me getting all like glammed up and everything, and she's like, "I love it."
Yeah, because bikini's kind of like that, right?
Yes, bikini and wellness were time.
Yeah, and wellness for sure.
Yes.
A little bit more muscular in wellness.
Yes, and she's like, I like it when you're round.
Yes.
So.
Oh, I think all of us love wellness. I'm just saying, we all love wellness. I think it's, the addition of wellness was necessary to fill that gap.
Yes, yes.
Absolutely.
Yes.
So how do you explain to somebody that hasn't maybe seen what wellness is, because it is a fairly newer event, how do you explain the difference with wellness and bikini and figure?
So with wellness and bikini, a lot of people, especially on the local level, they think wellness is basically a softer, bigger version of bikini.
Yeah.
But as we can see, like going to the pro shows and watching the pros, you see that wellness is actually more developed than bikini.
Right.
Like training is completely different. Like we have we can't really say we have stronger legs than bikini, but our training is more intense because we have to build that lower body.
Yes.
And it's not like, I think in bikini it's that X factor, everything's balanced, while in wellness, there's actually an imbalance.
Right.
Like a smaller top, but still developed.
Right.
But then heavier bottom, but very developed. Like the quads, the glutes, the hamstrings, the calves. So I think that would be a huge difference from bikini and wellness.
Right.
It's more developed, more muscular, but not as muscular as figure.
Do you think you were a little more predisposed to wellness than being a bigger initially and coming down in size?
Most definitely, because back in 2015, 2016, I tried bikini.
Yeah.
I mean, I went into it without having a coach, doing home workouts, and I was like, oh, I want to do that because everyone looks so pretty and strong, and I was like, maybe that's something I could do. But when I got there, they're like, your legs are too big. Your quads
You're like,
are too big.
I don't want to get rid of them. So.
And I'm
along
like,
came wellness. It worked out. Yeah.
Yes. And I was like, I can't get rid of my thunder thighs.
Yeah.
That's my gift.
Yeah.
So it's like, I always say, embrace your thunder. Embrace what people think are your flaws.
Yeah.
Like they're like, oh, that's a flaw. No, it's not a flaw.
Right.
You take those flaws, work on it, make it stronger. And so you embrace it and
Love
be proud of it.
Yeah.
So
we have something else besides this whole thing in common. When I was in grade school, they called me Thunder Thighs.
There you go.
Linebacker legs, Thunder Thighs. I think they thought it was a, kind of a bad thing to, but I never.
Listen, Monica, if they were calling you that back then, those people wouldn't be able to
80s.
handle this generation of Thunder Thighs.
Right?
Yeah.
But you showed them.
You showed them all.
Yes.
I'll run faster than you because of these Thunder Thighs.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now we embrace that word, Thunder Thighs.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that's fun. I like it. I didn't know that about your nickname, but I like it.
Yes.
I'll never forget it. So what do you have coming up next?
So now I'm on the off season, but again, as we know, it's like if you're an athlete, there's no such thing as off season.
Right. It's just
off-season
we're just not
building
competing right
season.
now, and you're still in the process of going to the next goal.
Yes, and it's like that's off season is so important because it's like we're continuing to still stick on the meal plan, build that muscle, and that's where it counts the most, not really the 12-week, 14-week prep.
Right.
And so like my coach and her team, amazing, Team Panayin and Freitas, with Ricardo Panayin and Amy. She's really good with like training me, and even on my off season, really building that structure, building that physique, letting me get bigger even. And at first, when I started, I was like, I don't want to gain more weight, but it's necessary. It's necessary.
But it's
good
good
fun,
weight.
right?
It's good weight.
It's a good weight. So
He's got a big smile. He's like, I like the weight.
I love it. It's kind of fun gaining weight the right way.
It is.
The right way.
So it's like, I just have to get out of that comfort zone.
Right.
And after a year doing an off season with her, I've proved to myself, like looking at my first wellness competition, which was like about a year and a half ago, to the next one, which I did, completely different package, completely different physique. So you just have to trust the process, find the best coach, find a great support system, and just stick to it and do your best.
So I have a question about the mental side of things, because I've worked with a lot of people that over the years that have had some eating disorders. So how do you, or what could you say to someone that maybe has some kind of the past, like you talked about yourself being obese growing up? The good thing is probably, and I'm thinking this, maybe I'm wrong, but that your mom was very direct. And a lot of parents feel like they can't say anything because they don't want to hurt their kids' feelings and make their kid feel, like something's wrong with them, and they just, we're going to love you how you are kind of thing, not really try to, and just kind of coddle that, right? As opposed to diving in, going, no, let's work on this. So what is the advice that you could maybe give someone that's like, oh my gosh, that's me right now. Like, I want to be in that place, but I'm struggling in this place where I don't know how to get out of it. Like, is there any kind of advice you can share with someone that's maybe hearing your story?
Yes, what I would always tell people is like, just do whatever it takes. Don't be afraid. There's so many things
that made me choke up. Don't be afraid, right?
Don't be afraid. Because the only thing that stops you from achieving any goal is fear.
Fear.
And that fear comes from you. It's not from anyone else.
No, right.
It's like listen
of
to your
yourself,
voice.
Right?
Yes, it doesn't matter what other people think. If you have a goal, you want it so bad, study it. And then not just jump into it, but study it and jump into it full force. Yeah. Just trust the process and trust yourself. Because that's what's really important. Trust
Perfect
yourself.
example right here. Yeah.
That's fear. It's like everyone else could believe in you around you. But if you don't believe in yourself, nothing's going to change.
You know what I love the most about this today? When we were chatting over there, she says, I don't even know what we're talking about.
That's true.
And look at all this great stuff we're talking about. It's very organic, and that's what I love doing the show with Monica. Is because we're meeting so many great people talking organically. Yes. There's no script here.
There's no structure. We're like, we want to get to know everyone here. Everyone has such an amazing
great stories. Yes.
Like accomplished lives, and it's very
awesome.
warming. Like,
it is.
I've been emotional.
It's like perfect for the holiday season, honestly. We're all so much joy. So I know you guys are leaving for Vegas tomorrow.
Yes.
Maybe enjoy a little bit. Leaving Vegas tomorrow. Leaving Fort. Oh, yeah. Right. I'm in Vegas. I've lost my mind.
You're in Vegas
right
now.
That's right. I've been in here like 2 straight days. I forget I'm in Vegas.
How many Olympias have you been to?
This is my first Olympia that I attended live.
I know. Yes. That's great. Yeah, I love it.
Yeah. That's awesome. My 22nd.
Yeah.
Crazy. It's awesome though, and the sport needs people like you.
Yes.
So
thanks for joining us.
It's wonderful to have you and to know what you're representing, what your goals are, and that you're out there trying to help other people better themselves and demonstrate a life well lived and with big things still to accomplish.
Yes.
I tried.
Thank you.
My heart is very full talking to you.
It is.
Thank you so much for having me.
And no fear. Remember, no fear.
Thanks for joining us.
Roxy Thunder, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And may the best of skill for you with all of your upcoming shows. I don't ever say good luck because you work too hard. Training those legs does not come easy. And there's no luck in that. So best of skill. And may all of your dreams come true.
Thank you so much.
For all the upcoming shows.
Can't
wait to watch you on social media going.
Thank you so much for having me.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Talking to y'all soon.
I got
Some of these guys, they start talking to him, and then they're just like talking to him, and I'm like, hey, I'm here too.
Check. Mike, check.
Check.
Hi, Don. What's up?
Check.
What's up, everybody? We are back live here at the Monica Brant Show. I'm here with my co-host, the magnificent Mighty Joe and Jim
Hello,
Like
everybody.
Media, and my beautiful, wonderful friend, the IFBB superstar, figure extraordinaire, Wendy Fortino, who I have had the pleasure of having on as a co-host on my show numerous times in this last couple years. So I love Wendy, and I'm so excited to get to share Wendy with you. Is that okay to say? Share Wendy with you.
Anyone can share me with you at any time. I don't know if that makes sense.
Hey, she just got off stage last night, so it's okay.
Still a little carb depleted here.
I get a huge pass.
You do, for sure.
Oh my gosh. So Wendy, like all of our guests, have had these amazing stories, right? Well, so has Wendy. She's got a wonderful story about who she is, where she's come from, how she got into the industry, and she's changing, her and her husband too. They're changing lives left and right. They've got wonderful attitudes about this business, and they love people. And so, Wendy, will you share with our audience, and of course with Mighty Joe here, just a little bit about how you got into figure?
Yeah.
And then, of course, we want to talk about your Olympia stage time too.
Well, first of all, I think it's awesome that you said that we have a good spirit about however we do, because at the end of the day, what's the point of all this if you're not impacting people and you're not making a difference? It's this gives me a platform to be able to do that. So of course, I get disappointed if I don't do exactly how I want. But when you are in the energy and you're impacting people and you're motivating people, it's kind of you have to have perspective on it. You know what I mean? But how I got started, I was a track athlete and didn't know anything about this. And Monica was the hot thing, and I was I want to look like that. So that was basically we have a lot of history together.
Yeah.
So that's really cool. And I'm here, my 6th Olympia. I have never made top 10 at the Olympia, so I'm still I'm not gonna hang up the heels till that happens.
Yeah.
So
they know if that happens that you're gonna hang your heels up, so they're not letting you get there.
Right. Sure.
I probably won't hang my heels up until I don't know.
I know. Wendy looks beautiful on stage. You do a great job. You're always so polished. She has a business called Polish Presentation. She teaches all the different categories on how to for the poise on stage and the routines that they do on stage. Of course, they have a tremendous business with clients and helping other people too. So, you had one client 10 years and she just turned pro?
Yes!
Oh, that's exciting.
Isn't that cool?
Yeah.
I got so emotional. She has been working so hard for so long, and when you work with someone that long, you get so invested. She's Christine Cave is her name. And
wow, congratulations, Christine.
She's like so many of our clients that work with us for so many years.
Yeah.
It's so much more than just a client or an athlete.
Family.
It feels like it's your family.
You go through a lot together. You really do.
You're going through the emotions,
Sure.
the ups and the downs, because let's be real. Most of it is downs. When you're,
no, it is. You're right.
I don't know anybody, if there's someone out there who gets to this level and they have just had this smooth sailing. If they have, eventually, what goes up must come down, right?
Well, true.
At some point, right.
Yeah.
And you have to be able to get through that, and she has, and I've been there with her, and it's just been awesome.
Yeah. Like a proud parent right there.
So Wendy was a track athlete, and she's done gymnastics. She was competitive in both sports. So she has a very decorated past outside of just figure. And she competed in fitness for a little while. And here we are, many years later, enjoying each other's company.
Yeah. I know.
There's a lot in common here I'm seeing. There's no wonder you two are such good friends.
I know.
Yeah.
I think that when you are just getting started, I think you tend to gravitate to people who kind of look like you and resemble you, and you see them achieve so much, and you're like, okay, that you kind of get this I think it's just natural human instinct. You're that's kind of that's what I want to achieve. That seems like maybe attainable for me. And so I do notice that there's people who they're like we get a lot of people that are like shorter. They're like kind of they gravitate to me because they're like, okay, like that's kind of what I'm working with.
Like height challenge. We're not sure.
Oh.
Yeah.
True. Okay, height challenge. Yes. Good things come in small packages.
That's right. That's right.
I know all the lines.
You know, I've watched a few of your shows with Monica, and I know that you're kind of a pioneer in the industry a bit as well with your businesses.
Yes.
You know, and I know that there's a lot of pros or a lot of people in the industry that tend to go off in their businesses, but yours is kind of your story with that's pretty unique, I thought. Could you share some of that with us?
I'm so glad you said that. It's really difficult for the pioneer. I think you can relate to this. You want to stand out. You want to put your mark on something. You want to do something unique. And by default, people will follow you and they want to emulate you. But once they start doing that, then you want to continue to evolve yourself.
Yeah.
And that's been for me like a huge challenge, you know, because a lot of things that I created, like my polished presentation, and
which I did sign up for.
Oh,
yeah. A while back because I wanted to, and not to interrupt you, but I wanted to continue because at the time I was helping and coaching girls in my area with their poison presentation, and I've been doing that for years. But I'm like, I hadn't been on stage for a while, and I wanted to just continue learning from a pro that was current.
Yeah.
So, anyways, there we are.
Yeah.
It's a really awesome what she's built. It's really, really cool.
Yes.
Online, and it's online, right?
Yes, yes. And some of my other products and stuff, I have like a different fitness programs and stuff like that I created from scratch. But now, like a lot of people coming in, they're creating similar things. And on one hand, it's like when you start something, you know, I'm a firm believer that you just have to continue to up your game, you know?
Right.
Yes.
And encourage people to emulate you and try to strive to do things that are even better than you, because they do what you do, but they do it better.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
And when you are somebody who maybe like, you know this, you're the first one, somebody comes in and they may like, you know, up the game, up the ante, and then you just continue to like push yourself, and it's actually, it helps me just get better and better at my craft.
Well, you think that would be a common denominator with everybody, but it's not. It's almost like there's this reluctancy to teach and to mentor to the level that you're at, or these other folks have a problem doing that. It's very cookie cutter. I'll give you enough, but you got to figure out the rest yourself.
But see, then it's like, what are you doing it for, right? I mean, are you doing this because you want people to think that you're awesome, or are you doing it because you truly want to help people?
Right.
You're in it for the wrong reasons,
That's
you know?
right. Yeah.
And I think that happens a lot. I think people, a lot of times, they see Monica on all these magazine covers, and they go, I want that, you know? But it's like, well, Monica has done so much with her image, like to help other women, and it's like she did that so that she can have the platform to help other women. And when you see that and that's what you want, it's all about me, me, me. And yeah, on the surface it might look like, because you know you're doing the modeling, you're doing the pictures, but under the surface, under the layers, is somebody who's creating a brand that could ultimately help more people.
Yeah.
And I do see that a lot, where people they get so consumed with the exterior portion of that, you know, that positive movement. Yeah. And then if they're not getting all the attention they want, they get upset. But it's like, I don't get frustrated when I don't get a lot of attention. I get frustrated when I don't feel like I'm making the impact I want to make. Like if I'm, you know, if people like know who I am and they maybe follow me, that's exciting. But what really bums me out is when I feel like I'm doing something wrong, I'm not impacting enough people. Right. I'm like, how do I do that? Like, what do I need to do? What do I, you know?
That's a driver for you.
Yes.
Yeah. It's awesome.
You know, some of the other people we've talked to have a really amazing partnership with their spouse, and they have the business together. Yeah. And I really admire how you and Matt work together. And when you see you guys together, there's a love and a passion for one another. What's that deal with my eyes today?
My goodness, I know it. A lot of emotion in here today.
I've been so weepy today. I just love it.
You're just loving it.
You're just
she's so loving it. Oh my goodness, everybody.
He's gonna be too.
I'm gonna start crying now. This won't be good.
Mighty Joe's gonna cry.
Monica, you're
but
so sweet.
I so appreciate that, and I want people to know how special that is, because It's a very unusual thing in this industry for couples to, number one, stay together, number two, work together, and then still enjoy one another and support one another's goals and business and dreams. And I just love that. So I would like for you to share what do you guys, and how do you guys do that? Like, what can someone else understand that they could try in their relationship that you guys, make it looks so effortless? Because what you do on stage is not easy for the spouse, right? But I know he's involved, but I mean, you're up on stage, but it's both of you. It's not just you on stage, it's him in your skin. Does that make sense?
That's a perfect segue to what we were just talking about, because I think ultimately it's like I'm not doing it just so that I'm, in a spotlight. And he's like, we're a team, like we're a unit, What it is we both have like a common like motivation. We both want to help as many people as possible, and he understands that, like, as a coach, he's like an amazing coach. I'm like his athlete. I'm like his kind of vessel.
Isn't that crazy? Like, he coaches her. They work together. I mean,
that's how you know the relationship has to be tight.
Exactly.
Absolutely. Yes.
And when they do their lives and cute stuff together, like, they're having fun together.
Yeah.
They're not out there just for show. Like, let's see how many likes we can get or follows, or whatever. Y'all are so cute together, and it's like you really feel the love and desire in that moment of just watching you guys together. So
we just really get along. It's I don't know. It's very it's so easy. We don't ever fight.
Right.
I don't know. People say, like, marriage is hard, and I guess we've been through, just like a best friend or like a sister. Like, you go through, little mini things, but at the end of the day, it's like we don't really have. We've been together since 2008.
Yeah, you don't really dwell on the situations anymore.
Don't.
They're just kind of a part of life, and you get through them together.
Yes, yes.
And you forget about it.
I think what it comes from too is that we both respect each other so much.
Yeah.
We both work so hard at what we do. I think there's just this like inherent, when you're with somebody who has so much ambition and is so much like, determination and they're like always like reaching for something. We both have that. I think if one of us like fell off of that, I think that like that is hard. If you're in a relationship and somebody just kind of like gives up on their like hopes and dreams, and you're constantly trying to boost them up, that could probably form some tension.
Yeah.
We've never experienced that because we're both like so motivated, like we kind of like help each other stay boosted.
I've been saying it all weekend long, all of our great guests. There's a lot of common denominators, and it's generally healthy relationships.
Yes.
I think the foundation of it all.
Right.
Even through the doctors and the athletes and all the personalities, a real healthy foundation of relationships. So, anyhow.
I agree with that. Totally. And that goes with like friendships.
Yeah.
I mean, and if you have some, like, I'm not saying that I think that like relationships should be transactional, but I feel like when you're like coming into like a friendship or any kind of relationship, you have to, bring something to the table, because everybody's always all about what they want. Like, they have a laundry list of what they think they deserve, and in a friend, in a relationship, and whatever. And it's like, I'm always thinking, like, what value do I bring to this person? And if you're always thinking like that, and you have two people who think like that, it works really well. Yeah.
Well, why don't we talk about what businesses you do have and how people can find you online and what you offer, your services, because you do offer quite a bit.
Okay. I know I need water too.
You want to have some of mine?
Maybe.
You need to get some water up here.
Dehydrated. Hey, one second. Yeah. This is real life.
I know. That's all right. Live TV. There you go.
We gotta keep Wendy hydrated.
Still
she
dehydrated.
Was a little
yes.
dehydrated.
Yeah.
A little dehydrated, right?
Yeah.
From being on stage last night, yesterday.
The first thing I want is just a Diet Coke. I don't know why. That's always what I want. Okay. So our website is cyberbodyshop.com.
Okay.
And all of our products are there. Like, we have a cardio playbook. We have a vault, which is like a collection of, I used to have a membership site. It's a collection of all of my workouts, my entire training program, and in real time. like posing practices and everything. I have my polished presentation, so polishedpresentation.com, and that's tutorials for everything from walking to turning to posing to makeup tutorial to everything. Like, it's a full-blown virtual comprehensive product, and Monica has it. For right now, for figure and bikini competitors, we offer coaching, like lifestyle off-season coaching for 12 weeks, contest preparation. I pose one-on-one just with our contest prep people. I don't do posing sessions outside of that because I just don't have time. And I'm also a co-host now for FemFlex Friday for Wings of Strength.
Yes, I watched that. I love that. Yes, of course you're on that.
Yes.
I've seen those episodes.
And it's so fun. So that's
great.
Pretty much taking up all my time right
all
now.
her time, and she's a wife.
Yeah.
And I sometimes co-host with Monica.
That's right.
That's
I know
right.
it's been so fun.
Yeah.
Well, okay, so the Olympia is over for you as far as competition. So how was the show being on stage last night for you?
I was at my best. Well, overall, I think I was at my best. I mean, there's little things here and there that maybe my shoulder. I'm sorry, I'm just jumping all over the place.
Gotcha.
I'm just gonna be kind of random here. Like, the only thing that I was bummed out about, my conditioning, my physique, everything was my best. My shoulders were bothering me because I've been having elbow issues, so I was like, I hope that doesn't affect me. So I couldn't do like heavy presses and stuff.
Yeah.
And sure enough, like, I feel like I wasn't, not like that would have made any difference whatsoever.
Well, it's about, at that point, it's just about what you want for yourself on stage.
Thank you. That's exactly what it is. And I'm talking only from like, not like this would have changed my placing or anything.
Right.
But so out of like 40 top pros from all over the world, pro shows in multiple different countries, I placed, like, I think, so there are 2 call-outs of 8 girls, and then the third call-out, I was right in the middle of it. So was it top 10? No. Was maybe not even top 15? Probably not. But it was still like, I mean, there were a lot of awesome girls after my call out, so I'm like, everyone's so good. It's kind of
I think it's always worth mentioning, especially when we're at a show like the Olympia, that we're talking about Olympians here.
Yeah.
We're not talking about the average, to take nothing away from the local shows and the qualifiers. 40 of the best women in the world compete here. So even that 40th place, take nothing away from it.
Everyone, you should have seen the last call out. Every one of those girls have won a pro show.
That's right.
And they were at their best.
Yeah.
So if you look at the last call out, it's nutty. Like, the girls on the outside of the last call out look like champions. They are champions. I mean, it was nuts.
As a consumer, we should never lose sight of that. It's amazing
pretty,
physiques up there across the board.
It's crazy because when you are competing against a lineup like that, you have no idea really. I mean, you kind of when you've been kind of in the mix, you're like, well, they know my name, like that should help a little bit, and it probably did help me, honestly, a little bit. But you're just like, there's so many. Yeah. They don't. How do you even?
I don't think you can. It's so
like
big.
70 bikini girls, I think.
Yeah, that's crazy.
How do you judge that?
I don't know. Let's not go there. We don't know. A lot of times we just don't know. Yeah.
Well, Wendy, you know I love you dearly, and I think you always look amazing. You're a very beautiful representation of figure in the IFBB, and you are a celebrity and a star, and nothing can take that away from you. And your footprint is second to none here in the industry, no matter what your placing is. Wherever they place you, you have a name that will last and hold a lot of credit for this industry becoming better.
Yeah.
So
thank you.
So I really
Tissues,
appreciate
please.
you. I know. So I really appreciate you coming here and joining us here on the Monica Brant Show.
I love you, Monica.
Yes, thank you for joining us.
It's so good to get to see you in person again.
Yeah. Thank you.
You guys go check Wendy out on Instagram and YouTube and all the things. Find her up, hook it up, polishedpresentation.com. You can't go wrong.
Yes, thank you.
Bye, Randy. We'll see you right back. staying.
Yep.
We're
Test,
on.
check.
Mic check, mic check.
Hi, Don. Hey, Nancy.
All right, everybody, welcome to the Monica Brant Show. I am your co-host, Joe Janica from Gym Life Media. Sitting to my left is IFBB superstar, icon, Olympia perennial.
Oh my goodness, and the list goes on,
Brant
right?
Warren.
Matt, thank you for that introduction. And
Yeah, that's a good one. I probably left a lot off there, honestly, Brant.
that was more than enough.
Was it?
So, yeah,
Okay,
thank
good,
you.
good.
Well, he's one of the fan favorites too. Like people
Yeah,
love Brant.
absolutely.
And he's from Texas.
Ah, there you go. 4-4. All right, you're there.
They're right there.
Texas.
Yeah, I'm from Michigan.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, I get it.
Brant, we've been going back and forth. He's brought a bunch of Michigan people in, and I'm like, wait a minute. So now we're like bringing the Texas
She's
people
cherry
in.
picking now, Brant. She already had you eyeballed from across the room.
I'm like,
Texas is America.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Texas is everything.
Yeah,
Well, maybe someday we'll get Joe down to Texas.
maybe. Go to your ranch down there.
Heck yeah.
Yeah, I watch you all the time. You're a hell of a horseback rider.
Yeah, so we ride horses and we shoot guns and hunt. And,
How big is the ranch?
so my place is 160 acres, and then my family's place is a little over 1,000.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's a lot. I mean, 160, but then you say 1,000. It's like, what?
Yeah, but Texas, I mean,
Right.
the land 100,000 acre ranch ain't uncommon. So
I'm a country girl, so I love being in the country, and there's something so special about going out. Of course, we're horse people as well, and there's something so special about going out there after you, especially kind of being in a place like here in Vegas. You just get out, it's quiet, the animals, you can smell the barn or the field or whatever it is. So what do you love about the ranch?
My first love in life was bodybuilding, and my second love in life is riding, horses. And when you're riding, you're just free. You're out there. It's quiet. It's peaceful. There's no cell phones, no computers, no TVs, no cars. It's just it's quiet, peaceful. Horses can't talk back to you, and that's a good thing.
Well, they can talk back in certain ways.
Correct. They can act up just like
right.
They're kind of like children. They can act up, but
they have a mind of their own sometimes.
Correct. But it's just I love it, and when I'm out riding, there's nothing else I'd rather be doing. If I'm having a bad day, I go ride. My day gets better. If I'm having a good day, it still gets better.
How many horses do you have?
So I personally got 4, and then I'm always my friend that I ride with a lot. Has over 30.
Okay,
and,
that's a lot.
So always a different. You can always pick a different one to ride.
Do you do anything competitive with the horses, or is it just for fun?
I do. I compete in. We have cutting horses.
You do cutting, okay.
Yeah, so I compete in cutting horse competitions, and so that's I'm, and you probably want to guess, I'm a very competitive person, and so when I got into cutting horses, I had a friend who is really good, and it's something I grew up on a ranch, and it's something I always wanted to do. So once I retired from bodybuilding, I got the opportunity to ride some cutting horses and fell in love with it, and so I've been doing some competitions. So
that's awesome.
That is really cool.
You know what? So my husband right here, Brad, professional horse trainer. We do all the quarter horse show, reining, Western horsemanship. So he trains horses for about 6 events within the quarter horse division. So, what he does, and he has his own talk show as well within the horse business. So it'd be fun to get you on his talk show sometime.
I'd love to.
Talking about bodybuilding and cutting,
open up a new audience with Brant on there for sure.
Right, I think it'd be so fun. Yeah. And now the big thing is, with Yellowstone. You've been watching Yellowstone.
Oh yeah.
So Brad knows some of the Yellowstone guys that have come on with the reining horses. So it's kind of everyone wants to do reining now because the Yellowstone deal kind of opened that door up.
Yeah. So it's the
and the Run for the Million. Have you watched the Run for the Million yet?
Oh yeah.
It's pretty amazing. He's like, what? No.
Horse stuff.
Horse stuff.
Yeah. So in Fort Worth last week, at the Futurity, they had the guy from Yellowstone, the cowboy. It's like what's his name?
Taylor.
Yeah.
The producer.
Yeah. So
Taylor,
not Taylor Sheridan, but one of the guys on the show.
Okay.
I get the older guy in the show. He actually had a celebrity division, and he actually won the celebrity division at the Fort Worth.
For cutting.
Yeah, cutting. Yeah. So.
Well, once you're kind of in that type of riding, I think the cutting and the reining, because it's fast, it's quick, you have a lot of movement, and you have to be one with the horse and down in the saddle and all that. So when you do those kind of sports, I think it's easy to cross over into those different ones
for sure.
if you know how to ride that.
Brant,
sure.
I rode a couple horses before.
Meanwhile.
No, but listen, and this is true because you would know this better than anybody because you're a big guy. It hurts. It hurts. Stuff hurts when it's like this. And how do you
learn.
manage
You
that?
got to learn how to ride with the horse. You go with the horse, you don't bounce.
Oh, okay. See,
Yeah,
there's
so-
a method.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness!
Yeah.
I felt like I was
Go
on.
with it.
Okay,
So-
go with it.
You
All
don't
right.
go against
I'll get
it.
it down before we come and visit.
Gotta
Yeah.
get your
I think
back
there's a,
pockets in.
I think there's a big misconception, especially when I was, 270 pounds. Like,
Yeah.
oh, you're too big to ride. That's not true.
Yeah, 'cause
I know
you're
guys that are like 6'4" and like 300 pounds.
Yeah.
That are awesome cowboys.
They just need a bigger horse.
Yeah. No, they don't. Not necessarily.
Yeah, right.
The
They're
cut
big animals anyhow.
Yeah, so-
Cut
Yeah.
horses are sometimes
Oh, yeah.
small, right? Like
Right.
they're like mighty,
Yeah.
and they're like short, stocky, kind of like they got to get down and move quick. So you don't
No,
need a big
there's
horse.
definitely
Someone
probably
can't move that fast.
a technique for even.
For
yeah,
sure.
Right. I got a question for you. Olympia question for you.
Back to bodybuilding.
Well, because I finally get to meet, Branch Warren. So, you were always known as a mass monster. You were that guy, heavy when it came to weight. You obviously well known for that as well. We're kind of back into that era. We're starting to get back there a little bit compared to when you were in that mass monster era. Guys like Nick Walker, of course. Our reigning Olympic champion right now, Big Ramy. How do you compare it a little bit? I mean, you came from a very, very unique era in bodybuilding. I don't know will ever be replicated again.
I think the two best eras in our sport were the 90s and the 2000s.
Yeah.
And I think that, in my opinion, were the two best eras
Yeah.
in the men's open division.
Yeah.
I think here for the past 5 years or so,
Yeah.
it's kind of been, the competition hasn't been up to where it should be.
Yes.
In an open division. And I think for the first time in history, the most popular person in our sport was not Mr. Olympia.
Yeah.
It's Chris Bumstead, the classic, the Olympia champion.
Yeah.
And so that's never happened before. And I think that's kind of a reflection, I think, a little bit on the guys who are at the top. I think this year, for the first time in years, we have a very competitive show.
We do, yeah.
We have some really good young guys coming up.
Yeah.
Like Derek Lunsford.
Yeah.
I mean, the dude was 212 champion last year. Now he's fighting for the title this year.
Yeah.
I mean, in my opinion, he's first or second. And you got, Hadi Chopra, you've got Nick Walker, a young guy coming up. You got
Yeah.
a lot of other guys, stepping up like Samson.
Yeah.
And so now you're getting back to that quality. These guys got size and they got the conditioning.
Truly.
And we were missing some of that the past few years.
And that really kind of defined your generation because it really was muscle with quality, a lot of lines.
Yes.
These guys are really conditioned with a lot of muscle.
Yes.
We hadn't seen that for a long time. That's why I think you guys will always hold your place in history on that timeline. It was a very unique time with so many awesome, iconic figures that came. Just competing back then, as you look back on it, you just have to get a smile on your face sometimes. Some of the battles you guys had.
I had a blast,
Yeah.
I mean, I competed for 15 years, which was, I thought if I could do 5 years, that'd be a great career.
Yeah.
And I hadn't really no intention to go 15 years. And, as it turned out, it just, once you started doing well, I didn't want to stop. And, then I look back at the guys I competed against and with, and man, it was a really special time.
Absolutely.
And you don't realize it at the time because you're in the fight.
That's right.
And, and I would, back then I never would admit that they were good. I'm like,
Yeah.
but I'm friends with all the guys.
Yeah, I was going to say.
It's just funny when you can probably relate to it too. Once you step away from it, sometimes your biggest rival becomes your really good friend.
Right.
And
right.
at the time you're so, you're competing against each other and you respect each other, but you're not really friends. And now that I've stepped away from it, all the guys I compete against, where we all talk and hang out, and it's pretty cool.
Who was that rival for you, Branch?
I had a bunch of them. Dexter Jackson was a huge rival.
Yeah.
Dexter?
One guy stand out.
Dexter and Dennis Wolf.
Yeah.
And we're big, big two. We were 1 and 2. Me and Dexter, me and Dennis, a lot. So I think we were really big rivals through the years.
Yeah.
And of course, Phil Heath was, he reigned as champion for a long time. And
you guys are friends, though. I mean, you guys worked out together. You're in the magazines a lot together. Kind of had that crew going there for a while.
We did, and I was talking with Dexter after we'd all left and retired, and it was just Dexter and Phil left, and he goes, man, it ain't the same.
Yeah.
It's a different generation, different era, and he goes, it ain't like it used to be. So.
Yeah, it was a very special time.
And I'm not saying the new generation's bad.
No,
it's just different.
Yeah, that's it.
So.
Yeah, very special time. Yeah, pleasure chatting with you. Yeah, thanks.
So you've got the Brant Warren Show. How many years have you been doing this now?
This will be my 15th year to have the Brant Warren Classic. So we started off the first year with 79 competitors. We had 19 powerlifters. Last year we had 2,200 competitors.
2,200.
And now we got a bunch of. We have jiu-jitsu. We had 800 competitors in jiu-jitsu. We had CrossFit, strongman, powerlifting, all these different arm wrestling, and midget wrestling. Midget wrestling is the best. And,
when is this show?
In Texas.
Oh, of course it is.
The Brant Warren Classic down in Houston.
Yeah. Oh, awesome.
So
what's the date on it?
It's June 24th this year.
June 24th. Oh, okay.
Come down?
Yeah, for sure.
And I also have the Brant Warren Classic in Denver on May 6th, and then April 5th,
15th, I have the Better Bodies Classic in Dallas. So.
It's got a lot going on.
Really.
I think what you need to do is bring cutting into your show somehow.
Oh yeah,
like
combined horse race. Yeah.
Like a demonstration with the horse thing going on.
Bring
the cowboys in, and you know.
Only in Texas. Only in Texas.
I mean, how no one else is doing it.
And then we just need a gun show too.
The gun show. Oh.
I see
On
something
in Texas,
working here.
we're not going to let go of our guns.
No.
Never.
Oh, no, that's a fact. That's why I'm moving to Texas. Yeah, absolutely.
I don't know about Michigan, but Texas, we're going
to let's not talk about politics. Yeah, it's not good. It's not good at all. No.
Oh, it's fun. So what else do you have going on? I mean, I know that's a lot already. So running the ranch alone is a lot.
Correct. So I've got a Wicked Cuts beef jerky.
So I'm sorry, say
Wicked Cuts beef jerky. So,
beef jerky?
Yeah, so me and Scott James, who used to own BSN,
yes,
we partnered up about 4 years ago and opened up a Wicked Cuts.
Cool.
So
I love Scott.
So yeah, so we're based out of South Lake, Texas, there, right outside of Dallas by the airport. And we started off the first couple years. We had booths here at the Arnold and the Olympia, but that wasn't our main focus market. You know, beef jerky is more of a mainstream, product. So so we're in 8,500 locations across the country and doing really well with that.
Scott and I kept in touch on and off, and I love his wife Sarah.
Yep.
And it's like every once in a while we'll like message each other and say, "Hey, what's up?" And but it's like he's awesome. What a great business partner.
Yeah, so it's been a really good relationship and doing really well.
I can see that you guys would probably be on the same path and page of how to run the business and how to make it successful.
Well, Scott has probably forgot more about business than I'll ever know. Scott was
That's awesome.
Those of you who don't know, Scott was the owner and founder of BSN back in the day.
Oh, I talked to him about hiring me. I was their first girl.
I remember.
I got my own contract, and I called them up. I'm like, y'all just have Ronnie. You need a girl. And they're like, really? And he's like, yeah. I'm like, yeah. So they ended up bringing me on. I was their first girl. But
we have a picture of you in the office from the old BSN days. So.
Back in the day.
Back in the day.
So fun, so fun. I remember I showed up to an appearance in Florida, and he picked me up in his Bentley, and I was like, hey, why don't we get a Bentley and let me drive it around? We'll put BSN, and at the time it was a lean dessert protein powder that when he put my name, he said it went up 130% or something in sales. I'm like, let's put it all over. And he was like, no, that would be cool. I'm like, it didn't happen, but I tried.
You didn't get the Bentley.
No, I didn't get the Bentley, but I did suggest it. Oh, that's fun. Well, Brant, we really appreciate you coming and taking time here. I know you got a busy schedule, and the fans love you. You stopped here. People are taking pictures with you. They're finding you everywhere.
Well, thanks for having me. I know I promised last year I'd be on here. We couldn't make it happen, so I want to make sure
this is
we get on here this year.
Where can people find you here at the Olympia right now?
So I'll be floating around the Olympia. Got a few things to do here in the expo. We don't have a booth here this year, but I do have we have the Gas Better Bodies Mansion right off the strip. And if you want to come, just go to Gas Better Bodies website or Instagram and request an invitation.
That sounds good.
All right. Excellent.
Sounds fun.
Yeah, thanks, Brant. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Brant.
All right.
All right, guys. We'll be right back with some more awesome interviews. Don't go away.
Yeah, back and forth.
Testing, 1, 2, 3, testing.
Test.
Hey, Don. Are we on? You hear us loud and clear? We're ready to go. Are you going to introduce?
How do you pronounce your last name?
Lamb. Yeah, the E is silent.
Lamb.
It's like half. It's half and half.
Lamb?
Half the people say lamb, half say
What
lamby.
would our title be? The sleep.
He's a sleep
The sleep.
expert.
The sleep online sleep coach.
He's a sleep expert.
Sleep guy. 2.
Everybody, Joe Janica, Gym Life Media at the Monica Brant Show here live at the Olympia.
That's right.
Venetian Resort, Las Vegas, Nevada. And we're interviewing some great guests out here today. Nobody greater than the sleep expert here, the sleep coach, because that's important to me.
Everybody's going to need you after the Olympia.
Nick Lamb, thanks
I'm
for
going to get
joining
harassed
us.
after this, yeah. So I've got this sleep situation. I've had this, yeah.
It is so true. You might be the most important guest to me that's been on the show yet.
And you're making me sleepy just talking about sleep.
Oh
Perfect.
Right.
It's working.
It's working.
Oh, gosh.
I love it.
Nightmare. It's a nightmare, right? It is a nightmare.
It is, yeah.
Oh,
unintended.
no sleep is a nightmare.
It is, yeah. It's a widespread issue, right? I mean, depending on what statistics you see, it's anywhere from a third of the population, half the population, and sometimes it's even more, right? It depends on what does it mean to struggle with sleep. Is it trouble falling asleep? Is it trouble staying asleep? Is it just waking up not feeling fully refreshed or not being your best, right? Which is where a lot of people fall, where especially nowadays people have just gotten used to kind of operating below baseline.
Yes.
You know, if they've slept like crap for a long time, it's just that's the norm, that's what they expect. They get used to feeling like that and then they get stuck in those cycles, right? So
yeah, and then sleep with performance, right? We're here at the Olympia.
Performance sleep.
Right. Performance and sleep. Yeah, is that what you said?
I was like performance sleep, like
sleep performance.
Sleep performance. Yeah, like it's
sleep.
It's a thing.
I think it's a thing now. Yeah, it's a thing now.
It is a thing, right? Yeah.
Sleep performance. Sleep performance.
It could be either way.
Go off on tangents. But no, that's seriously though. It's all about performance. Oh, it's all about sleep to perform.
Yeah.
Now you got me all confused.
Yeah, I mean, no matter what facet of performance you're talking about, whether you're talking about the performance itself, whether you're talking about your ability to recover from that performance, right? Sleep is going to play a role, and then obviously you're staying healthy throughout that, right? Outside of just the performance, every facet of your health and well-being is impacted by sleep as well. I think the biggest thing that I try and harp on with people with sleep too is it just impacts how you go about your life, how you experience your life, right? And that sounds kind of corny or cliche, but it's true, right? Every single facet of how you experience your life, right? How you interact with the people that you care about, the energy levels that you have, right? Your mood, all those things are impacted directly by sleep. So for me, it's the ultimate life enhancer, right? And it's right there, it's low-hanging fruit.
Right. So it doesn't cost anything necessarily.
It does not. It does not.
Right?
It does
kind of
not.
like fasting, like you can have so many positive benefits from it, and it doesn't cost anything. It actually costs less.
Absolutely.
But,
absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah. So I was studying nutrition years ago through a company that did nutrition certifications, and I remember he was so big on sleep is first. Before everything else, sleep is the most important foundational principle, and then it's nutrition, and then it's exercise. And most people have exercise first, right?
Yep.
And sleep is kind of at the bottom. And then what is the old thing that people always said? Oh, you can sleep when you're dead. And I'm like, who started that? Like, that's horrible to say.
Who coined that?
Right. It's like, was it a doctor that coined it that wanted to prescribe sleep medication?
I don't know, but that it's crazy. You still see that narrative exist, like especially in the corporate world, right? You see a lot of that, and people who are up late responding to emails, people who are up early responding to emails, those people are rewarded, right? They're the ones who get promoted. They're the ones who get praised, and it's just creating more of that culture that deprioritizes sleep, and it's unfortunate, right? But hopefully in the industry we can continue to do more things that show people the importance, and then maybe even more importantly is provide them practical strategies that help them to make some improvements.
Right, so let's talk about that for a minute. First off, what are the problems with people sleeping first? Yeah. And what is the solution?
Yeah, so obviously deprioritization, like people not prioritizing enough is a problem, right? But I think the element of sleep that doesn't get talked about nearly enough and where people struggle is actually the behavioral side of things, right? So people, if you see any sleep education and things that exist now, all of it's really centered around sleep hygiene, right? Lifestyle hacks, turn the lights down, right? Try to limit these foods during these times.
Wear the glasses.
Exactly. And all those things can be beneficial. All those things can play a role. All those things can be helpful. The problem is they're not really the root cause of why a lot of people are struggling, right? The root cause of why a lot of people are struggling is behavioral in nature. It's the stress and anxiety in their life and the stress and anxiety that's built up around their sleep and their inability to sleep. Especially for somebody who's been struggling with sleep for any extended period of time, it becomes very behavioral in nature. It becomes, they lose their confidence in their ability to sleep, right? And these negative associations form over time, and they just expect to be in bed and be awake and unable to sleep. And so I always try to focus on those things because, one, I think they're much more impactful, and two, they're the areas that don't get talked about nearly enough.
Yeah.
Right? So
yeah, it resonates with me. I found myself last night doing the same thing. Oh, I got to go to bed. Great. I know I'm not going to be able to sleep.
Yeah.
And I knocked myself down immediately with the idea that I didn't sleep.
Yeah, exactly. And it's what's so interesting about sleep that I always point out, like, it gets lumped with exercise and nutrition, right? The 3 pillars of health. And in a lot of ways it can be similar, but in one way that it's very different is that there's no willpower involved in sleep, right? So when we talk about exercise and nutrition to a certain extent, there's willpower, there's dedication and commitment, there's those elements, and you can will yourself to doing what you need to do. Sleep is the opposite, right? You need to surrender that will, and the more that you're trying to empower and willpower and focus on it, the harder it is to actually sleep, right? We know when our head hits the pillow, it's mind racing thoughts, all those things, right? And so it's kind of the opposite. And so for especially like everybody who's here this weekend, right? High-level athletes and people who are in that mentality, they try and bring that mentality to sleep, and it's just not the same.
But you're in Vegas too, and there's a problem because everyone's here to enjoy and also work and also see Vegas and also see people.
Yes.
And it's sometimes people don't want to leave the environment because they go back to something they're not real excited about going back to.
For sure.
And here they're kind of like in another like world and like don't want to miss
It's
out on
an escape
anything,
from
right?
reality that never sleeps.
Yeah.
Try to find sleep.
Yeah, no,
right? And
it's
then you
very
got
true.
the lights going on and you're like, oh, it's so
Yeah,
bright out.
this weekend is probably not the best weekend to start your new sleep journey.
Wait till you get home to start.
Exactly,
It's
yeah.
like Monday. You start your diet on a Monday, right?
Exactly.
Start your sleep hygiene on a Monday.
Something like that, yeah. Because again, it's those associations, right? So the more that people build stress and anxiety around it. So if you're in Vegas or if you're traveling or whatever for a weekend, give yourself a little bit of credit. Know that you're not gonna turn things around that weekend. That's okay. But it's all about, again, creating that positive relationship and mentality moving forward, so that when you do get back home, it's something you prioritize and you prioritize in the right way. So,
what are some helpful hints to sleeping?
Yeah, so a couple things, and again, I'm going to focus more on the behavior stuff than the lifestyle, because, again, I think they're more important, and people have probably heard a lot of the behavioral stuff already, so I'm not going to recommend the screen time limiting or any of those things, but a couple things that you can think about, and the first and foremost is just taking an honest assessment of how you feel about your sleep and your ability to sleep. So like you mentioned, right? Challenging the thoughts that you have where you're saying, okay, I'm already expecting that I'm going to sleep. I'm already telling myself that I'm a poor sleeper. Okay, so I always challenge people to just be honest with accepting those things, even writing them down on paper, right? Because one of the first things I do in the coaching process with somebody is we get a list of those things, we take an honest look at them, and it's how do we restructure those things, right? Because if I know that we can kind of rewrite those things that you might believe, if I can point out some things that show you the way you think about your sleep is really not the case, we can start to change it and make it your new reality, right? And that's not something that obviously happens overnight. It's something that takes a bit of time and commitment to, but if you think about it, that's kind of the first step. Because, again, going back to the lifestyle stuff, right? You can make every lifestyle hack in the book, but if that's fundamentally how you think about your sleep, you're always going to come back to that. It's always going to hold you back, right? So that's why I say that's the first kind of starting point, and make sure that you take an honest assessment of those things and try and alter those thoughts and those perceptions, right?
Yeah.
So that's kind of step one. Yeah.
You know, one of the little tricks that I have, I'm thinking about this because Thursday night, because I got here Wednesday. Wednesday we went out and had dinner, and we were tired, so I thought.
Sure.
But Thursday night, I made sure I was like in my room, cleaned up, ready to go to bed, and I still couldn't sleep. And I realized I was excited about Friday, and it was a lot of new things for us coming up, and all the people that we're going to be talking to. So I was like, my brain was. But one of the things that I didn't do that I normally do is I normally carry my own pillow.
Okay. Yep.
And the pillow's on the bed. The bed's comfortable here, but they're really big. And I'm like,
definitely.
And so I literally can't use those pillows, and those were keeping me awake. And then I was like, I just finally had to take it out and just lay on it. But I didn't bring my pillow, and I like a little small roll. I can roll it up and whatever. But
yeah.
And I know that that's one thing for me is my neck placement.
Definitely.
Well, familiarity too, right? I mean,
yeah. Well, there's an element of familiarity and whatever little things you need to do that give you that, to give you that comfort, right? Yeah. And one thing I think that's really important to point out, just because you mentioned that scenario, people over-focus on sleep duration, right? So I'm not going to say that sleep duration doesn't matter, like how many hours you sleep, because it absolutely does. But people over-focusing on sleep duration sometimes causes a problem, right? So you get an example like that. Somebody goes out, right? You're out, you're kind of stimulated, you're amped up, right? You're excited. You're not ready for sleep. Your brain's not ready for sleep.
You're not ready for the day to be over.
Your body's not ready for sleep, but because people think in terms of duration, like, oh, I need 8 hours, I need 7 hours every night, every situation, they'll force themselves to go to sleep, right? And what ends up happening is they end up lying there not able to sleep because, again, they're not ready.
That was me.
Right?
That's me.
And you're not getting the 7-8 hours anyway.
And
now
frustrated.
You're frustrated and you're creating this association, this kind of feedback loop of, oh, I'm in bed, not able to sleep. And it just, the more that happens and the more, you get stuck. And that's, like I said, that's where a lot of people get stuck. And when it becomes a more long-term issue, it's because of those associations. So the more that you can break those things. So for someone in that situation, I'd much rather they stay up a little bit later, wind down, right? Whatever it is that allows you to wind down. You read, you do breath work, whatever it is that allows you to come down a little bit and then go to sleep. Even if it means you're getting 6 hours instead of 7.5, it's going to be much better quality. It's going to be much more efficient. And you're not creating those negative associations, right?
As a coach, a sleep coach, which is really unusual for me to say, but I think that's pretty awesome. Do you have clients that would be in that situation and be messaging you like, hey, coach, I can't sleep? You know, guys, when you're a personal trainer or you're prepping someone for a show or you're a nutritionist.
People will check in.
Yeah, they're like messaging all the time like, hey, I got this issue or I'm at this dinner. Can you help me? I used to have clients and they'd message me like, I'm going to this dinner, here's my menu, what do I eat?
There's definitely.
Meanwhile, you're trying to sleep and you're getting the text message, I can't sleep.
There's definitely an element of that because I think my big thing with why sleep coaching should be a thing is it requires a lot of the same elements as other types of coaching, right? So it requires, sure, it's a little different, but it requires the same type of coaching, accountability, support, right? Checking with people, hand-holding them a bit in the process. And so, especially at the beginning, there's definitely a lot of that, of people making sure they're doing the right things and just needing that support, right? Because, again, if somebody's been sleeping poorly for a long time, it's anybody who's experienced that and knows what that's like, it sucks, right? It affects a lot of areas of your life. And so that's where coaching can be so valuable to just help you navigate that along the way, right? Because
I got a question for you. You know, you talk about 8 hours worth of sleep. You know, that's something we've all been inundated with since we can remember how long we needed to sleep.
Sure.
I'm hearing more and more now that circadian rhythm really comes in cycles.
Yep.
You know a little bit about that? And how
absolutely. Yeah. So a couple things. So cycles. When you talk about sleep cycles, okay, I'll put this in a very more simple way. You go through all of your stages of sleep in a full sleep cycle, and it happens roughly every 90 minutes. Okay, so it's descending levels of sleep. Each level is a little bit deeper, meaning you reap more physiological benefits in each of those stages, right? The deeper, the more restorative that sleep is. And that's where people put a lot of the emphasis on, okay, I need more deep sleep. I need to get more deep sleep, right? Gotcha. So again, you go through those stages every 90 minutes. So one of the big pillars to healthy sleep is going through those stages uninterrupted.
Okay.
So we call it fragmenting your sleep, right? Not getting your sleep fragmented, not getting those sleep cycles to be disrupted at all, right? So noise and external factors, things like that can disrupt your sleep cycles is one thing, right? The environment you create leading into going to sleep, right? If you create the right environment, your body's in the right state of mind, you're going to tend to get a little bit deeper into sleep, and it's going to be harder for you to get pulled out of those stages of sleep, right? Yeah. So that's the cycles piece. The circadian rhythm piece is absolutely huge. Okay, so the circadian rhythms, on one side, you have the fact that, well, I should backtrack. You have these internal clocks, okay? They operate on a roughly 24-hour rhythm, and these clocks, these internal clocks, are in every single cell in your body, every organ system, and they dictate a lot of your physiological processes, right? A lot of these things, almost everything, operates on these preferred rhythms, right? One of the things that operates on there is the preferred time to go to bed and wake up, right? What is your preferred time to go to sleep and your preferred time to wake up in the morning? Those circadian rhythms are influenced by two things. Genetics, a smaller percentage than people think, right? But genetics plays a role. We've all heard night owls or morning larks, right? So there is a genetic component, but more importantly, what influences these circadian rhythms and clocks is the environment, okay? Environmental factors. Light is the biggest one, right? So that's why light gets so much attention, because light communicates to the master clock. Yeah. So there's a cluster of cells in the brain that's called the master clock. That essentially then communicates to all these other clocks throughout the rest of your body. Basically tells them what to do, when to do it. So again, all those things that happen on those clocks, when certain hormones rise and fall, when different, even from a performance standpoint, when you have your greatest skeletal muscle strength, when you have your greatest cardiovascular efficiency. Okay, so when you disrupt those clocks, you disrupt everything on there. So light speaks directly to that master clock that then communicates to everything else. That's why light is so important, right? We know that people don't get enough natural daylight during the day, and we know that they're exposed to too much artificial light in the evening.
Right. Here
so
in Vegas,
now anymore.
In Vegas, it's the absolute worst, right? Sure. You walk around the casinos. There's no windows.
It's kind of designed like
there's
that.
No,
now,
yeah.
isn't it?
Oh, yeah. There's no clocks. People have no perception of
Yeah.
what time of day it is or whatever it is, right? But so that's why that light piece is so important.
Yeah, I think this is awesome. I will tell you, this conversation certainly hasn't put me to sleep.
No, right? There's so much. There's so many questions I have because
I've done my sleep humor.
I'm sorry, you said it didn't put you to sleep. No, it didn't, right? It's like...
It didn't put me to sleep.
No,
I said it didn't put me to sleep.
Put me to sleep. No, it's very
I love it.
interesting.
Sorry.
Interesting.
Okay. Yeah, it is. It really is interesting.
No, there's a lot to unpack. I think it's like one of those things where everything in the industry we overcomplicate.
Yeah.
Right, for the most part.
Right.
Sleep, we oversimplify.
Well,
It's just like, do you sleep? Okay, yes or no. But obviously, we could have conversation for hours. There's so much you could unpack.
So many influences like alcohol or food and what you've eaten and how it's affected you and hormones and all of those things, right? That are just. And then my little silly thing. My dad, when we were kids, my dad used to ask me, "Did you slumber in your sleep last night?" No. Because we thought slumber was like weird thing, you know. I didn't slumber. Anyways, old joke my dad used to say when we were kids.
Yeah, this is all really cool, and I think more people are becoming aware of sleep. So I appreciate your perspectives, and tell everybody how they can find you. And
yeah, absolutely. So I guess the easiest way is on Instagram. It's at the Online Sleep Coach. So THE Online Sleep Coach. I'm always open to questions and conversations around sleep. So definitely feel free to reach out.
Good information. Yeah. Maybe you can get them on the Gym Life Media sometime and have another brainstorm.
A big, deep conversation about what's going on.
Oh, I'm all for it. Let's do it. Let's go deep.
All right.
Go deep sleep.
Go deep.
Deep sleep. We need that. Yeah.
Sleep performance.
Okay. One last thing, and I want to let you go.
Okay.
I guess the problem with doing the snooze is that if you end up going back to sleep, you get stuck in one of those layers that you didn't get to finish, right?
Yep.
Is that correct? So no snooze, don't push the snooze alarm?
Yes, I highly recommend that you do not press the snooze button. You're better off getting up. One thing within that I would recommend highly for everybody, anyone listening, get a daylight alarm clock.
I have
one.
You
can find cheap
ones.
I have one. They are a much more pleasant way to wake up.
The sun.
Yep, it sets that circadian rhythm for the day, and it's just a much more pleasant way to wake up. So
I
recommend it.
And I lost the directions. I need to find the directions because I'm like, what button?
Yeah,
Daylight alarm clocks.
get it set up.
All right.
All right, guys.
Clocks.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Appreciate it, Nick.
Appreciate it.
Thank you for
Thank
having me.
you. Yeah,
Appreciate
absolutely.
it. Yeah,
Yep.
awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, guys. We'll be right back with more awesome interviews here at the Monica Brant Show and Olympia. This guy.
Test, 1, 2.
Testing, 1, 2.
What up, Don? ADL live in the house.
Hey everybody, Joe with Gym Life Media here with Monica Brant at the Monica Brant Show at the Venetian at the Olympia in Las Vegas. That's a lot.
A week
That's
before
a lot.
Christmas.
With a superstar, of course,
Superstar.
IFBB legend Victor Martinez. Thanks for joining us, Victor.
No, thank you.
Man, this is
Thank you for
awesome.
having
The
me.
big
Look how good a
league.
shape this guy's in right now.
I know.
Oh my God.
I know, right? Like always. This guy always.
You
in
come
shape.
to the Olympia, you know you just can't
That
come
is
here.
true.
Even if you don't work out all year, you work out just for this.
That's right. That's right.
But for you, this is natural.
No,
You
no.
walk around like this
Maintaining,
every day,
maintaining.
every
Remember
day.
those articles you were always in?
Yes.
Longevity.
True.
That's,
Right.
That's absolutely
You
true.
know,
Absolutely.
Got to practice what you preach.
And
Yeah.
the proof is now sitting in front of us.
Oh,
it
thank
just
you.
stays with you, right?
Thank you. Okay,
Yeah.
but not enough about me. Look how beautiful you are, Monica.
Thank
Me,
you.
come on.
Aw.
At all those
Tell me.
covers, now I know what you had them.
Yeah.
You're here
Right.
now. And what do you think of the show?
Oh, he's gonna interview.
He's going to interview you? Yeah.
Oh, I want to know what you think. I mean, come on. You're one of the,
You know what? This has been a great Olympia. This is the first time we've done this show here and getting to talk to everyone. We've had some great conversations.
Oh, boy. Yeah. It's been
and
wonderful.
It's busy. Like, I'm impressed
Yes.
that right before Christmas, it's so busy here. Like,
It's
everyone
busy
wanted to get
again.
out. They wanted to come see. Wanted to come see the athletes.
Yes.
They want to see the show. They want to see what's new and great in the industry. And there's a lot of what I really am impressed by, Victor, is so many of the fans that I've been talking to. They love all of our age
Yes.
group. You know,
Yeah.
they're really here seeing the people that have been in the sport for a long time. Not that they're not wanting to see the new people at all.
Yes.
Not taken away from any of that, but it's really that old school kind of feel, right?
I think
And it's kind of like the old times. Like, it was fun just to see the fans come in. They're like, they're looking for the people like you, and
but they
that's
love
been around.
that. They love that. They like you said, they come here to see the new talent because they love the sport.
Right.
But they feel that nostalgia when they see us.
Absolutely.
Right? You know,
I feel
it
the
just-
nostalgia.
yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's
You know, they get
generational.
happy. Yeah, it's generational. I
I
mean,
got a little teary-eyed again.
Oh my gosh, she's been a mess all day.
no,
Victor.
come
Yeah.
on.
Yeah.
I mean, the queen of the Mr. Olympia, Monica. I mean, come on.
Oh, Victor.
Took the titles. I mean, she's the legend, living legend.
Well,
And that's why when people see us here, they feel right back at home. It gives them that
That's
comfort.
what it is, right?
Yes.
That's what it is. It's the comfort that the industry, even though it's evolving, it hasn't changed,
Yes.
right? The people like us and the people before us still. Like, I just saw Samir over here a minute ago. That we're still
Samir
here.
Banu,
We're
of
still here,
course.
right?
Yes.
Legend.
We're still here, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Sharon Burnett was here yesterday, wandering
Oh,
around.
how'd I miss her?
Fans. I mean,
How'd I miss her?
she was standing there. I know she was here for a little while talking to her, and it's just fun to see those faces and to know that they still love the sport too.
Yes.
And it makes them. I know Joe's probably got some.
well, I mean, I got
questions.
bodybuilding questions, of course, because I'm a big fan.
How much
know.
do you bench press?
I have two, and one. Yeah, well, no, I'm not asking that. You know, I would not ask that
How much
question.
do you
I want to
bench?
embarrass myself.
No, and I don't
Not
want to
with
hear
you.
it either. Yeah.
Totally kidding, guys.
I'm curious because you came from a different generation. We had this conversation with Brant a little earlier too. It's an evolution in bodybuilding. We see these kind of ups and downs of the. Now, I don't want to knock any of the competitors or competition, but it is a bit different than it was when you were competing with the size and conditioning.
A lot different, a lot more popular thanks to social media.
Yes, yes.
I mean, you see these guys, you see them now, they probably never worked out, but because of social media, guess what? You're being pulled in. I think we dominate social media, the health
Absolutely,
and fitness.
without
Health
a doubt.
and fitness,
Yeah.
powerlifting, you name it.
Yep.
We're the ones running it, basically.
Now, here's a social media question for you. One of the questions that I've had on my podcast a few times, do you feel like social media is not leaving out, but intentionally people aren't getting into the competition side of the sport because they can showcase their physiques without competing?
They're showcasing their physiques without competing. It takes a different hunger, though, to compete.
Okay.
And I think when
Put
people
it out
see
there,
this
right?
in social media, they don't pursue it because this is scary.
Yeah.
This is scary.
A lot of work.
I mean,
When you're on stage, you can't just hide something like on a post. You kind of can.
Right.
Lighting and a certain way you move and all that, but
like look at the categories that are growing. Bikini,
the
physique,
wellness now.
Yeah.
wellness.
Yeah.
I mean, to do fitness.
Right.
It really is.
How much
Right,
cojones
Yeah.
you gotta have
Right.
Right.
to do it? Come on, Monica.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You know?
Well, yeah.
I
To
mean,
do
what
it, do
made
it
you
right.
do it? How did you do it? Like, what drew
Oh my
you
gosh.
in?
Well,
you have to diet, you have to look good, and now you have to,
Yeah, all the other
you did two
intangibles.
categories.
Right, I know, right? Started in 91 just for fun, just trying it, and then I kind of was like, oh, this is kind of interesting. I tried again, and it ended up to be, when I moved to California in 95, I had no idea that I was going to be in the industry. I didn't know that competing would end up creating a career for me at all. Like, I had no idea, because the women's it wasn't the women's anything
it
like that.
It wasn't, but I think that's what sold the magazines, regardless of
It
how
ended up-
good
it
we
ended up
look
to
and how
become
big.
It
Love
ended
the
up
magazines.
becoming a
Bring them
career,
back.
but-
We had
Yes.
Strong on here yesterday, Strong magazine.
Yes.
We need more magazines again, Victor.
I know.
We do.
I like
And
the
that's-
paper.
We
you
all
know,
do.
but
We
the
all do.
phones,
we got
the
excited
digital-
seeing the paper
we did like
magazine.
it, though, yeah.
I know. You can't put up anybody on your wall anymore
No,
because everything's
no.
on the phone.
In school, in my
Right.
locker, I'd have bodybuilders hanging up.
That was
Yeah,
the best part.
absolutely.
And then we were discussing too, like when you got that magazine, you would actually, read what the gurus were saying, and how they were, either the training or the nutrition pieces. Like you would actually go through and read, and now people aren't reading. Like
They're not reading.
They just want to look at that, and they don't even even social media, you write something small, and then people are asking you the question. And I'm like, you didn't read. I gave you all the information there.
And it's all
And now
there.
you're asking me down here. It's just right there.
But when is it? Look at the date. What's the location? It's on there.
Yeah, right?
Well, you know what? That's why we're professionals. We're patient. They don't read it. We still tell them.
Right. Yeah.
We still take the time, even though it hits a nerve. But
I have another big question for you. Masters Olympia coming back next year.
Oh.
Is that why we're seeing the conditioning we're seeing today? Do you want to make the announcement on the Monica Brant show?
Oh, Victor.
I mean, I think it was just announced.
Yeah.
Don't know yet.
It's a possibility.
It's something that
Is it intriguing?
Yeah. It is.
Yeah.
It is. But come on, Jake, guys, let's give that money.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, right.
But we love
it is a great thing, though, isn't it?
Bring all the boys in.
Yeah.
It is great. We'll make it fun, and you never know.
Wow,
I mean,
right?
After seeing these guys compete this weekend,
Yeah.
it just wakes you up.
It
makes
does,
you wanna
doesn't it?
do something,
Yeah.
Right.
So yes, I can't say no yet, but I think if I will announce it, I'm gonna have to call Monica.
Yeah, there you go. That's right.
We're gonna do it on the Monica Brant
Yes,
show.
I'm glad to hear that. And always
cool.
one of my favorites for sure. Always come in condition.
Thank you.
Yeah,
So
legend.
Victor's an awesome athlete, and he's great. Fans love him and all these things. But he's also a dad,
Oh,
yes.
and he's got quite a few children.
Yes.
He's
Yeah,
a wonderful
I am a
father.
dad.
So
A whole super
talk
dad,
about
yeah.
your family, because obviously you have to be able to balance
Yes,
being a
gotta have
father
balance.
and being an athlete.
I know a lot of guys. Again, I know you guys call me to hang out and all that, but those days are pretty much gone.
Yeah,
You know, you spend whatever time you have in the gym, and if it's not, it's with family. I want my kids. You have to be involved. You have to be involved. Again, where we get the plus in social media for the health and fitness field, you get the negative also. And I have 4 daughters and 2 boys, and you have to protect our girls. We got to protect our girls.
Oh boy.
And we have to show them, and you got to keep going for them. Show them that you have the work ethic, and all this, but you have to be around your girls, and you have the pros and the cons of social media.
And you got to hug those girls all the time, so they never are missing a manly hug
I love
from
you
their
guys,
father.
okay?
right?
Hope to see you soon, all right?
Oh, that's awesome.
love
That's
that,
a
I love
clan
that.
you got there.
Yes, yes.
Holy moly.
And just a couple of years ago, he got his citizenship, right?
Yes, I know. It was a long journey.
How
oh
cool
my
is
goodness.
that?
Wow, that was a long journey.
And I got to talk to him right
Wow.
after that happened. I was
That's
like,
awesome.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
You did.
Yeah,
Thank
for
you.
sure.
I know.
And now you got your business going and your supplement line.
Business going. I mean, it's rough,
Yeah.
It's rough. You got to love the process. I know there are things that you have these fears that, but that's what it takes. You got to face them, and one of them is look at the competition.
Yeah.
It's big, and we're doing it in the middle of a recession. But you know what? We just got to keep going. Can't let anything deter you. And I look forward to sponsoring some athletes in the future. That's my goal. That's my goal.
And listen, this challenge is nothing new to you.
Yes.
You've been doing it your whole life.
I have to take care of the athletes.
that's
I'm
right.
all about the athletes.
Oh, like,
that's
love
why
it.
I'm here. Competing or not, we got to support each other, and that's why we're here.
Well, I know the line over there. You're supporting the fans pretty well, too.
Right here, neighbors.
Yeah.
I know we're neighbors. I'm like, Victor's right here.
Oh, yeah.
So awesome.
Yep.
Well, is there anything coming up new for you? I know you've always got your entrepreneurship, and you've always got something new coming up. So What's
launching the line. That's it. You
Okay.
know, gotta get some sales. Different countries. Promoting my show, bringing back legends again. Back.
And your
after
show
3
is
years. You know.
When is your show?
It's gonna be next year. We usually have an August date. I really want to do an earlier date.
Okay.
Because we waited so long. Again, so hopefully Steve will give me a May date. He's my partner in the show.
Okay.
But they're gonna love it.
May
New
date.
trophies,
May
competitors. You guys are gonna love it because I love beating you guys.
Yeah,
I love beating my competitors.
Yeah.
Well, you got a great smile as always.
Yeah.
Thank you for
Thanks
sharing
for
your
joining
smile
us.
here on the
Yeah.
Monica Brant Show with us.
Absolutely.
And
Pleasure, man. Pleasure.
Pleasure.
Love it.
God
Bye.
bless you and all that you're doing. And Merry Christmas.
Thank you. Merry
Merry
Christmas and keep watching Monica Brant Show, guys.
Ah,
Thanks.
thank you, Victor.
See you. Awesome.
All right, don't go anywhere.
Mic check. 1, 2, 3.
Mic check.
Hey, Don, we're on. Am I interviewing? Are
you
you
are.
starting?
No, go ahead. You start it. You start it. Yep.
Hey guys, what's up? We're here at the Olympia, just rounding out day 2. We've had amazing interviews here at the Monica Brant Show, co-hosted by Mighty Joe with Gym Life Media.
Hello, everybody.
And this is so special for me. 2 times in 1 year, I get to spend time with this gentleman, Chef Rush, in the house. So exciting. So when I went to the Arnold, I was doing the first time we took the Monica Brant Show on the road. And he was speaking at the Arnold Education, which is the Olympia University here.
Yep.
And I said to myself, I have to do an interview with Chef Rush. And I didn't know him, and I wasn't like, but I told myself, you got to make a goal for yourself, right?
Yeah.
And I'm like, my weekend will be fulfilled if I get to interview and talk and meet Chef Rush. So I got to do that. I got to interview him. I did 1 push-up with him.
That's it. Just one
push-up.
Just one.
Oh, don't talk about that.
And then I got to spend a little time, with Bruce and the crew, and just having a good time getting to know you. Chef has all kinds of fans all over the place. Oh, hi.
It's live.
He wanted to know my name.
Everywhere you go.
Everybody wants to.
Everywhere you go.
Everyone loves Chef
Everybody wants to
Rush.
be a chef, damn it.
Everyone wants to be a chef.
Yeah, right? Yeah.
Oh,
and have
my
those
gosh.
arms for sure. Yeah.
So, Chef, you have such a unique story, and I know I won't do it justice talking about it, and I know Joe's really interested, and he's got
Absolutely.
a ton of questions
Yes,
already.
I do. I have one question that the first thing that comes to mind when you kind of came onto the scene, right? When it really came onto the scene, everybody knew who Chef Rush was. What's the backstory? Did you compete? Did you have some days in bodybuilding? Where'd you get these arms? I got so many things to ask you.
That's a great question because fitness has been my lifestyle. My from day one. I grew up in a small town, Mississippi. I didn't have weights. I had me. I had my arms. I had a floor. I had a bench. I had a tire. I had a truck to lift up, and I just did it. I never knew what it meant until later on in life.
Yeah.
And I just did everything I was supposed to do without knowing that's what I was supposed to do. My body talked to me at a very early age, and from that part of I honed in on it. Every day is the first day, as I tell everyone. There's no excuses. I'm going to look like this when I'm 70 years old.
I believe
I'm going to keep going and keep going and keep going. And that's the part about it is because when I came into this world of fitness, which I love to death, it's my lifeline, of course, along with food. And I taught people and I teach people how to use food as holistic, as medication, education, as family, atmosphere, love, that camaraderie, the hospitality. Food makes you happy.
Yeah.
But when you put the right thing, when you put the right things in your body, it gives back. Food is 90% of it. That other 10% that you're doing and working out in the gym and all that part of it, it doesn't happen if you don't put the right things in your body.
That's right.
Or doing the right things, no matter what you're taking or how you're taking it or what you think about that part of it.
Absolutely.
So, but honestly, I was in the military. A lot of stuff happened. I was actually kind of incognito, actually, because of the places I worked. I didn't have a social media.
Yeah.
I was supposed to be hidden. And when I say hidden, I didn't have anything.
Yeah.
And then I had to make a choice. Do I want to be hidden anymore?
Yeah.
Right? So when God gives you something and say, hey, go do this. This is what I want you to do. You do it.
Yeah.
You don't ask any questions.
Right.
Obedience. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I've been in a world, and my family was always a world of servitude, military, education, educators, all these different things.
Yeah.
So I just went ahead and I conquered each one of them. And I use the word conquered because it is a conquering part of it. A lot of people try this industry, and it's a tough industry, no matter what it is. If it's food or if it's fitness, if it's just life, it's tough.
Yes.
Right? And that's where no excuses come in, and that's what I did.
Yeah, I love that backstory. And it kind of explains a little bit, too, where all of a sudden you come out of the shadows and here you are.
I know, right? Like bigger than life.
Bigger than life, literally.
So he's got a really fun story. I got to listen to some of his talk at the Arnold's, and I loved the little bit of story that I got to hear about his mom sneaking him in the kitchen to teach him how to cook. Can you share a little bit of that story? Because that was way before he was chef, right?
Yes.
That was way.
He wasn't allowed to learn cooking.
So my dad, I'm from Mississippi. My dad was that old time Mississippi guy that was like, girls cook, boys go to work, girls go to school, boys do not cook.
Yeah.
They don't do any of that stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
it was
yeah.
like, nope,
Right.
you don't
Very
do
old
that.
school.
Very, very old school. Big guy, dark-skinned guy, just, I mean, as soon as I could walk, he could put me to work. And so, but my mom used to be at home and she used to cook, and I loved to eat. And I was a younger child, so everybody would eat before me. So I used to go and play around in the kitchen with her, and she would sneak and let me cook. You know, my dad didn't know. And unbeknownst, I fell in love with it because of that camaraderie with my mom, that relationship. It made me feel good.
Yeah.
I didn't know at that point in time that was my mental coping tool.
Right.
Right? I use cooking now as my mental coping tool instead of a trigger. And then later on, unfortunately, my dad passed away about 3 years ago. Right before he passed away, I told him that I was, he found out I was a chef. And that I was a really big time chef.
Yeah.
And he
That was
didn't
the
know.
first time you told him?
That was the first time he knew.
Wow.
He didn't know.
Father.
You know, I mean, he saw me on TV, saw me stuff. He was like, you know, what is going on with this?
Yeah.
Who's this
Right,
guy? Well,
right.
why are you know?
Yeah.
And I told him, and you know what he said to me? He said, I didn't care what you did. I just wanted you to be happy.
There you
and
go.
he cried about
Love
it, and I was like, you know, it wasn't about me saying I didn't want you to do something. If you want to do something, don't stop. Don't let it stop you. Just do it.
That's nice. Yeah, that's really a beautiful story, honestly. That all comes down to love, right? That's
Always
all that
love,
matters.
always
That's
love,
all that matters.
always love.
Yeah, I you know, you got an interesting platform now, you know, because of who you are and your celebrity, you know, that's come out. Now you're really preaching food. You know, I see that all the time from you. Not just what we're going to talk about in your business, but beyond that, it's kind of almost your mission now. And there's no better billboard than yourself, and you've lived that lifestyle for a long time. What got you into the level of cooking you're into now?
The level I'm in now is that I got an opportunity when I was young to compete, and it changed my life.
Okay.
Right? I didn't know what the hell it meant. I mean, culinary, I didn't even know what the word culinary meant. I wasn't that thing. You know, we had home ec, which I didn't take, but I didn't know anything about it. When I got a taste of it, I fell in love with it. I became a master ice carver. I became a pastry chef. I became a bread guy. I became a chocolatier. I became an Olympic chef. I mean, I competed all over the world. I did all this stuff. And then comes the TV shows. I just did a Disney show about being a judge for ice carving. And then I just did a show with for Gordon Ramsay, but it's my show. It wasn't you be a competitor on the show. It's my show.
I love it.
Right? I'm doing MasterChef next month.
Oh, really?
Me as a judge, MasterChef, is this. Me going speaking all over the world. When you get an opportunity and he puts it in front of you, you don't say, I can't do that. I never did that, which I never did. You just do it.
Yeah, I love it. Love it.
Wow. And then, of course, at the White House, and you being there, how many years were you there again?
Too long.
How the heck do you get that job? Can you tell me how to get that job?
Go to.
I mean, how does that? What do they say? Chef Rush, right over here. He's your guy. I mean, how does that work?
Just sign up.
You know what's crazy about that? They were like, "Hey, chef, can you give my number so I can get a job?" And I was like, "Get out of here! What? You know what? If it's that simple,
yeah, I know.
Everybody be working there.
Oh yeah,
it doesn't happen that way. And honestly, the truth of the matter is, sometimes it's about who you know on some parts of it. You know, that's about 10% of it. Then 90% of that part is you working your butt off.
Absolutely.
It doesn't matter if they give you a key to the door. You know, you go inside, you still got to manage.
You got to keep your job. Yeah, absolutely, you do.
Imagine having to cook for the president, like.
I mean, I know your ingredients would be fantastic. I'll tell you that. He was never hurt to find his ingredients.
A nice kitchen to work out of.
Yeah.
But I mean, the pressure.
Yeah.
How many people were in that staff that you cooked for?
Not a lot. People think it's like a huge staff. It's really not.
It's not.
You know, you're talking about 8, 9 people at the most.
9 people on a regular basis.
Yeah. So it's not. Then you know, a lot of other logistics is involved in that part.
Yeah, I would imagine.
Yeah.
Did you have a team that worked for you too?
We worked as a team.
You worked as a team, so you had a team.
Yeah, that's the people that's there.
Right.
Yeah.
And out of curiosity, did anyone have to eat the food prior to the?
I ate all the food even when I didn't have to. I was an official taste tester.
Yeah, I imagine you were.
Non-denominational taste tester. Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
I ate everything.
Those arms aren't by accident. They're not just curls, I guarantee you.
What are your favorite things to cook?
So, I'm a traveler. I just came from Korea last week. And I was there for like 12 days, and I ate all of Korea.
Oh boy, that's great.
I was just in Brazil with the president over in Brazil, and I ate all of Brazil.
Oh yeah.
And then I was in Japan, and then I was in Dubai, and I ate everywhere.
Yeah.
I love food.
Good ethnic food.
But you know, but the thing about it is, it's not about the food, which is great because I got Michelin stars, 5 stars. that's not important.
Yeah.
What's important is the energy from that food.
Yeah.
You know, like my food, I want you to taste where it comes from, from the heart, right? When I go to different places, I want the cultural experience.
Right.
I don't want the fast food experience. I want to experience everything as it is. It makes everything so much better.
Take me where the locals eat.
Take me where the locals are.
Yeah.
Take me in that hole.
I love it.
You know what I'm saying? My palate wants that.
Yes.
You know, that gelatinous, those feet, those tongues and all that stuff.
MSG, baby. Give me the MSG.
Some of it. We're going to have it half.
All right.
Chef, are you still doing all your push-ups?
I'm still doing push-ups. Why? You just had a challenge or something?
No,
we got one push-up.
Maybe these guys want to do the
We'll do one. If I'm here, lightning strikes twice.
Yeah.
You just said you got me on the thing, and I never come on people's shows. Never. But you, I did it for. Even right now.
You know, I just got word, and maybe I've just been sleeping late and they didn't know it, but you got your own food prep company now.
I have a lot of stuff going on.
Yeah.
I have a lot of stuff going on right now. Actually, I got rid of the food prep company and got a bigger company.
Okay.
Right, which is with the military.
Yeah.
In a bigger scale.
Oh, okay. Really?
So So it's like my mindset is, you know, scale up always.
Yeah, right.
When I do a business, I don't think about a business just say for a 3 or 5 year plan. I'm thinking 20 to 30 years, 40 years. It's not about those small. When I say long term, people are like, well, my 5 year plan is. I don't want a 5 year plan.
Right.
I scale the sale. If anybody buys anything or do anything, don't scale a business for your family. Scale to sell. You're looking at that business like you want to sell it. In layman's term, is that if you have an old car and you refurbish it and you want to sell it, that frame that costs you $10,000, and once you get done with it, it's going to cost them $150,000 to buy it from you, and even more. So you think about that as a business part of it. We think too small in this life, and we need to think bigger. But you also need the right team for that.
Well, I was going to say,
you also need
it by yourself.
No. You have to have the right team for it.
Not with all you got going on. I imagine that team is working.
No, that was all me. I didn't have a team.
Is it? No.
I fired everybody. If they can't work equally or more than I am, and here's the caveat to that: they're not going to work more, but I need you to work equally. I'm not paying you if you don't give me the same amount of work that I give you. I'm up at 3 o'clock in the morning and I work hard. I meditate, I push, and then I work.
How do you keep your mental health?
This is my mental health. Sharing. Saying, I just was in here for the last, 4 hours? And I probably went 100 meters and I took 1 billion pictures out, not behind a booth, in front of everybody. And everybody was my first person. When they say, Chef, I love what you're doing and thank you for everything you do. And I say thank you back, they don't realize that I actually mean that as well. They're my coping tool. They help me just as much as I help them.
I feel that energy for sure.
I understand that. Everybody is important just as much as the other person, no matter who you are,
exactly
where you are. And that's one of the things that I appreciate you, is that you really take care of everybody, and including me, and I'm honored that you come on my show twice in 1 year.
I know, it is awesome. Thank you. Yeah, really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dan.
Thank you.
Yes,
thank you.
It's been a pleasure.
And everyone's waiting for you, so thank you so much, Chef.
Thank you.
You're going to the show tonight?
Of course. I'm going to show in the next hour. So I'll be
Time to go.
How big are the arms?
24.
Okay.
I'm being modest, but a little bit more. But
I think more. Yeah.
Not like this right here, but
don't out angle.
I appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Chef. All right, guys, make sure you go find Chef Rush. We'll see y'all in a little bit here in the Monica Brant Show.
Olympia Venetian in Las Vegas. I think we have one contender right now. This guy looks like an athlete too. And Chef Rush, of course. And if you don't know who Chef Rush is, well, you haven't been around the last 20 years. The biggest chef in the world with the biggest arms, and one of the best guys I've ever met. So we're gonna do a push-up challenge. I would guess Chef Rush's push-ups are close grip, especially looking at the size of his triceps. What do you? Yeah. And is he gonna win? Does he let his fans win? No, he doesn't, right? I wouldn't guess that. Little instruction prior. I think these guys are out for blood. This is about you become instant famous right here. You beat Chef Rush in a push-up contest. Little instruction. Lots of cameras. 1, 2, 3 competitors. No, 4. Our girl Carla. All right. There's a lot of rules for a push-up contest. All right, here we go. Count them off. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, yeah. See, this is where he wins. Yeah, I see what he's doing now. He's doing those pause push-ups. You knock a lot of guys out with that. Carla's hanging in there, though. He's controlling the pace. This isn't a speed contest. Oh, yeah. See, and then he slows it down. I see what he's got going on here. Never been beat. Never been beat. That's 24.5-inch arms and 2/3 triceps on Chef Rush. It is locked into that position all day. This event's over at 5. Oh, I see some back spending. Carla. Yeah, this isn't his first rodeo. Oh, we got some screaming going on now. This is a great fun here at the Olympia at the Venetian. Olympia Expo in Las Vegas, Nevada. These guys are hanging in there. Listen, if you walk around this place, you're going to see a lot of muscle. I'm sure there's a few guys that can hang in with Chef Rush. Oh boy, I see some shaking going on. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, nice. All right, that's awesome fun. That's good stuff. He truly is one of the great guys out there, Chef Rush. Awesome.
day, sir. How's it going? Don. How's it going? On your name, I'm going to put your name across the screen. What would you like above your name? What's your title? What do you want to give yourself? I can't put that right now. What would you like me to put on there? Yeah? Okay. Okay, so what I'm going to need you to do is keep this pointed towards you. Use your outdoor voice.
Okay.
Everybody knows Lee, so.
What I got to do?
In his mind.
Be legend.
The old guy.
Let's get down a little, I think. Just a touch. Yeah.
Joe, you want to introduce?
Yeah, of course.
Of course. Going back and forth, introducing.
Tag team.
Check.
Hello.
Can you hear me? I'm losing my voice a little bit. And when you talk, will you talk to both of us? Or
Okay.
Yeah, exactly. And maybe move them.
Welcome back to the Monica Brant Show at the Venetian in Las Vegas at the Mr. Olympia Expo. I am Joe, your co-host, my host, Monica Brant.
What up?
And the legend in his own mind, Lee Priest, sitting to do that.
Exactly. Legend just means I'm old, doesn't it?
I know, right? We got to that point. IFBB superstar, and of course, icon Lee Priest.
Fan favorite.
Absolutely.
Outspoken, great physique. I mean, the list goes on and on.
Yeah.
Troublemaker.
And you still look amazing.
That's the lighting in here. As soon as I walk outside, I look like shit.
I mean, they do put like really great lighting.
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot to mention Muscle Beach Hall of Famer now, too.
Yes.
Wow. Yeah.
I always figure that's weird now because tourists will go down there and they'll be going, wow, Arnold Schwarzenegger, Lou Ferrigno. Who the hell's Lee Priest?
Oh, right.
It's
Come
you.
on. Yeah.
Tourists have to Google that one.
Right.
Oh my gosh. Well, Lee, how's Olympia going for you so far?
Good, busy. So I think the last one I come to was before COVID hit. So yeah, but I've just been back home in Australia, keeping quiet, and I like it back there. So stay out of trouble. So
Yeah, you guys were locked down for a while.
Oh,
Right.
tell me about it.
Yeah.
When did you get to Vegas? Have you been here for
No.
a while or just a couple days?
I got here on Thursday, so
Got in Thursday,
so in
okay.
2 days I've had about 2 hours sleep. So
I was gonna say,
I'm going good.
Jet lag a little bit?
Nah, when you get to my age, it's just
My age.
Right.
You're only 39. What are you
I
talking
wish.
about?
I hit the big 50 now. Like I'll be 51 next year. It's like wow.
51? Wow.
Hey, I'm 52.
Well, Masters Olympia's back,
I know.
Lee.
No.
I heard that.
I know you did. I saw your posts.
But but they're talking about maybe 45.
Yeah.
I said it should be 50 and over, and not competed for at least 5 years.
At least,
Yeah, then
right?
I fit right in.
Right. There'll be a lot of you then could be.
Well, the thing is, 45 guys could go out of this Olympia and go straight to the Masters.
Right.
It's like give us older degenerates of
You're right. You're really right about that because I was thinking about the women. We're talking about the women's Masters and the women's Olympia coming in and all the different divisions, and I was like, that'd be kind of cool. But you're right. It's like, I haven't competed since 2016.
Exactly.
And my training's not like it was back then. So not that we couldn't do something, but you're right. It should be like
Yes.
a kind of 5-year
No,
hiatus.
That makes
Make
it
it a
even
little more
playing
official.
field. Yeah.
Right, a little more fair. Well, we can put a good word in anyways.
Yeah. Something. We need some sort of handicap.
I think we can probably figure that out. At least put together our own show somewhere, maybe over by you or something.
And just I'm the only one in it.
Just some messed up show where
I'd probably be the only one in it and still get second. So.
Lee, how many Olympias have you actually been to, and how many have you competed in?
I think I only competed in like 8 or 9. Had placed 5th. I had like 3 top 6 finishes, and I guess people say you get those trolls on you never won the Olympia, but when I was competing with Dorian, Paul Dillette, Kevin, and all that, me getting into top 6 was like a win to me because I was always.
Yeah.
But I won a few pro shows. I remember San Francisco. I weighed 199 pounds.
Yeah.
100 what?
99 pounds.
Yeah.
And Cormier was second. He weighed 260. Dexter was third. So
such a difference.
at my
Without a
body
doubt.
weight, I did okay.
Listen.
So I was happy with what I did.
Oh, I think it really shot. I mean, it really was a shot heard around the world.
Yeah.
I mean, what you were doing back then in that group of guys, you're right. The top 5 or top 6 was winning the Olympia. Compared to today, any one of you
Exactly.
guys would just be taking home the trophy.
Exactly.
I'm not afraid to say it at all.
Yeah. Well, people always say if I had a 212, it's like, see, I was always in the open. I didn't have 212. I think, was it around 06, 07, the 202 started. So
Yeah.
that's when I was pretty much, I got banned from the IFBB
Right,
then. So that was the end of
yeah,
my career
yeah.
there. But But then I took 7 years off myself, and in 2013 I came back and won the NABBA Mr. Universe and that. Then I was preparing for another show in 2015, but got T-boned and messed all my neck up. So
yeah, course of events kind of, it all kind of played out over that little bit of time there. It really did. Yeah, I thought watching you come up as a young man myself, I'm 51, but I mean, geez, oh Pete, I had every magazine in the world, and during that generation, which was the greatest bodybuilding generation ever, by the way, it was just an amazing time to be a fan of the sport. And I'm not taking anything away from what we're seeing today, but it really was by itself a special decade.
Well, I think it was too, because even back then, like, gyms are good now, and there's a good atmosphere out here with Dragon's Lair, Flex's Gym, and the Fit Club Las Vegas and that. But I think just that atmosphere back in the day of Gold's Gym and World Gym and all that, you can never duplicate that again. It's like, no.
Knowing that the legends who used to be there, you're in the same location, you're in, like being in that environment for me was really special, getting to know the guys and then knowing, what legends were made there, right?
Yeah,
and what the history of the sport was there.
Well, it was even like going into Gold's Gym back then in the firehouse. Any given time, you'd probably see 10 or 15 of the top pros on any given day, plus all the movie stars and everybody else. So, like I went to Gold's when I was out there for the awards, and it still has that atmosphere, but it's just missing, like I said, all the. It actually brought back a lot of memories.
Well, the other thing is we knew the owners back then. It wasn't a franchise thing, right?
Yeah.
It was the gym. People from all over the world flew into LA to go to that gym, spend their vacations there, train, and be there. Yeah. And you could get to know the owners.
Yeah.
Like nowadays, like who knows who's working.
It's a bit touristy now,
It's so commercial.
Well, even back then, because I said the tourists would come in, and I'd go in the morning and train at 5, 6 o'clock. They'd be sitting out the front. I'd go back in the afternoon. They'd be still sitting out the front just to get photos of everyone that was
great.
coming in.
It was great. Yeah, I remember coming up from San Diego. I lived in Ocean Beach for a long time. My buddy and I would just trek up on the weekends, eat at the firehouse, and watch you guys train. And I mean, that was just a great time. It really was.
There'd be photo shoots going on. And And back then, we didn't walk around with our bodies exposed until you were doing a photo shoot.
No.
And it was official. But nowadays, it's like everyone's naked on social media. Not naked, but showing everything way in advance.
Well, the photographers actually didn't like me too much because I always train covered up. And they'd say, Lee, we have to do a photo shoot at this gym, whether it be down Costa Mesa way. And if I got to the gym and it was too busy, they're like, Lee, you got to take your shirt off. I'm like, I'm not taking my shirt off. They're like, but you have to. I said, there's too many people. They're like, but you're a bodybuilder. I said, yeah, but on stage is different. In a public gym, that's just not me. I don't like to draw attention. So they'd get mad at me. I wouldn't take my shirt off. I'm like, we'll do it tomorrow at another gym at a quiet time. So, but now, like you said, I go to gyms now, there's young kids with their shirts off, and I'm like, I said, when I was back in the 80s training, I said, if I did that at my gym, one of the big guys would have said, Lee, come here, taken me outside and probably punched me in the head and go back in and train properly.
Right. That was the 80s for sure.
Exactly.
It really was. Yeah, it's hilarious. Nobody can bulk as good as you, though, Lee. Still to this day. You own that title as well, by the way.
So I have a fun story. We used to live in the same area, and I remember being at the post office, and he was right in front of me, and I didn't realize it was him until he turned around. I'm like, oh, it's Lee. Because, he had bulked. And it just kind of threw me off for a minute, and I was still new to the industry.
Oh, when he was bulking? And you looked, I bet.
I was new to the industry, so I didn't really know a whole lot about the bulking thing, like the bodybuilders, getting bigger and all that, and I was just like, oh, it's Lee.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if you remember.
I don't think there was a lot of bulking going on in your...
mailing pictures out to fans and stuff like that. That's what we used to do.
Right.
Well, the thing was, I never really bulked because it was a thing to do. It's just that if I wasn't competing, I'm just a normal person. I love to eat. So it's like even today, it's like, a lot of people have egos, and when I go into a gym now, people get excited to see me. I get embarrassed. It's like, yes, it's good that I inspire people, but when they're like, oh, you're Lee Priest, I'm like, I'm just Lee. I'm just like you. I come to the gym and train. Just because I got a pro card doesn't make me any better person. And so,
you've certainly proven that just the way you interact with everybody. I follow you on social media. You're just Lee, man. I mean, he just says what he wants to say.
On social media.
I know. If we ever see you on there,
I know. I went back on the Instagram once. I'm like, my account's gone.
I like watching you with Dave Palumbo come on. I mean, you guys.
Dave is awesome.
Well, it's funny when I do those shows because when I get on with Dave, sometimes I just ramble on and talk whatever. And it's funny because my wife the other day, I was just watching one of Dave's shows and I was having a little laugh. She's like, why are you laughing at yourself? I said, you know me. I said, I just talk. I said, this is the first time I've heard what I've said. And I'm sitting there going, oh shit, did I say that?
Everybody hangs on your clips. Oh shit, did Lee just say that? You know, that's kind of the way it goes.
You just see Dave go.
That's hilarious.
Hey, it's like I said, it makes life interesting. Because I never took it too serious, and you can't take life too serious. It's like, just have fun and enjoy it.
You're having a lot of fun now, it looks like.
Yeah, I've always having. Even backstage when I was competing, some of the guys would get mad because I'd just be having fun backstage, joking around. They're like, Lee, this is serious. I'm like, why?
Yeah.
You've done the training seriously, you've done your diet seriously. If you laugh backstage, you're not going to smooth out. It's okay, you know, just enjoy it.
Yeah, that's true. Do you think maybe it's been like that for you because you had a really different sort of upbringing in the sport than a lot of guys? You started at such a young age.
Yeah.
This has been your whole life. So you maybe, it seemed at some place, just started not taking it so seriously because it was kind of who you were anyhow.
Yeah, when I said, I won my first 3 bodybuilding shows when I was 13 years old. 13? Yeah.
Crazy. Yeah.
And then at 17, my mother and I were the first mother and son in the world to compete together and win a couples together. So, like I said, and in the beginning when I was younger, I would do that. I'd be like, I just got to train, eat and sleep, train, eat and sleep. But then I went, wait a minute. If I've trained already and I've eaten my meals, I can go outside and have fun and walk the dog. Whereas some bodybuilders, I have to sit here and be miserable. I can't do it. I can't do it. Like, why not? You know?
Yeah. It kind of came with that.
It's not going to make you any less of a bodybuilder if you have fun. Because I'd see relationships break up because they'll be so focused on the show, they'll neglect the girlfriend or the wife or whoever because I got to do this. It's like, okay, but you've trained, you've had your meal. Go to the movies, take your girlfriend or wife to the movies. When you finish, come back, train again. It's not going to make you look any smoother or whatever. So, every people think, but if I go and enjoy myself, that's not hardcore.
Yeah.
It's like, you've got to find that balance.
I think you rubbed off on a few people, and I think a lot more people are having fun in large part because of you.
Well, they're going to McDonald's because of me.
That too. Eat a lot of donuts. Yeah.
Oh, I love McDonald's.
Yeah.
How long are you in town?
Till Wednesday.
You're here, okay.
Yeah, so.
Go do some Vegas stuff, or you just seeing friends?
And I think I've done a lot of Vegas stuff when I used to live here, and I used to come out to Vegas all the time when I was racing and stuff. So.
How did Vegas stuff?
Yeah, so the Vegas was one of my favourite tracks to race at. Won a few races out there all the time. So, I think 2006 was a good year because that's my last year in the IFBB. I won the Ironman Pro, but then I also won the drag racing championship that year as well.
Little known fact, really. Are you still racing at all or involved in that?
Not much anymore, because in Australia everything's so expensive. So when I was here doing it, you had Lucas Oil's sponsor. So if you get sponsors to pay for all that, it's a lot more fun.
Makes it easy. Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So.
What else is going on over in Australia? Are you working up there?
No, just doing the same, hanging out, doing what I do now. Got 2 new dogs, like 2 new American staffies. So they're like 7 months old and they're already this big.
Yeah, no doubt.
Then I went and got a nice old 1970 fastback Mustang, all rebuilt, 428 Cobra jet motor. So I take it to car shows, and the last 5 months I've won 6 trophies with my car.
Oh wow!
So I'm like, this is great. I can take the car to a park.
Yeah.
I sit there eating hamburgers, and I still win trophies. My wife's like, the car won the trophy, not you. I said, well, who cleans the car? That don't take my joy away.
Yes. Oh, jeez.
So I've been doing that a bit.
Shout out to your watch company, by the way.
Yes.
Because he's got them all over online. They look great on Lee, I'll tell you.
They are good, but actually, we're going to be in talks next year. There could be a Lee Priest edition one.
I'm hoping that's true. Yeah, you're the face of that watch company as far as I'm concerned.
Such a great watch.
Yeah. I love them.
Matches my eyes on my tattoo.
Yeah. You got to be big to wear that watch, Monica.
No, they got a smaller version.
Do they?
Too.
Nobody wants that.
Yeah. It's a good weapon.
Yeah. Anyhow, right. Yeah.
No, they're really good. So.
Yeah. Well, thanks a lot, Lee.
Oh, thank you very much.
Yeah.
And it was great seeing you again. I think the last time I saw you was when I was living in Austin, Texas.
When the last time we saw you?
Yeah, that's when I saw. No, I saw you probably at an expo, but properly the last time was when I was living in Austin, Texas, and that was
a while, right?
Yeah, I think the last I lived in Austin was around 06, 07.
I was living there too, right? Oh man.
Only a few months ago.
Yeah.
But it's true. Remember when you're young, your parents say when you get older, time goes quicker. You're like, nah.
Yeah.
I'm like, shit, it's true. It does go quicker, doesn't it? It's like
it's so true.
And I was like, that's when those young kids send me a video and go, Lee, this video inspires me, and I watch it. I'm like, oh shit, I'm depressed now. It's like, I remember all the good times, and it seems like in my mind, it seems like 7 years. I'm like, That was 18
Yeah,
years.
I know it. Right? Yeah, I know. So true.
Crazy.
So true. That's how you stay young, though. I guess. I don't know.
No, I'm just silly.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
It's been awesome having you here.
Yeah,
We're going to
Thank
catch
you.
up with you a little
Yeah,
bit
it's
again.
great.
It's been
And I hope
fun.
you all have a Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Merry
This is
Christmas.
Brandy.
Yes.
And if you don't celebrate Christmas, just have fun with your family anyway. So.
Have fun with your
All
family.
right.
That's
Yeah.
right.
All right. Sounds
Yeah,
good.
Merry Christmas.
Let's get some
Thank you very
pictures.
much.
Awesome.
All right.
All right, guys. We'll be back.
John?
Victoria.
I'm just going to make sure you're always pointing this way.
Yeah.
So the mic goes.
Yeah.
You're outdoor, boys.
Yes, sir.
Great show.
Thank you.
And then when you're talking, if you can talk to both of us, kind of like just.
Well, she's supposed to be talking to you, I'm sure, but yeah.
And just stay loud.
Yep. Check. Mic check.
Check.
Louder.
Louder. Check.
Hey, Dawn, it's me, Monica. Are you introducing?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Everybody, Joe back from Gym Life Media at the Olympia Expo at the Venetian Resort in Las Vegas, Nevada, co-hosting the Monica Brant Show. Lucky me, I know. It's a tough life. Hi, Monica.
Hey, Joe.
I have a guest with us today that was pretty random, really, in a fun way, really fun way. I'm going to give kind of a shout out to Scott, of course.
Absolutely.
A guy that I follow, and his podcast, Think Big Bodybuilding. He's got several podcasts he does in the bodybuilding community.
Okay.
He was at the Mutant booth.
Okay.
So I'm talking to Scott for the first time. We live in the same state. By the way, Michigan.
Michigan.
Sorry, I'm back up
boy.
on you. We live in the same state. I've yet to meet him. We talk online all the time. And Victoria was there, and I know Victoria is his recent wife, just married. Yep.
Yes, sir.
And we're talking, and Victoria says to me, well, this is how I got in the industry, and this is who inspired me. And she says, Monica Brant. I says, well, did you know? Like, she set me up.
Yeah.
She didn't know I was with you.
Oh.
I said,
had
did you
no
know?
idea.
Yeah, it was just so random.
So fun.
Not unsurprising. We hear that a lot because Monica's obviously an icon in the sport. But I thought, well, I got to get you over here.
Absolutely.
And by the way,
I love
she's a part of the community, the bodybuilding community, but her title's so long that I can't recite it. She's a doctor and
Oh, my.
all these letters. It fits right into what we've been doing all day
know,
today.
right?
Yeah.
We've had some amazing
So why don't you,
people.
before we get talking to Monica, tell everybody about you real quick.
I want to
Okay.
hear who you are.
Who I am.
And wait,
so
because if I inspired you, I mean,
Oh, no.
I get to take credit some of that doctor's
You
work.
do.
no,
Every
you
bit of
are.
this is all because of you.
You
yes.
are my origin story. 2005, Oxygen magazine. I think it was July. You were wearing a two-piece with red shorts, a red sports bra, and at the time I was a classical ballet dancer, and I was running. Had a terrible eating disorder, and I thought less food, more change, more physique. And I saw you. I was in the grocery line. I was like, I want that. I bought it. You had your meal plan, and I started following it. And it actually pushed me into remission from my eating disorder. It launched me into training, and then I went off and I've got a bachelor's of human kinetics or sports science. I have a master's PhD, and I now work with the industry's best women, helping them with their hormones.
Wow, I'm so honored. And what an amazing testimony of what you decided to do for yourself. And it's fun to know that I was a part of that in the
Huge.
beginning.
Oh, huge part of that, yeah.
Wow. Oh my
Because
goodness.
I didn't, back then I didn't know. I assumed you eat less and you would just continue to shape, and then it really, really launched me into stopping dancing, and I started getting into training more. I wanted to compete. It was like in 2005, 2006, 2007, I followed you. It sounds so creepy. But I followed your career.
It doesn't, though, not for me.
Yeah.
Because I understand. I do. After all these years, I understand and I know what that is for people, and it's an honor for me, so it doesn't sound creepy at all.
Okay, good.
And it's quite an honor, and just sometimes it's really hard to just, I don't know, take that in and.
I wouldn't be here helping the women that I am. And one of the things that I always remind myself is that what I get to do now in the industry, it's the trickle down effect. But you're up there, and that's that trickle down effect. So.
He brought you over here to make me cry.
No, I didn't.
Like,
Listen, I think it's beautiful. I really do. And I love talking to you about when you brought up Monica. I love giving Monica these moments because she deserves them.
Absolutely.
And she's so humble, and she doesn't like to take them. And I knew right away I needed to give her this moment because she truly is an icon in the sport.
Yeah.
Aside from being a competitor,
oh,
she's truly one of the most amazing people I've met
Iconic.
in my life, and
Yeah.
I've only known her a year.
Yeah.
I didn't grow up with her like a lot of young women did. I was that young guy looking at the hot girl on the cover of a magazine, but knowing her as a person has changed my life entirely.
Yeah.
So I owe her the same gratitude. So I think it's amazing, and she needs to know that more.
Well,
yeah.
you know, Monica, I have to say too, I was brought up that in a really interesting time in the industry because women's physique wasn't there. Women still weren't training hard. And if you did see women in the magazines, a lot of times they were super sexualized. And I always remember, my mom also was a huge piece of this, she said, that one doesn't sexualize herself. And that meant so much to me as a young woman, like so much to me, because it showed me I didn't have to do that.
Right.
And
no compromising.
Yeah, and I could hold my ethics, and so like it really like my first magazine job, it was writing, and I chose to write under because I was talking about drugs. I chose to write underneath a male's name, so they wouldn't even ask me to sexualize myself because I knew if they knew it was a female, that's where it was gonna go. And I've had to now navigate the industry, but I have to say like it's surreal sitting here next to you. After all these years.
And there's more to this story. It's so wonderful because I've got to hang out this weekend with Brad, her husband, and him and I and Steve, one of her best friends, just hanging out, or Thomas, excuse me, hanging out and just sort of talking about Monica a little bit, sort of in our own sort of funny way or their funny way describing her. And her life story is just so cool. Talk about an independent chick who just took on the world, kind of been this free-spirited, fun-loving, kind of vulnerable, really. And she just survived it all. Like going to California in the 80s to be a part of the bodybuilding scene and not knowing anybody? Are you kidding me? I mean, those kind of stories resonate with all of us to some degree because it's a scary world now. Could you imagine back then? Yeah. No. So, listen, this story gets way, way deeper. I hope you guys stay in touch. I really do.
I know. We need to connect.
Absolutely.
Yeah. We need to connect. And so what? Okay, off of me for a little bit. Tell me about what you're doing for women. You said you're working with women on hormones, so it's such an important role. So what does that look like for you?
So my doctorate is in, so it's sport medicine. He said my title's big. My title's not that big. Sport medicine, but women's health and female athlete health. There's a huge imbalance between male and female sport science research. Huge. Massive discrepancy. Not only that, is that a lot of the research that's been done on women is very ridden with stereotypes, very bad science. And so as a researcher, I get to come in and start to change that narrative. So my work specifically looks at the use of steroids, and I use that term broadly. So hormonal contraceptives all the way to anabolic androgenic steroids. And I've been very lucky that, 2016, I think I really kind of hit it big in the industry in a very small way, but having a conversation about women and androgen use for the first time. And doing it, I was on a really cool panel. I was called the Swiss Symposium, and there was Dorian Yates and Ben Johnson and Rick Collins and Eric Serrano, who's my mentor, and really trying to bring that attention to, hey, all we're doing is talking about men's use and how to make men's use safer. And I'm like, yeah, I'm up here for a reason. And that is to actually start to have that conversation. Myself, I went through crazy health issues, and I gained a bunch of weight, and my voice changed, and all this stuff, and it was natural. And at the time, I was accused of it. And I really, as a young 17-year-old, I didn't understand it, but I wanted to know more about it. Right. And that really launched my passion and my inquiry. My husband also runs a bodybuilding podcast.
Yeah, he's a great
big
bodybuilding. I got to keep shouting it out. I love it. Yeah, but
that's all for harm reduction. Because it is a conversation we do need to have more of. And when it comes to women, we are so vulnerable in this sport. Not only are we often blindly following people and their protocols they give us, but then we don't have medical support when things go wrong. Or when things go right, but it's not meant to be in our bodies in the first place. And so where I am now in the world is I work with a lot of different women on a one-to-one. I get to travel around the world doing seminars. I work with practitioners. So different types of clinics will bring me on to actually educate about female athlete health specifically, female hormone health, from anything from coming off the pill to transitioning to hormone replacement therapy. And usually it's the really advanced cases. because I have to say, women athletes, we do a lot to our bodies, and often we don't even recognize until years later. And so I get to be that one that comes in and not only builds that research, but also the practice and the application. So
that's amazing.
It is
Thank
really.
you.
Really
That's
amazing.
a lot.
And
Yeah.
I don't know too many women. I've got one girlfriend at home in Texas. She was in the industry very lightly, and she now works with clients on hormone. And so any questions I have, I can go to her. But I don't know a lot of other women doing that. And she works with men and women. But I just don't know a lot of other women. There's a lot of guys out here. Right? I know a lot of guys that focus on the hormone replacement. But I don't know personally a lot of women that do that. So I think that's pretty awesome.
I didn't know, and that's why I needed to fill that gap.
Fill the gap, right?
And it was so unintentional either. It really became this, I guess, just this pursuit, this hunger that I had of like
a calling. It was your calling.
It was
it's
my
what
calling.
God created you to do. Part of it, anyways, right? Like we had someone else that was Stephen Sear, Dr. Stephen Sear.
Yes.
He was talking about that. It's like everyone is created for a purpose. Everyone has something within them that is meant for other people, right? And you just have to find that. What did God create us to be, and where is our path? And if we don't ever search for it, we never know, and then we're never really fulfilled.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you're really not able to help other people if you're not doing what God's called you and created you to do. I love it.
Couldn't say it better myself. So, in a nutshell, I guess that is kind of what I do. But
that's awesome.
Yeah, it is cool.
You know what, Joe? What a cool
surprise.
Cool story.
Yeah.
Beautiful human.
I know, right?
Thank you.
And, I mean, you're beautiful inside, outside, and I'm so honored to hear your story. And you know, you never know. Like, this is my 22nd Olympia, and I competed in 12. I've worked every one of them. I never came to an Olympia not working in a booth and being the talent, whatever. But you never know every time, coming in, you never know if there's still going to be people that remember you, or you just, I mean, I walked in yesterday, like, I don't know how it's going to go. We've never done this at the Olympia, and, it's like, are people going to show up? Are we going to be able to, I just don't know, right? Yeah. And it's so fun to have the opportunities to meet someone like yourself, and thank you, Joe, for Christmas present for me.
Well, anyhow, you deserve it.
I know
you've been good all year, Monica.
It was so interesting too, because I knew you were coming because I follow you guys on YouTube, and I had said to my husband, I said, she's gonna be here. Do I want to introduce myself? Would that be weird? And we had this conversation on the flight here.
It was a divine appointment, and I pray for divine appointments all the time. So you were one for me, and he facilitated it.
Yeah.
Well,
thanks for coming.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Thank you.
I love it. We need to get you a T-shirt.
Thank you. Thank you.
Your hair's so pretty.
All right.
So pretty.
From the Olympia.
Guys,
Bye, everybody.
Kind of in our little world over here. Thank you, girl. Testing. Dawn, can you hear me? Okay.
Hey, testing.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Sharon.
Oh,
hi. Mic check.
My name is Sharon.
Hello,
Smile,
baby.
girls. Hello, honey.
All right. Oh, you girls. So, okay, let's get back. Hang on 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Okay. So when we talk, we're gonna try to stay talking to each other. Okay. Oh, done. Oh my gosh, this has been the best Olympia forever. And we're here on day 2, almost wrapping up the show. We're here with these beautiful legends of the sport. We've got Sharon Bruneau in the house.
Yeah. Hi, everyone.
We've got Timea.
Hello.
And my lovely friend Kay.
Kay in the house.
We go so far back. I mean, we're talking like, I met you probably 1995, 96. You had the gym. And I met you right around 97 on stage probably.
Yes.
And of course Sharon was already in the business before us.
Too.
Rocking it. And
I think I met you before you actually competed in a fitness show.
I don't know.
I was just telling Tamea, I seen this amazing young lady walk into Gold's gym, heads are turning, and she just shot past all of us. I mean, just amazing.
I don't know. I started in 1991, but I lived in Texas. Yeah. And when I moved to California, I knew about 3 people. So, I mean, I didn't come from another country, but almost. Like Texas is another country. So, and then I got
I
got to meet this lovely lady at her gym, and they welcomed me with open arms to the gym. Marina Fitness, right? Marina Fitness. I mean, there's some cool old stories that we have amongst ourselves. And it's so fun to get to see you ladies. Are y'all having a good Olympia?
We just love to come here every year because it's the celebration of fitness and bodybuilding.
It is.
I was telling Sharon that we need to at least see Monica because from our generation, you were almost the only one here. So you were the first one we wanted to see here. So
I'm so honored. And today I've been like teary-eyed all day with such amazing stories. People just sharing the love, and I feel like it's Christmas right now.
Oh, no tears, no. You know, because it is. They don't realize how tight a family this is. And when you come back, you don't see each other. We all used to work together. And there was a day that we'd all see each other at every show. Now it's like, this is my first one in about 10 years. It's been a long time. And then, like Monica said, when you get to see each other again, immediately the camaraderie comes back, the sisterhood, the memories from the last. So
you know, and people like to say this sport is very vain and selfish, but you know, the people that don't make the sport about being vain and selfish, they find one another, and that's what, you know, the type of people like us, like you find one another, you cherish friendships, and no matter how long it's been since you've seen somebody, you get right back into that spot where you were, where you left off, right?
Exactly.
And
it's family.
Yeah, and there's an admiration for each of you and what you've done, what you've accomplished, what your legacy in this industry has been. You know, people love all of you, and it's so fun to see y'all's faces again.
I think it's neat because it becomes a lifestyle. I mean, look at all of us. We're still living a healthy lifestyle, you can tell. And it's neat to see it. It inspires over
I just get by, but absolutely. So let's go down, Sharon. Just for some of the viewers that potentially don't know your name, which would be crazy if they don't.
Well, I'm a dinosaur. They may
share,
not.
like a little bit about your history, and I know you have a really unique history in this industry, but I mean, you were one of the big names from the very beginning of women's bodybuilding.
Well, I think, I'm one of the pioneers. I was in the 90s era, so I was inspired by Corey Everson and Rachel McClish, but I'm from the day where it was just bodybuilding. And then all these beautiful young ladies came in with the fitness modeling and fitness competitions. And there's so many divisions now. And I'm kind of proud to think back that it was because of my era that inspired so many enthusiasts and all these amazing athletes. And I get to meet such wonderful people. But, it just feels to me like yesterday, but it's a testament as to how, health and fitness can just bring everyone together and I mean, look at these lovely ladies, and it's always fun to hang out and share stories. And absolutely, we respect each other because we've all put the blood, sweat, and tears to get on that platform.
Right.
And, you know, it's hard work. It really is. So
And
much
you know,
respect.
just helping to keep this industry going, like all those years, right? Like every chance that we came and did these things, it helped the industry to stay afloat and to inspire the other people to coming up after us. So what you've done, Sharon, and your legacy and your footprint in this industry is second to none, and it's so nice to be able to call you friend. And what a beautiful physique. Beautiful physique. Like,
Thank you.
Still to this
All
day.
three. I mean, we're all different. That's what I love about bodybuilding is everybody's different and all beautiful physiques, and we all are all different. It's just an art. It's an art show. I've always thought of it that
And
way.
It's hard work, so that's why we appreciate it. If the the Iron ladies, they do it, they respect each other because it's really hard work behind it. So,
and then you have someone like Tamea who came over, Czechoslovakia, not knowing English, and diving right into mainstream fitness. Like, she came in with like a storm, right? And everyone's like, "Who's this beautiful bombshell?" And then her language was hard, but we loved her so much. And
I was on fire because I, as an overall winner in 1997, I qualified for the Olympia in New York, and here I am on stage with Monica Brant and Carol Semple and Liane Hansen, all these amazing ladies I saw in the Czechoslovakian edition of Muscle and Fitness. And on top, you were one of the nicest ones, so we bonded right away.
We have.
You never made fun of my English either.
No, I swear to God, when she first came here to the U.S., whoever was teaching your English, I mean, she knew every swear word, I think, before everyone.
But that was easy from the movies, right? You learn first. But we bonded, and then we hanged out in LA and Marina all the time.
we would go shopping here and there. We did some fun photo shoots. Yeah, it was so
we
awesome.
We got a lot of shoots together.
Love that. Love shoes.
So I like to share this little quick story. We went shopping a handful of times together, and one time she picked up this beautiful black trench coat, and beautiful, long and everything, kind of velvety. She didn't buy it. She's like, "Oh, I have something similar," and I was like, I loved it on her. So the next day, I go back to the store because I didn't want to her to think that I was going to buy it if she did. I wanted her to take it if she really loved it, not to, because she probably would have been like, "Oh no, take it." So I got back there the next day. It was still there. I bought it. I have it here today, up in the room. I wear that thing all the time, and every time I have it, I've worn it for years. It's like the best. It's the best. It's warm. It's not too heavy, and I'm always thinking about this beautiful girl here. I'm like, I got
that.
Okay, and I know you have a different story with being in the industry. You're on your own, like cheerleading, right? And Broadway, like, I mean, and then the gym and.
Yeah, I used to train her all the time.
Cool location too, right? Like right there in the middle of this.
Yeah.
And then I got into fitness. It became a lifestyle for me, and just mainly the modeling more than the competitions. But hot skin.
Your face was all over the place.
River Hotskins.
All that, and we started doing the covers and the shoots together and stuff. Yeah, it's just. Get teary-eyed now.
Remind me the team that you cheered for. The Raiders.
Yes. Hello. Oh, and I saw your reunion, the Raiderette reunion.
Yeah.
How fun
It
here
was
in
fun.
Vegas.
There were 500 girls here, and we were all on the field at the same time. It was
How exciting. Yeah.
So many fun stories. My husband's saying that we've got to wrap it up because he knows we will keep talking. I will keep talking. Oh, man. It's so wonderful seeing you, beautifuls. Thank you for coming over and waiting for me to finish up with the other conversations.
Of course.
It's so appreciated.
She's a busy girl, so we appreciate your time.
Sisterhood.
Gosh, girl.
I know. That was great. All right, guys. Well, We're going to go before we start all teary up. Love you guys. Thanks for joining the Monica Brant Show. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Check, check, check. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Mic check. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Hey, Don, can you hear me? So I'm losing my voice.
Same here.
Yeah. So we'll just, and then when we talk, we can kind of like talk together as much as possible.
Okay.
Because when you turn that way, I won't be able to hear you very well.
Got it.
Yeah. Doctor.
Got it. Oh.
Am I introducing? How do you say your last name?
Crystal Guevara.
Crystal
Guevara.
Guevara. Guevara. Guevara. Guevara. What's up, everybody? We're here at the Olympia. Day 2's almost over at the Venetian. It's been an amazing weekend. We're here for the Monica Brant Show. I'm your host, Monica, and Mighty Joe's my co-host with Gym Life Media.
Thank you.
And man, I'm losing my voice. We've had
I know.
So many great conversations, and I'm so excited to get to talk to Dr. Crystal Guevara. Did I say it right?
Yes, you did.
Yes, I did.
Yes, you did.
I love it. I love it. Well, welcome.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, so glad to have you here. And you were speaking at the university, right? The Olympia University?
Yeah, I did.
And what were you talking on?
So I was talking on how to structure your training post-rehab. So there's a lot of...
You're a doctor of orthopedics.
I'm
right?
actually primary care sports medicine. So family medicine, and then did a sports medicine fellowship
so many
afterwards.
Smart people we've got to talk
I
to.
know. Like they're all meant for me, I think.
I feel that so much smarter after this weekend.
Yeah, I know it. Wow.
I should say more intelligent.
Well, yeah, I was talking, we were having a conversation before you sat down, and I had my hip replaced, as you know, at least 8-9 months ago, and some of the things that she was mentioning in respect to her methodology is exactly what I needed and didn't get, by the way.
Oh, no. Oh,
well,
oh.
I eventually got it.
Okay.
But it was trying to find that path to back to being athletic again through
Right.
physical therapy,
Right.
where a lot of practitioners don't follow that book. They follow you're 80 years old, whether you're 80 years old or not. This is the way we're going to treat you.
Right.
And by the way, you'll probably never squat again.
Which is
I swear, that's what I got. And I looked
how
at
can someone tell him that?
yeah, and I looked at that orthopedic, and I was like, I'm not even listening to you now.
Exactly.
Like, why would you say that?
I've already toned out.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's true. So
squat?
anyhow, continue on your. Tell everybody how excited I am to talk to you.
Oh, well, there's a lot of literature on what to do with rehab, physical therapy. So you tear your ACL, there's a protocol for that.
Yes.
There's a lot of literature on what to do for sport-specific training.
Yes.
There's not a lot of literature on what happens when you get discharged from physical therapy, and they let you go and they say, oh, you can go back to the gym, just take it easy.
Yes.
What
does that even mean? Exactly.
Yeah.
Especially like a guy like this.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I'm sure you were lifting heavy weights relative to the general population.
Well, sure, I think so. At least in my head I am.
Right.
But yeah, you're right. Yeah, but when you hear that, and it's really, really kind of black and white to them.
Yeah.
Like, oh, I'm sorry, you're never going to do this again. I was really reaching out to like competitors in my community, trying to find people like me to
Right.
get the answers.
Right.
And it was weird because I thought, well, why aren't these answers available already? Why am I searching so hard for them?
Right.
Yeah, and now here you are.
And now she is. Divine appointment.
Yeah, well, there you go.
There we
Again.
go. There we
Yeah.
go.
Yeah. So how is that approach then? How do you handle that approach?
Pretend he's your patient.
So
Joe.
Yeah.
we can get you back to squatting again.
What?
I'm going to tell you.
Well, I kind of am, but
You're
yeah,
already
we'll
back.
talk about it.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think the biggest part that gets people into trouble is, and especially with social media these days, is they want that post-injury rehab, like personal record. They want to hit that PR. They want to lift heavy a little too soon.
Yes.
And I think if you try and frame it in the sense of we're going to get you there, we just have to hold it back a little bit. I think people would be a lot more receptive if you framed it like
Right,
that
right, true.
versus you're never going to do it again.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. And what would that approach be that, let's say, from an injury like mine,
Right.
where it's a total anterior hip replacement? And what are some of the simple steps that maybe I didn't get early on that I should have gotten?
Right. So the first step would be most of the time this is done in physical therapy. So ideally, you would probably have your full range of motion back.
Okay.
So that would be the first place to start.
Right.
And afterwards, really thinking about kind of going into higher volume training, lighter loads, making sure
lightweight.
Lightweight,
I know.
being very careful on the
He loves that.
slow eccentric,
Yes.
making sure to every rep is very controlled, utilizing pauses with every rep, and then from there increasing the number of sets.
Yeah.
And then finally, at the very last, you can start adding, start adjusting the load, starting to add weight on the bar.
Yeah.
So that way, you are still stimulating muscle growth by increasing your effort, increasing the number of reps, increasing the number of sets, without putting damage to the broken connective tissue that still needs to heal.
Right, so it's really the soft tissue and connective tissue that we're really focusing on when we're doing that type of recovery. And I think in large part what I noticed was when I tried to come back, I worked on mobility first. I felt I had it.
Yeah.
But I don't think what I did wrong was I started trying to progressively increase my weight instead of increasing my reps. So when I got to a contest, like I qualified for official strongman games shortly after my hip replacement.
Oh boy.
I managed to gut that out. But I didn't go because when I started doing max effort weight, that was contest weight, I was running into issues with, like striding out with a yoke on my back.
Oh boy.
And the weight at 70% was fine, but when I got to a heavier weight, my knee wanted to give out. And it wasn't my hip even, it was, I think, more the connective stuff. Am I wrong, or?
I think that's a pretty reasonable assessment of where you might have gotten into trouble. I'm not sure about the timeline of that.
That was a little rushed.
Right.
Yeah, in hindsight.
I mean, why not?
I know.
Right. You're Mighty Joe.
That's what I was thinking. Like, why can I do this? I was like looking at those doctors going, you don't know anything. And they knew a lot more than I thought they knew. But I felt like because at the beginning I didn't get the information presented to me correctly, I was almost trying to be defiant. And it got me into a little bit of trouble.
The truth comes out.
Right.
It does. I admit it. It really does.
So the way you the approach is just as important as the information.
Yeah.
And if people feel like you're not, nice to them, or that you feel like you're actually not listening to them, they're patients will tune out.
Yeah. In large part. And what are you doing now with your practice? By the way, Michigan.
Oh.
Right, Michigan. I know. It's crazy.
That's crazy.
Anyhow, Michigan. So what are you doing with your practice? Are you Are you athletically or specializing in more athletic recovery?
So my practice more so is a little less on athletic recovery. A lot of it is bread and butter primary care. High blood pressure, not as much diabetes in the athletic population as it would be in the general population. Mental health.
Right.
So,
which is big nowadays.
Right.
Yeah.
We're
more aware, I should say.
Yeah. And for the professional athletes that I take care of, they have huge teams of people who are, strength and conditioning teams. They have athletic trainers that sort of really do a good job of guiding them throughout every single step of the rehab process and every step from getting to rehab back into their sport-specific training. The hard part is for a lot of recreational athletes who don't have a team of people monitoring them.
That can be hard, right?
That can be pretty difficult.
They're not getting the good information, and they kind of go in and out of it. Maybe they don't stay consistent enough.
Yeah.
Where are you based out of?
So we're based out of Michigan right now.
Okay, so you are. You're from there, and you are there. Okay.
I'm from California, but I've kind of traveled all over the United States, but we're settled in Michigan right now.
Okay.
I'm completely remote. With the exception of when I travel with U.S. figure skating for team events.
Wow, so let's talk about that. How did you get into that?
So when I was a fellow here at UNLV, it was during the COVID pandemic, and I think the Skate America and the U.S. Figure Skating Championships were both hosted here in Las Vegas, and so as a fellow, I had covered those events, and I seemed, the athletes were great, the staff was great. I seemed to get along with them pretty well, and they said, "Hey, do you want to travel for once or twice a year?" And I said, "Sure." That's
Makes it sound so easy.
Yeah, I know. All these smart people are like that. Whatever. I'll get my other doctorate tomorrow. I'll come and do this today. Yeah. I'm a meathead I'm sorry. I try. How did you get involved with the Olympia University?
Great question. Michael, the Olympia, they had reached out to a couple of A couple of the people who work for Renaissance Periodization, the company that I also work for. My husband was the co-founder of that company, and so he had reached out and asked if anybody wanted to speak on any particular topic, and I had said, sure, I'll do it.
Yeah,
and
yeah, that was relevant kind of the
That's awesome.
our community here, I guess you could
Yeah.
say, which is very diverse, but it's also, it transcends the just the athletic community, of course, because a lot of the people that we spoke with today, I mean, everything that they're experts in, it's relative to just everybody who's active.
Right.
I think, right?
Oh, yes.
I mean, we hope we're all active anyhow.
You
So
bet.
I would say everybody, but that's
Everybody
not
here.
always true either. But yeah, I think it's been a wealth of knowledge here, certainly, and I think that's really been the coolest part about the day.
What about you and your personal fitness goals? What about you? Because I know it sounds like you take care of a lot of people. And as a doctor, you're constantly working with other people, helping them. So how do you handle your own personal fitness goals?
Great question. I think the last 9 years while I was in medical training, I think the one thing that I focused on was making sure that I got into the gym. The diet part was had its ebbs and flows for various reasons, but I had, right, oh gosh, especially during the COVID pandemic. But just making sure that I got in consistently at least 4 times a week. It didn't matter what I did. As long as I could get in 4 times a week, I think that's what really kept my sanity.
Are you still doing 4 times a week for yourself?
No, I train jiu-jitsu 5 times a week, and then I also lift 5 times a week.
Jiu-jitsu?
Jiu-jitsu?
Yes.
Little firecracker here.
I guess.
No, I'm still brand new.
Oh, okay. Well, still, that's pretty awesome.
But it sounds good. So.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's a lot of fun.
Well, I think that's another interesting part about a lot of our guests, of course, is they practice what they preach.
Yeah.
That's important.
Right.
Right? Health
right.
and fitness and lifestyle.
Right.
And you certainly aren't short of that at all.
Yeah. No. Do you have a doctor that you see for your things? Or do you just see yourself?
No, I do.
Good question, honestly. Yeah.
I do have a doc. Well, no, I do just reach out to colleagues. I'm probably not, doctors make the worst patients.
Oh, you skip the line is what you're saying.
I do sometimes skip the line.
Yeah. I self-diagnose personally. I'm a doctor when I talk to myself. No, that's nothing. When I had my cancer, I was like, that lymph node, it's going to go away.
WebMD.
Yeah, right. Oh, that's my favorite, by the way. Love WebMD. Yes.
The what?
WebMD.
Oh,
when you have an
WebMD.
acre of pain, don't go there. Yeah, it's a rabbit hole. You shoot right down it.
End up spending all the time
Yes.
there, and you still never get what you need.
Never, honestly. Just a lot of headache.
If you have any kind of closing advice from your experience for people like staying healthy, having longevity, being able to feel good in your skin, what kind of advice do you share with people?
I feel like for this community, we're all pretty active. I think moving into as you get older or more mature.
I like that, more mature.
Yes.
More mature.
Sometimes.
I think the biggest things that I see even recreational athletes sort of running into is paying attention to their blood pressure. I think that's one part that's what sort of started getting me more into the sort of this fitness space is just making sure that you check your blood pressure every now and again, at least once a year. And particularly for this community, I think it's really important to do so.
Yeah, I got a question now.
Yes.
My blood pressure, since I was in the military, I was 185 pounds, running and swimming and everything every day.
Yeah.
Was 145 over 92. If I took my blood pressure today, 100 pounds heavier, I'm 145 over 92.
Still the same.
Is that, now that would be considered pre-hypertension.
145 over 92 would be considered.
But how do
you're
we
a borderline.
explain that, though?
With the
Well,
weight
with
difference and
the weight.
activity
30
difference.
years later, I'm 100 pounds heavier, and I was in the best shape of my life then. Nobody gave it a second thought. I get things change.
Right.
But is it just my genetics?
Could be. That would be my first
Okay,
bet. Is
yeah.
I'd start looking into the family history.
Yeah.
Start asking questions.
Kind of weird,
about,
Yeah.
Right, and it's not always correlated to
right.
There are plenty of athletes who have high blood pressure and who do need
Right. Just from the
blood
lifestyle
pressure.
they lead. And so,
Right.
Yeah, right.
Even as young as in college.
Yeah.
And they're in the best shape of their life. They're D1 athletes,
Yeah,
and they still
okay.
need blood pressure medication,
Okay.
and that's okay.
Yeah, I take it. I do for that reason.
Excellent.
But yeah, I knew you'd like
Okay,
that.
all
Yeah.
right.
Well, thanks for joining us
Thank
today.
you so much for having me.
So let everybody know where they can find you.
They can find me on Instagram. I'm Dr. Crystal on Instagram.
I like it, Doctor.
I love it.
That was awesome.
Thank you
Yeah.
so much.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Yeah.
Thank you,
It's been
Doc.
a pleasure.
Thank you, Doc.
Let's get a picture.
Awesome, awesome.
Bye,
All right,
everybody.
guys, we'll be back.
Mic check. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Mic check. Mic check.
Checking.
Check. Mic check. 1, 2. Hello.
Got it.
Hello.
There you go. No, you're losing.
All right, there we go.
We're all losing our voices here.
Yeah.
Woo. What's up, everybody? You guys have been tuned into the Monica Brant Show. I'm your host, Monica. I've been co-hosted with the mighty Joe here from Gym Life Media. It has been an amazing Olympia event.
It has.
Like, I'm just blown away with all the people we've got to talk to, and we are not ending with anything less than a bang. It was the last day of the
Truly.
Arnold here.
Yeah.
The Arnold. I said Arnold. The Olympia. Woo, with Andre Adams, the IFBB superstar himself, and you've got your team here. So I can't wait to learn a little bit about you guys and know more about you, because you did speak at the Olympia University, right?
I definitely did. Thanks for having us, Monica. We're
So excited to have you.
guys. And you know we're going to leave you with something special. The last interview
Woo!
of the day.
Yes, last interview of the day
As
of
Monica
the
mentioned,
Olympia.
Andre Adams, an IFBB professional, Olympian athlete, NASM master trainer, and Titan Medical sponsored athlete. So you know I would be remiss if I didn't bring my team, the owners of Titan Medical Center.
Absolutely.
John and Sharice Sikora. So I'll let you guys give a real quick intro on yourselves as well.
Thank you. I appreciate Monica, Andre, as always. Thank you guys for all being part of this. We here at Titan Medical Center want to make you look good, feel good, and perform better, right? That's what we're all about. We call this the number one priority. So from anything from hormone replacement therapy, medical weight loss, vitamin amino acid injectable therapies, rejuvenation detox, peptide therapies like healing peptides, weight loss peptides, sexual peptides, and of course blood work, because you need to know what's going on. Whether you're a competitor or you're an everyday person, you want to be healthy, because if you are competing, there's going to be life after that, right? And Monica is the true test of that, right? She's doing her thing right now. She's competing all these covers, so that's big ups to you. And
still looking phenomenal.
And still looking killing it.
She's rocking it.
Killing it.
So, don't stop.
You know, that's what we want to do. We want everybody to feel their best every single day, right?
Well, listen, Titan, it's no secret that Titan's reputation precedes them. Listen, I've known a Titan for many years now, and I know a lot of people that use your services. Certainly in the athletic community, in the lifting community specifically, that I'm a big part of. But really what I think is best about Titan is that it transcends the lifting community into the general public, because it's becoming more and more aware that the things that you provide are necessary for healthy living.
Right.
And this isn't something that is I would say it's kind of new to the public. Right. Because oftentimes when you're an athlete, people go, well, I'm not an athlete, I don't require those type of things.
Right.
But what we're finding out is, in large part, they actually require it more.
Yes.
And I think you might want to elaborate on that a little bit.
Absolutely. So, I am a big believer in health comes number one. And I always tell everybody, competitors, anybody that wants to model look good, you're not going to look good if you're 10 feet under. So you got to make sure you take care of yourself. You got to make sure. You're not going to look good there, I promise. So, health is number one to us. But yes, as he's telling you guys, being preventative in medicine nowadays is the cutting edge that we all need. Instead of getting diabetes or being hypertensive or ending up with high cholesterol, you can actually prevent these things if you take care of yourself and take care of your body. And everybody needs it, not just athletes, but the actual general population. Every single person out there needs it. You'd be surprised.
Yeah, so that's the big thing, right? The normal person out there thinks, hey, listen, if I take testosterone, I got to go to the gym and work out. No. If you have a good testosterone level, you're going to feel good, right, as far as energy-wise. Mental clarity, because, everybody thinks of testosterone, the stereotype of libido, or it's going to make me into Arnold Schwarzenegger. No, it's not.
I wish it was that easy.
Right? Genetics. So
Overnight.
at that point, we want to make sure, you're waking up every day, but the brain receptors, there's testosterone brain receptors. This would causes foggy thinking for a lot of guys and girls out there. And not just guys need it, but girls too do. Girls do too, excuse me.
Right, us girls need some of that.
Yeah. We have the exact same hormones.
We lose hormones too, right? We're not immune to that.
Right.
And it's sometimes so, the industry's so overpowered with what the men need. Us girls got to have some of it too. We've got to understand. We need to have the education about it.
Yeah,
Because
absolutely.
it is different than men, right?
Oh,
Sure.
It is. For sure.
You have to remember, 100%. So you have to remember, all of us have the same exact hormones. We all have testosterone, we all have estrogen, we all have progesterone. Now guys, they need more testosterone than females. Females might need a little more estrogen than guys. but it's all about having a harmonic balance.
Right.
That's key.
I actually just spoke on this yesterday, right? So we
Yes.
talked about some of those key health indicators to help optimize performance, right? The way we look, feel, perform, but then also avoiding any unnecessary health risks. So it's setting you up for longevity so you can look like Monica, right? And
Yes.
still perform well. I mean, we see a lot of athletes just really burn themselves out at a very young age or early on in the sport. So again, even if you're not an athlete or a competitor, get your blood work done, establish those baselines so that you can perform your best.
You know, I want to take a deeper dive too, because you mentioned peptides.
Sure.
Peptides are kind of the buzzword. They've been that way for a while now.
Yeah.
A bit misconstrued, I think, in a lot of ways as well.
Yes.
I don't think people really fully understand what the peptides are all about.
Yeah.
Can you elaborate on that a little bit?
Sure. So peptides are like precursors, right? Now, peptides are amino acid sequence chains. That's all they are. But different peptides do different things. So when we talk about peptides, you know, healing peptides per se, because everybody gets injured, and if you don't get injured, God bless you, right? But you know, everybody does. So what can help them heal faster? So BPC 157 or TB 500 are healing peptides, and you know BPC 157 is isolated from the gastric juices in your stomach, and at that point, it's very known to the body. So it's something foreign. And it can help in a number of different ways, from inflammation, from muscles, tendons, ligaments. So if you have any of these different things, and let's say you're worried about going to surgery or you're getting older, because we just don't recover as fast when we're older. It's a scientific fact.
You know, you hear a lot about peptides, though, because people don't have the information, and they assume, and you hear these rumors like, oh, they just don't know enough about them yet.
Oh,
Don't put them in your body.
Gotcha.
It's still considered taboo.
What would you say to somebody that would say that to you?
Educate them.
So yeah, there's a number of different things. So even AOD9604 is another peptide, right? It's the amino acid sequence from growth hormone. It's 176 amino acid sequence. Growth hormone's 191. Now this has FDA GRAS status, which is generally regarded as safe. So if anybody want to look that up or whatever, then that they can say, all right, well, this is fine. There are some different studies and stuff like that on BPC 157, TB 500, or MK677, ibutamoren, which is a very commonly used peptide nowadays. But there's more and more coming out every single day. But I would say the safetiness is regard. It's going to be generally covered in all the clinical studies, data. Plus, I mean, we've been doing it for I think 6 or 7 years with patients alone, and we have our own data we've collected too as well.
Well, you know, I have to drop this in here because it's really important, and I've been doing this for over a decade now. But they do sell these things online.
They do.
So, I mean, that's the scary part.
That is where I think
that's the horror stories.
Right.
And if you see it on there, it specifically states not for human consumption.
Right.
It says that on the bottle. So if it says it's not for human consumption, you probably should not consume it. So if it's coming from a U.S. licensed compounding pharmacy with your name on it, you know it's sterility tested, potency tested, you know what you're putting in your body, it's a different story than buying it online.
How would you approach as a coach? Let's talk about that. One of the big things I talk about on my podcasts are about surrounding yourself with good people with the right minds.
Right.
We can't be experts in everything. Right. So we need people to lead the way. We rely a lot on our coaches for that.
Absolutely.
And I appreciate the coaches that admit if they don't know something, but oftentimes we're seeking out people that certainly know more than we do. So what would you say to folks when they come to you about this type of, well, just in general, blood paneling, peptides, hormone replacement, that sort of thing?
So if you look at the type of brands that I've aligned myself with over the years as an athlete and as a coach, I always fall back on resources that are specialists in those areas.
Okay.
And that's just, you know, if you think about just ethics in general, even through NASM, we learned that, right? If you're not certified or a registered dietitian, you probably shouldn't be giving nutritional advice to somebody, right? Leave it to the experts. And it's no different with the medical side. If we have issues, as a coach, you should be at least well-rounded enough where you can help identify potential red flags or health issues. And how often do I send you guys athletes for blood work? It's literally a daily basis. And we always point them in the right direction. We lean on our resources that are experts in those areas. So definitely don't try to figure all that stuff out yourself. It's not safe. Lean on the medical experts for those kind of resources.
Absolutely.
Where are you guys located?
So we're located in Tampa, Florida, downtown and Channelside, but we service 49 states. So wherever you're at.
Online, through Zoom, etc.
Telemedicine,
right?
right?
We do telemedicine, and we can send anybody in for a blood test and their zip code. After that, we do concierge medicine where
They pay for the medications to get directly shipped to their home or office, wherever they're at, or if they're traveling.
Yeah, and I think I'd like to. I'm gonna be your spokesperson here for a minute.
Yeah.
Just as a guy that's been lifting my whole life, I think it's important to recognize that you want to go with the experts, and I think the industry or the community is skewed because of all the black market stuff that's out there.
Right.
Peptides, hormones, things of that nature, steroids, obviously. And there's a real easy way to combat all that, and that's dealing with the professionals. Let the professionals deal with you.
Totally.
And I don't think it goes without saying. I run into so many people on a daily basis who are doing these things, and I say, "When's the last time you got your blood work done?"
Right.
And it's never.
I know.
And that's a scary proposition.
It's very scary.
Yeah.
Yeah, and honestly, the onus is on the coaches, but athletes also have to take some responsibility in their own health, right?
Yeah.
So educating themselves, making smart, intelligent decisions. The sport's very saturated these days with the coaches, right? So you do have to be selective. Do your homework. Research athletes that they've worked with. Talk to them. Look at their health. But definitely, as a coach, it's your responsibility to make sure that your athletes are healthy. You can ask my wife or any of the athletes we coach. We don't even take athletes on unless we start with blood work.
Yeah,
I don't know
absolutely
what their health condition is.
I think
right?
most coaches should prerequisite that.
Exactly. Like, how
You'll
can
know they're serious too, right?
Yeah,
if
for
they
sure.
do that.
Oh, totally, exactly. Because you want to establish those baselines when we're looking at overall health, or we're looking at very acute or chronic issues. Before you can prescribe any kind of training protocol, nutrition, anything like that, you certainly have to understand what their health status is and any outliers that you might need to address before you get started.
Yeah, and I think one more point to be made, if you don't mind.
No,
I'm taking over the
Thank
interview.
you. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Is that I think also too, don't put a cost on your health.
Oh, no.
Right.
And I know when you work with companies like Titan and others, there's always some costs that you generally will incur that you don't incur when you have insurance companies working
Right.
for you.
Right.
And I hate it when people squabble over that small amount of money.
And you know the
Is your
golden
health
question.
worth it? Is it?
I was going to say, the golden question.
Absolutely.
Can you afford not to?
That's great.
Right.
Exactly.
Can you really afford not to?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I love that.
So,
Yeah.
if we're talking about blood work, it's a couple $100. But if that can save you thousands of dollars of headache and stress and tax in your body, it's
Years on your life.
it's a good investment. I'd rather invest in my body and my health than anything else.
Absolutely.
I hate it when guys say, "Oh, it's $200."
It's $200.
Are you kidding me right now? You were at the bar the other night and spent $300.
Exactly.
And really, God, I hope that's not the case. Although I've been there, I'm telling you. But in any case,
I'm at the bar, but it's the gym, so I'm under the barbell every Friday night.
Under that bar.
That can be expensive too, though.
Yeah, right. It is.
Yeah.
So Andre, with the IFBB, when was the last time you competed?
So my actual last two shows were actually during COVID, believe it or not. I finally had enough downtime to be able to train again.
Yeah.
So we went hard. My wife helped prep all my meals and everything. We did Chicago Pro, Wings of Strength. And then back-to-back shows, we went right to Legion Sports, Classic Physique, got a silver medal runner-up there. So honestly wanted to come back again this year, but we had the slap tear that I was recovering from and some knee issues. So just taking care of the body. We bought Snap Fitness Kenosha this year, so we've been scaling our businesses and just really taking care of our athletes this year.
Is a competitive athlete, is that still in your blood? You still want to get back on stage at some point?
Yeah, you know
or
what?
do you have another sport that you do?
So I'm just a fan of sports in general. My background was actually powerlifting before this. I was just telling John this.
Nice.
Definitely a competitor at heart. I'll say this though, I had some surprises this year. We went full time with our coaching, and when we're dialing in our girls are running around here somewhere. When we're dialing them in for shows and I'm backstage, I get the exact same adrenaline rush. I'm sweating, my hands are clammy. I wake up the next day, I'm like, why is my back so sore? It's the tension. So I'm finding that there might be another way for me to get that same rush, but I can promise you, I know myself well enough, I can promise you have not seen the last of me on stage either. So, so we'll definitely be back, especially I got some pretty good people in my corner. So
That's right. Awesome.
That's right.
Has he announced this before right now?
This is the first time hearing about
Monica
it.
Brant show exclusive.
This is
You get all the good
exclusive.
stuff.
You heard it here first.
Nice.
Get all the
So
good stuff.
we got to get back on this stage right behind us here. So
Exactly.
That's awesome.
Exactly.
That's awesome.
Awesome. It's so good to get to talk to you guys. Thank you for bringing over Titan. And
How do we find out more about Titan and where do we find everybody
So
here?
you guys can call or text us at 727-389-3220 or visit the website TitanMedicalCenter.com.
That's
Yeah.
easy.
Yep,
Titan Medical
definitely.
Center.
And then on
For
social
you?
media too, right? So on social, You guys are just Titan Medical.
Yep.
You guys can find me at Andre Adams _official or Team Adams Prep. And of course, if you're in the Kenosha, Milwaukee, Chicago area, be sure to contact us and stop through Snap Fitness Kenosha. So we'd love to see you guys.
Absolutely.
So awesome.
Use Titan.
Thank you so much for having us too, Monica.
Thank you
Yeah.
so much.
Thank you guys so much for having us.
Yeah, you guys are wonderful.
Thank you, Andre, for allowing us to share the show.
Absolutely.
Awesome. It worked out
Yeah.
perfect.
I love it.
All right. Thanks, guys. Merry Christmas. Happy holidays.
Merry Christmas, everyone.
Bye, thank you.